Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. Welcome to the last chance qualifier stream for the BABW Bring a Brit to Worlds. This is the third edition. That's why it's right. It's been 3 years already. Woo. All right. So we are going to be streaming this. This is going to be the last chance qualifier tournament. So the very last open tournament for the BABW series this year. And the second last tournament in the series overall, because the last one will be next week, the grand final, where all 24 qualifying players will duke it out for subsidized trip to Worlds this year. For today's LCQ, the top two performers will qualify for the finals. And this qualifier was organized by none other than lpoulter. Big shout out to him, the man who single-handedly keeps the dream, the community, and the competitive community in the UK alive. He's done a lot of work for us, organizing the Lorry Point spreadsheet, and single-handedly taking up the challenge of organizing BABW this year. So big shout out to Laurie, doing a lot of work for us, the community. Today's tournament will be 4 rounds of Swiss followed by a top 4 cut. From what I know, there are 11 players registered so far, so this should be an interesting tournament. When the pairings are up, we'll get started. But for now, sit back and relax. Yes, if there are any technical or audio or video streaming issues, please raise them up in the chat. Okay, everything's good, hopefully. Alright, we should get started shortly. So stay tuned. Alright, hi everyone. Sorry for the delay, but we are now back in business. Alright, so our first round pairings are up, and we are going to start soon. So let's switch over to JNet, and we'll get the game going. So joining me to commentate the first game is none other than Sam Cisadia. Hi Sam.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, really good. Just got back from the Sheffield BABW. It was a really good event, so looking forward to seeing how this one goes.
And you qualified there?
No, I qualified at Wrexham, but I did come second yesterday. So if I hadn't qualified at Wrexham, I would have qualified yesterday. Luckily, the place passed down to Dan Sargent, who's also playing today, but it was well deserved because Dan's placed a lot of seconds this year, so it was really good to see him qualify.
Ouch, that's tough. Okay, so yeah. So what decks did you bring to Wrexham?
To Wrexham, I took CI7, which I'm kind of known for being a player of. It's fine. It's a good deck. Shush. I was messing around with Ultraviolet Clearance, though, just to see if that's any good. And I like it. I think it's a good card. But I also took a weird deck, because, it wouldn't be me if I didn't take a weird deck, which was Parasifera Haley, that uses artist colonies and fan sites to find the one of Parasite and the one of Sifra, because obviously with the influence, you can't really run multiple copies of them. That caught a few people out, and they didn't really see it coming, which worked well. And it mostly just wins off of indexing and mad dash.
Yeah, that's a very nasty deck, but well, it's something that works, so good for you.
Yeah, now I've posted it. I don't know if I'll play it next week, but I don't know. I'm not sure what else to play, to be honest, on the runner side.
Yep.
I'm a natural shaper, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good strategy. I mean, who's preparing for Sipper nowadays?
Yeah, and not out of shaper. People just do not see that coming. And obviously, with the parasites, it's fairly easy to recur in the middle of the run, which makes it somewhat stronger than.
Okay, so Sam, you can join knails game. The password, this is awkward. Small letters. The four letters. Small letters.
Okay. Let's see. One sec. I think it's in the chat, isn't it?
Yep. Oh my gosh!
So
Speak of the devil.
No, this isn't CI7. This isn't CI7. This is Hasty. Surely this is Hasty.
Probably. You're probably right. I don't think Toby, who is
Toby's
knails.
not a CI7 player.
Yeah, Toby's not a CI7 player.
No. It looks like it. You see those 5 cards and you go, CI7. Not necessarily. Those are all cards that you will see in Hasty as well.
Yeah, all 5 are both common to both CI7
so we don't know right now.
So you can't tell. Interesting. Yeah. And on the other side, we have lpoulter, who, as I introduced earlier, is none other than the one and only lpoulter. Okay, so that's... Is that... Yeah, that's probably Hasty, right? I mean...
Again, still you can't tell. You can't tell. Like those are cards you're going to see in CI7, but that's a better hand.
In CI7, you don't have the influence for Tama, do you?
Oh no, sorry, Tama. Sorry, I thought those were shipment from Sansans for a second. Yeah, no, that is Hasty.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And on Laurie's side, we have some very interesting Andy deck. Like there's Scrubber.
Yeah.
There's a Fem, which is pretty okay.
Yeah, so interestingly, I've not actually looked at many Hasty lists these days. I don't know if they run Mother Goddess. So depending on whether or not Laurie knows that this is CI7 or Hasty, the Fem becomes either an auto keep or a possible mulligan, because against the Goddess.
Yes, this has to be an auto keep, and I agree with Laurie. Double Siphon is so good if he doesn't find ice.
Yeah, so this first click is almost certainly going to be play the blue level to hit ice, which he didn't. Now that is unfortunate.
So he has the Tama.
He's going to have the Tama cycle. Yeah.
On the sorry.
Luckily, he doesn't have any agendas in hand, so unless Laurie top decks one, that Tama is going to protect him for at least a turn, and then he can go for a blind.
Oh no, he drew.
He didn't. Ooh.
Mistakes were made.
That's not because he's not going to be able to recover from this very easily now. He's not going to be able to play his ultraviolet. He's not going to be able to play his violet level clearances.
And he'll be stuck with a hand size of 3. So that's...
Why didn't he play that?
No, I have no idea why. That seemed pretty obvious. I mean, okay, we can see Laurie's hand, but that is an unnecessary gamble in my opinion.
You've got to you've got to take the gamble that they're gonna have the siphon in that situation. If you don't have ice, you've got some form of protection against it, so just go for it. And as we see, he top decked to Biotic Labour there, so he would have been completely safe for a turn from siphons.
Yeah, he would be able to.
Could have gone ultraviolet and just hoped to top deck an ice, which he could then install off the ultraviolet.
Yeah, or even violet level. I mean, he would have drawn into that. So such a pity, because it would have been a very interesting match otherwise. Right now, I'm not sure if Toby can call.
Don't think you can recover from this situation.
Yeah, if this is hasty CI and you're ditching your diagnostics in the bin and your rec order, ooh, that's not a good start. I'm also not sure about keeping... I think if... What do you think of the cards he kept? I would think that you want Violet, Ultraviolet, because Violet could be trash from hand.
True, but he's 2 turns away from playing Ultraviolet, and he's only 1 turn away from playing Violet, so he's taking the gamble that he'll be able to keep it in hand, and now he can go click, click, play Ultraviolet.
Yeah, fair.
Whereas before he'd have to go click, 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 and then play it on the next turn, which... you've got to recover somehow, right?
Ah, that's true. And yeah, Laurie does miss the violet level on both pokes, so this is almost certainly credit violet, or he could HQ ice.
He might want to install the HQ ice, take 2, and then yeah, because he's in the position where another siphon is pretty much game, and if he can get the ultraviolet off here, I think he might let Laurie come through here and hope he doesn't hit the ultraviolet.
Yeah, this is a very awkward situation here. If he hits the violet, it's pretty rough for Toby. Hitting it again. No, he misses it again! Oh man.
It's amazing that the CI is so dependent on getting those violets off that this is more exciting than whether or not Laurie hits an agenda.
What a first game to kick off the day.
Oh, that's a night. There we go. Okay.
Wow. He's back.
Yeah, he's back. He's back into it.
Yeah, okay. So much for the good start by Laurie. I mean, Toby drew really well. He did not see any agendas at all.
That was a fantastic hand to recover with.
Yeah.
But he was in a position where he didn't need to be this far behind. But he's actually all right now. If he can get the ice on R&D, he's going to need some ways of recovering what he's left in his archives. But we haven't seen his archive memories yet, so that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, that's true.
Not a fan of rezzing the Mother Goddess there. I would, because you've got one card that you really don't want him to take, the agenda, and one card which you'd rather have him not hit, which is the violet level clearance.
Yes.
But hopefully you can get him to waste clicks running on a fairly empty HQ. Now he knows it's a Mother Goddess, he's going to try and just get that fem down and go for like a legwork or a siphon.
So I think it's fine here because he can easily double ice HQ at this point. And
True.
I mean, he knows he has the ice in hand, and he can recover with Hedge, with Violet. I think that was a fine res. Yeah. And it should be noted that most run-based Andromeda decks don't have space for same old things anymore. So knowing that 2 of the 3 siphons are in the bin makes it a lot easier. Yeah. It's the legwork that I think he needs to worry about now, because the longer he leaves it without being able to score, because he has ditched a few score pieces, he's becomes slightly vulnerable to agendas building up in hand. Yep, I agree with that. At this point, he should be concerned about legwork in Laurie's hand, which, as we know, isn't the case right now. He opens with a hedge. I think it's going to be ice somewhere. HQ or R&D is fine. I'd think HQ because this is R&D's. I think R&D because R&D is definitely more stacked in terms of agendas than HQ right now. Yeah. And then it's going to be play violet. Yeah. Nice. All right. Next turn's certainly going to be ultraviolet. Almost certainly, yes. So that's good. Ooh. Not raising the R&D eyes there. Interesting. Not turning on Mother Goddess. That's a good call. Fem Mother Goddess Siphon seems like a really tempting option now. Yeah, you don't really want to res that ice unless it's some kind of R&D multi-access comes down, as you say, because you don't want to have a Mother Goddess that's alive, essentially, that can be countered by a standard breaker rather than having Laurie have to hard install his fem. And once that happens, if
if Toby can find a way of recurring that Mother Goddess, trashing it, and then archive memories it and reinstalling it, that's HQ pretty much locked out. So.
Yep. So what Laurie needs to do right now is to find his R&D pressure. ASAP.
Yeah.
Career fair out Aaron Marin, interesting choice.
At what point does it become worth it to trash maybe the Aaron Marin or something just to stop him from getting free draws? Because Nails is actually fairly ahead in money right now. He probably just wants to spend time setting up, but Laurie's not going to ditch those tags. So
yeah, it does seem like a pretty good call. On the other hand, there's this ultraviolet that you really
he's going to play
want
that.
to play. Yep.
There we go.
And probably Ice
nice
HQ here.
Oh no, Excalibur over R&D is actually really good.
Oh yeah,
because that stops medium digging, and it's an ice he can just immediately res and not have it affect the Mother Goddess at all.
Yes, it
so
does.
I think he's gonna. I think the Excalibur over R&D.
That's a very good call. Okay, so what do you do as Laurie here? You really want to hit an agenda to clear Aaron. I mean, to start using Aaron. Okay.
Yeah, so...
Ooh, okay. So
Laurie...
Laurie's trying to use Jack Sinclair here. And...
Okay, no, right, I see what happened. Toby said click wrong card, but that was why he had to use the close prompt. And so Laurie jacked out because he didn't know if Toby wanted to take something back, but Toby's already sorted it, so
yep.
Now he's just making.
So Laurie face checks the Excalibur with Jack Sinclair, so now he can't run anymore. Doesn't hit an agenda. Wow, really bad luck for Laurie so far.
Yeah, he has been just missing those agendas. They've been drawn off the clearances, which is exactly what CI wants to have happen. And now Nails is in a really good place with these two ice. These are the dream ice to have against Criminal. Of course, he doesn't know that Laurie's got the Fem in hand. Has he ditched a special order yet? Because if he has, he's ditched special orders. Toby should know now that Fem is in hand, because ditching special orders against CI says I've got the tools I need. Now I'm searching for the multi-access, the siphons. So Toby's going to need to think about how he can defend HQ a little bit better.
Yeah, that's a good shout. He doesn't do that. I would have liked to see him either ice HQ or trash the Aaron there.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Laurie does here. Jack Sinclair archives. Is dropping Fem and siphoning even worth it at this point? He's on 23.
It's not, because it's 1323, right? So siphon is he's doing them for it anyway.
Nah, he's going for the accesses. I think that's good. So he sees diagnostics. I think he just needs he needs to
he just needs to hammer HQ and try and pick up some of these agendas.
Good. Now he can use Aaron for card draw. Finds a rebirth. Ooh, spicy.
How much does that help?
You could recall siphons with it.
Oh yeah, shot. Shit, Stephen. Sorry.
Oh wow.
Stephen Cambridge. Yeah, this is okay. Right. Install ice over HQ. Lose the Mother Goddess, and then. Oh, okay.
Siphon.
I feel like you could overwrite this HQ ice and just lock out HQ.
Yeah, archive mems for a Mother Goddess that was overwritten and replace it on HQ. Yeah, that seems like a very good shout.
And he's not overwriting it.
Yeah, a bit iffy.
I'm not sure.
I mean, he has to figure that Laurie has access to any breaker he wants at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, interesting situation for Laurie. He really wants to legwork here, but he doesn't have it. And I suppose he has to face check HQ. I think face checking HQ is fine at this point. Yeah,
like against Tasty, the worst you're going to get is a Fairchild, and he's got the clicks to just get through that. So you probably should just go for it. And if it's something that keeps him out, he can spend his other couple of clicks doing something useful, and then running last click on R&D through the Excalibur.
Or even just drop a back nail and run HQ, because you're not worried about code gates or sentries.
Yeah, you're not worrying about trashing. Yeah.
Yep, that seems good. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a I think the rebirth is probably going to figure into this somehow, and I mean, I know that Leela can disrupt a hasty CI combo that tries to score 5 points after you've scored the efficiency committee. Yep. So that could be useful, but it's whether or not. My personal opinion is you always go for the thing that disrupts them getting to the point where they can score out, rather than going for the thing that disrupts the scoring plan. That's always more effective, in my opinion. So I think Cambridge might be the the right answer here.
Yeah, I definitely see Cambridge as a very good shot at this point. Okay, so he does that exactly. Poking HQ. I think he was thinking of whether he wanted to rebirth into Cambridge before doing that. But nope, he's just going straight for
Yeah.
HQ. And yeah, at this point, he's probably going to leak an agenda, which is going to be quite bad. There we go. There's the medium, but it's not very useful.
Yeah, so Toby's been a bit unlucky to not have any, not to have seen all of his shipments and not his hasty. But I feel like this is a bit of a situation of his own making, but because he's not defended HQ in my opinion, in the best possible way.
Yeah, against criminals, you just want to abuse the mythic
Mother Goddess.
Grail Ice. Yeah. So that's a bit unfortunate, but he's quite a few cards away from comboing. He doesn't have hasty, but he also doesn't have rec order. Oh, okay. Speak of the devil. He does want reclamation order to recur the shipments once he's used them. He also lost his efficiency committee, which doesn't help. So he's in a pickle. He's drawing his deck. He still can't find a hasty. That's not nasty. Yeah.
Why is he not overwriting this Mother Goddess? This needs to go.
Yeah, I think that's a line of play that only the best of CI players like yourself are aware of. It's a really good line of play.
Like these days, people are not running Vamadiva, and that was always the criminal answer to a CI meta, because we've got 3 ice down and they all have one subroutine, or 3 ice res rather, and they all have one subroutine. It's slightly less useful against hasty because obviously Fairchild is a thing, but yeah, Fem is now their answer, and so once that Mother Goddess gets replaced, it's pretty much a lockout, and then Laurie's relying on single access on R&D.
Or multi even if he drops the medium.
He drops the medium, but okay, you can only get 1 a turn, so you can get 1, then maybe 2, and then Toby just has to purge.
Yeah, it should be enough to close out the game though, as we see Laurie rebuff here into Steve.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be sweet.
First time seeing Steve in action, actually, for me.
It's amazing when you want to recur Siphon. So here we go. He's going to Siphon and recur 2 Siphons. That seems like his plan.
It's only costing him 5 credits to get through here, so this is definitely...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, credits are a trivial issue for Laurie at this point. I'm not sure how impactful Siphon spam is right now.
It's definitely going to do some work here, because now he's dipping under. He's going to 6 credits, and he's got how many agendas in hand? Like this is going to be probably a reuse for Toby, but
he doesn't really want to reuse that many cards.
Exactly. He's playing with fire a little bit with his reuse here, because he's obviously not going to reuse any of these agendas, because Laurie's just checking archives every single turn with his Jack Sinclair.
Yep.
So. He's really opening himself up to a legwork power play, but I think it's the only option because he's 7 credits below his hand size right now.
Yeah, that's really rough. Yep, he's
not got many.
Yeah, I guess he can ditch the archives. They don't.
Really... Is he ditching both of them?
Seems like it. Yeah.
So let's see. We've got 1 Siphon removed from the game. There's 2 left. So Laurie probably just wants to do a standard run on HQ.
Yep,
recur 1 of the Siphons and then play it.
Indeed, yes.
Which doesn't affect Toby too much.
No, but the game might be over by then. As he's about to hit.
It's got a good chance, right?
Yeah.
4 genders.
Oh, wow, the pilot. And here comes the Siphon.
Yeah.
So I think at this point I would, as Laurie, consider dropping the medium and running R&D, because why not?
I mean, it's probably not even the best play for him right now, because there's like 2 agendas left. Is that right? 2? No, there's only 1 agenda left in R&D right now.
Yep, but at least building up the medium counters seems pretty fine.
7. No, there's 2. There is 2 left in R&D. So yeah, running R&D is fine at this point.
Yeah, just mounting the pressure on R&D here.
It's about even.
Yep, that's the concession. All 3 hasties are the bottom 10 cards of R&D. That's just really awful luck.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pity. But again, back to the start of the game, I think it would have been a pretty interesting game if
Yeah,
Tama came down.
Time our Siphon, and then I think putting Mother Goddess back over HQ would have given Nails a fighting chance, because then it's all on R&D, right? It's about playing around the medium and Excalibur
That too.
and see who can get to the pieces quicker.
Yeah, I mean, you can just keep purging medium.
Yeah.
But interesting question for you, since you know about CI as we join the next game. For hasty CI, if all 3 hasties are stuck in the bottom 10 cards,
Yeah.
do you just lose? Regardless?
I mean, I've not played much hasty. I tried it a couple of games when it came out, and I've played against it a little bit. Toby's brother Max used to play it at our university, where we have a few people who play. But one of the things I have noticed is that it does take a long time sometimes for hasty to find all of the pieces that it needs, and that criminal in particular can abuse that. Somewhat more so than it can against, say, CI7.
Yeah, that's quite true. Yeah, Crims have their way around it.
So I think Crims especially can take advantage of that fact. I don't necessarily think it's an auto lose against, say, Shapers if you have to wait that long for your stuff to come out. Anarch's obviously will probably have set up a medium dig by that point. But yeah, Criminals especially, I'd say if you're not scored out when you've got 10 cards left in your deck, you're probably not winning that game. So I think it's fine to concede, because he's not going to be in a position to score out especially with all the cards he's had to ditch.
And shout out to all the Netrunner experts in our live chat who are debating on whether the hasties in the bottom of your deck auto lose you the game or not. Anyway, now we are in oh my gosh, asset spam. It's real. Laurie's playing HB ETF spam and it's up against Geist. Ooh.
This is an interesting HB spam though. I've not seen this kind of spam before with Temples.
Temples is a pretty strong economy card right now. I mean, it's like Maryland campaign but a bit better, because you get the credits immediately on. I mean, you don't need the start of turn triggers, so even if the runner tries to trash it, you can always use those credits to do something.
Yeah, so Toby is right here. What you're not allowed to do is use advanced assembly lines to install things from HQ, because as soon as you play a terminal, you go to your discard phase.
Yes.
So there's no paid ability window to install the things that you've just drawn off your violet level clearance.
Yep. On the other hand, you can do that with ultraviolet level clearance because it's not
Correct.
a terminal.
Yeah.
So it's a very subtle rules difference there. There is still a paid ability window after your discard phase, but you have to discard first. So yeah, that's absolutely right. So yeah, turn 1 violet is actually quite awkward. I'm not sure what I would do there if I were Laurie. I think I would have just played 3 assets on turn 1. What's he doing?
I think he's just having to take it back. So he's doing what he did before, but now he's going to have to discard 2 cards rather than using his advanced assembly lines.
Okay. Yeah, as long as they settle it properly. I think the credit levels need to be adjusted as well.
Yeah.
This is a very questionable opening. I think.
I mean, it makes sense when you can do that thing, but now it's not great, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
too bad.
we're opening yourself to siphons.
Yeah. Ice HQ and 2 assets would have been perfectly fine. That's just a unfortunate slip up by Laurie there. Actually, he did install the advanced line, so he can Ice HQ with Eli. So
yes, he can. Yeah. So you can put the Eli. That's the only ice he's got, right? Yeah, you can put the Eli over HQ, which is fine. But
what do I do here? I'll drop the Vitruvius. He's not going to check archives.
I don't think he's going to check archives.
I think he needs the other cards a lot more.
Yeah.
Like ditching Temple here doesn't seem good. But I guess you can recall it with friends.
See, I'm such a lazy HB player. I never say action on your turn when I'm playing on Fintechy. I just res the advanced assembly lines when my go ends, and then just like fire it as soon as my opponent begins their turn. Because if I have to type action on your turn every single time I want to use an advanced assembly lines in like moon spam or something, it just gets tedious.
Yeah, on JNet, generally, if you res an advanced assembly lines on your turn as a corp, it should be understood to the runner that you are trying to install something.
Yeah.
Alright, so very good start by knails here. He finds Tech Trader and Peddler early.
There's another peddler.
Yep, and probably a second fall guy, for all we know. That would be huge. Yeah, at this point, I think you just want to draw a bunch. Poking R&D is good as well. If you get the match point quickly, you can turn Mad Dash on, and that could be nasty. He also knows that Architect has just been drawn, so good to know. Ooh.
So I'm looking at...
Nice.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he actually used...
Yeah, that's key. That's crucial, right?
That's a very nice combo. And advanced assembly lines that guys didn't check, so he could install Jeeves freely and then trigger it with Ultraviolet. Such value, jeez.
Like Geist often has to give up the asset spam, so I don't think we're going to see much checking of remotes, which Laurie might be able to abuse. So you can see it right there by letting advanced assembly lines go. It basically turns itself into a Jeeves, which means you can fire it immediately rather than having to install Jeeves and then wait a turn before it becomes useful. I'm looking at Toby's hand here, and I'm seeing some interesting cards which I've not had a chance to play about with. So Dean Lister and Maxwell James. I've heard lots of people talking about Maxwell James in Geist as a source of link, and also the derezzing ability. Ooh, Faust.
Yep, so this is the Faust Geist deck. We've seen that a bit. It's powerful here because if it's your main breaker, you can boost it with Dean Lister, and you basically power through a lot of ice.
Yeah, Dean Lister is a nice include with Faust. That's clever, and it's a trash.
Trash can.
Oh, there goes Estelle.
That's huge. That's a really huge pickoff. Yep. So
he's got friends, so Estelle's going to be able to come back. And Toby's poor. It's not like he's going to be able to contest these remotes for much longer.
So I think Laurie's play here it's interesting. He's going to asset spam to trigger Jeeves and then play friends, I believe. Yep. There we go. Estelle's probably coming back along with
Unseen card. And advanced assembly lines, okay.
Interesting. I think I would have gone for Estelle there, but maybe he has another one.
I mean, you're not really in a position where you can get many triggers off of Estelle, but you just want to get it going, right? So that the runner has forced to have to run and trash it before it becomes too huge. Yeah,
the key with Estelle is that it allows you to manipulate R&D at instant speed, and that's going to be crucial against this spy cam deck.
Exactly.
So, Toby is very reliant on spy cam sniping to win the game. And he has to be aware that Jackson Howard and Estelle Moon can host him at any time. Yeah. So this councilman is going to be quite important because Laurie has to pre-res his Jacksons.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and his Lakshmis if he's running those. I don't know if he's running those, but if he's running Lakshmi, that's something he's going to need to be aware of.
Yep. And this is the other menace of asset spam. If you don't check the remotes because you don't have scrubbers or you're not wizard, there we go. Naked agendas.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, Table Vitruvius, as Tabiel, but it's a good play nonetheless, especially if you can get that extra counter on it, which is worth a lot more than a 4 advanced Beal.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be really annoying for Toby here. Recurring friends. Oh man, it's going to be nasty. So yeah, Laurie has got off to a very quick start. The Jeeves is powering him up big time, and yeah, he's snowballing with team sponsorship, and still no Estelle's yet. I would love to see the Estelle come out someday. So
this is going to be all about whether or not Toby can win off the centrals. He's not going to win off remotes here, and I'm not even sure if it was right for him to go and trash the daily business show, because he's really poor right now, and I'm looking at his cards, and none of these are within range for him to play and actually have an impact. So.
Yeah, I don't think his deck is cut out for trashing DBSs. No. Right there. I would not trash the E-Strike either. You really need that against... I guess it's fine. But
I mean, the worry is that you play it to deny them a credit, and then they just biotic out an agenda.
Oh no, you need to counter that ELP, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, the ELP, yeah. No, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Although, to be fair, he's probably not going to run a bunch. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think so. Everyone can see that he's playing off campus as well, a very exotic card.
Yep.
But this is the main card draw engine for the deck. It's so powerful. In fact, you're running so many connections that you actually run 3 off campuses, and that fuels your Faust. It's actually quite ridiculous once it's set up. But here, Toby's nowhere near set up. He really wishes he has a second tech trader by now.
Yeah, this is just an awful hand right now for Geist to be in. Like, he's probably gonna have to fire this sports hopper, right? But it's not really hashtag value. Oh, there we go. That's
now
okay.
we get
Now the second tech trader. Now it's become useful.
Yep, but it's awkward. He has to click up for credits again.
Yeah, that's never what Geist wants to do, right? Clicking for credits as Geist is just
yeah. Doesn't feel
Worst
good. And
feeling.
yeah, it just goes back to that DBS trash as you mentioned.
Yeah.
He could have used those 4 credits. Okay, so more draw. Yeah. And a Dean Lister. Interesting. He's not hosting it on the campus apartment. Okay, so
the chat commentary is talking about how MP Laurie is for playing asset spam on stream.
I mean, it is a pretty strong deck.
I mean, honestly, I think this is quite fascinating, seeing the variations that Laurie's implemented here. The DBS, the Mumba Temple. Basically, it's like it basically plays and looks very similar to NEH asset spam, but you've obviously got you've got the credits as opposed to the card draw. But Estelle Moon is like NEH on steroids, right? So this definitely feels like a very strong deck in the post Sensi Actors Union meta.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, NEH was pretty powerful for a time because it is able to draw a lot of cards, and you can see the power of card advantage here when you have cards like Clearances, Estelle Moon. You have a critical mass of cards that draw you so many other cards. And that's why Sensi was put on the MW.
Fire it!
Of course you
Why
fire
aren't
it.
you
You have a
firing it?
Jackson! Why don't you?
He's got a Jackson. Do it! Come on, chat! Let's get a chant going. Fire!
Come on, Laurie. You know
Send
you
our
want
mental
to.
energy to Laurie. We can make him do it. He's usually such a safe player. Yeah. No, he didn't go. He was
Really?
just thinking about team sponsorship. That's boring.
Boo.
He even had a Jackson in hand.
He has a Jackson on the table, for heaven's sake. I don't know. I mean, I guess he feels very safe at this point, but I don't know. He's only on 5 credits. Okay, so he scored an ABT and has an extra click left over to install. Not the best Estelle Moon there, but it's something, I guess. And Toby can't afford to trash it, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Not
I don't
nice.
think this is getting trashed this turn.
No.
Like, take 3 credits, run a Stone Moon is a bad play right now.
Yeah.
These are just the worst draws for Geist, I have to say. Like yes, you want your Mad Dash, but you want your Mad Dash in combination with spy cams, right? And he's not got any of those. You want trashes that are cheap to install, like your spy cams, but he's not got any of those. It's not going his way right now.
Yeah, no. I mean, he can't even apply pressure right now. He seems pretty reluctant to discard the cards in his hand. Dave Coleman
He probably just should start making runs on centrals and just chuck everything to Faust and hope to slow this down. But Architect's nasty for Faust, so I don't even know if that's...
I mean, he probably will use a Dean Lister to do that, but yes, indeed, it is pretty nasty. Oh, what? Blind Mad Dash.
Mad Dash. Why not, right?
Eh,
You know.
Well...
Do you know what Laurie should do here? Should totally ruse him and play uses by previous counter to make him think he missed the agenda.
Oh, that's so good. That's amazing. That would be an amazing play. He might actually. He still can. Oh, that would be amazing. So yeah, he does go on the aggressive. He pops the Dean Lister to get the files up to 10 strength. Well, I guess you're getting through HQ. And that's good because he managed to trigger both tech traders. I think he needed to run so that he can trigger tech traders.
So I think yeah, you're in the position, right, where you want to if you've drawn that many cards and you know you can't install any of them, might as well make a run on a central, at least get them to red stuff. Laurie's not exactly rich, so
he will be soon though. That Estelle Moon is
Yeah.
going to stare him down.
I mean, right. So what his next turn is probably going to be
Jackson install.
yeah, but then he doesn't get his Jeeves trigger, right? So I'm wondering if it's maybe Jackson, and then install.
Possibly. That sounds pretty good as well. But I would think...
Yeah, I just don't see a way of maximizing Jeeves this turn. So maybe it is just Jackson install. But he's only got an ice in hand right now, so it's not like he's...
The DBS will get him the assets he needs. I think he needs to maximize the Estelle rather than the Jeeves right now. So
yeah, no, I agree. That's probably the right play.
Yeah, it should also be noted that he's one global food away from winning. I'm not sure what his deck's plan to score food is. It could be Lakshmi, could be Caprice. We haven't really seen that yet, so...
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the influence spread though, and obviously compared to the Moonspan versions that I've seen, a lot of the influence gets dumped on either San or Caprice, and this one seems to have a lot used on Mumba Temples and daily business shows because we've seen is that 4 of those?
Yes, so one should figure that one Caprice was swapped for those, and he has San or one San or one Caprice left in his deck.
Yeah. Okay, the Caprice is probably going to be better for the food, but
unfortunately Pollock is down, so that's a no-go. He does draw Marilyn. I think as we said earlier, Jackson double install seems to be the best play here. He really needs to get the money.
Because once he can get this ice resed on his centrals, he's in a really, really strong position because we haven't seen any other breakers from Geist yet. He's lost his barrier breaker Damara. He's still got Abignali. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
I call it Abagnale, but yeah, that's true.
So yeah, Faust is not the best breaker against Eli and Architect.
Not really. He does have a Dean Lister in hand, so that will get him through once. So what's he doing?
Yes.
Jackson.
So he installed an Estelle Moon and a Marilyn campaign, as you say. So he's effectively got 9 credits on the table right now. He can get 6 from his Estelle Moon, draw 3 cards. So if Toby does try and go for this, interesting. Popped it straight away.
Okay. Yep. So what's the thing here? Yes. Toby has the combo. He has Spy Cams, and he just spied a card, and he also has Tech Trader. Dean Lister.
Mad Dash. And Dean Lister, yeah.
Yep, Mad Dash and Dean Lister. The problem is there's a res Jackson on the board, and he's not rich enough to trash it just yet. Yeah.
And there's another one. We've seen another one go down, haven't we?
That's fine. He has Consummate. But yes, that's true. So these are things that he has to worry about right now. And now he's going to set up the Spy Cams to hopefully win.
Yeah. So next turn is going to be install the Tech Trader on the off-campus apartment and start getting real value out of those Spy Cams.
Yep, this is when Guys is truly set up. But this might be a case of too little too late.
Really?
Wait, what?
Tech Trader?
I mean, sure, the game's going to end soon, but surely you want that. I think that's a mistake. You get a card draw from off-campus. No way you ditch that. No way.
I mean, I'm looking at his hand, and I get that a lot of these are cards you don't want to discard, but I mean, are you really going to install the Fem this game?
Are you really going to use Siphon? I don't think
Maybe. Like, you might use Siphon to jump your economy up.
Maybe. Okay, so Laurie wins if he can double biotic and score the food. The question is, can he double biotic and score the food? He can double biotic because he has a Vitruvius counter and a biotic in hand, and that allows you to score 4 advanced agenda, but he has Jeeves, so you can...
he's a credit short, right? He needs 4 advances.
He needs 5 advances. 5 full advances.
5 advances, yeah, so he's 2 credits short.
So he needs 13, right? Yep, but he has ETF, so he's exactly 1 credit short at this point.
Yeah, 1 credit short, yeah.
Ouch! I mean, this will be a good time to win.
He's looking at his
what's he resin?
Can I get money out of anything right now?
Oh, he has a Estelle Moon. Oh, I think he does it. He can install food here and win.
Yeah, and then
nice. That's very creative thinking there. Oh no, no, he says you're not winning this turn. Oh, beautiful. I love this. So yeah, Laurie has to click for credits, I guess.
Amazing that Toby managed to pick that up just from Laurie saying thinking. That's a
Yeah,
mark of a good player right there. Someone who knows that, hang on, they've got the win in hand. So whatever they do next, I'm going to deny it if I can.
I have to agree. I mean, in that situation, I would have totally saved the councilman for my spy cams.
Yeah.
But that was a good call. Now the question is, can he salvage this? I'm not sure how he's supposed
I
to.
mean, he still wins next turn, right? So he's got to either get the food out of hand or somehow win in 4 clicks from 0 money.
I mean, he could siphon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he
Yeah.
has no
Siphon's
money
got to
at
be the
all.
play, right?
Okay, so he pops spy cam. I think he can drop Dean Lister here and just go for the siphon.
He's got to. He's like if he knew that the Estelle Moon was crucial to Laurie winning, he knows that money is the key. So he's got to deny the money.
Yeah, and he does have an errand counter to clear tags, but yeah, it doesn't seem that's happening now. Not sure why he's clicking credit there. Using spy cam again. Wait, what's that? Pollock to trash Jackson. Ah, he's going for R&D. He saw agenda off the top of R&D. All right. So I guess he's gonna go up to 3 points, but at the cost of
Yeah,
Laurie
it's not
winning.
good enough. Interesting that he decided to use the councilman on the Estelle, but then decided not to deny the money with the siphon. I'm not totally convinced
I
by.
think he had a plan to siphon, but the moment he spy cam and agenda off R&D, he was like, "I'm going for this. I need to win." And
But
that seems
it
fair.
doesn't help him win, right? It's
If
more
it's a
about
food, he has to get it. I
true.
think. I might be wrong. I mean, I'm not sure if he has legwork in his deck, but once an agenda goes into HQ, it's very difficult to retrieve for him.
I'm just trying to think if he maybe spotted another reason why he would want to de-res the Estelle, but I don't know. I mean, it was a fairly complex combo that Laurie was about to pull off, right? So maybe it wasn't.
And yep, there's the second
Yeah.
Jackson that was face down. That's what he needed the councilman for. So
See, this is what I like about Laurie's deck compared to the Moon Spam versions I've seen, is that it runs multiple Jacksons, which I think is really crucial. Like one Jackson is often not enough,
Yep.
because you're mostly going to lose off centrals through things like mad dash and indexing.
Still gets it.
Let's be lucky than good.
But does that matter? I don't think it does. Fast Advance wins today with food and
Yeah.
double Baltic.
Yes, because
Yes.
he's still on 11 credits, so he can still do the moon thing.
Nah, 13. He has Maryland campaign. So
Oh, of course, yeah, American campaign active. I missed that.
he's got it. There we
There
go.
we go.
He saw it. He spotted
Yeah.
it. So well spotted. And well played to Laurie, sweeping Toby 2-0. Those were pretty decent games, I would say. They are not exactly close, but they show very interesting matchups.
I mean, I think it shows the variety of netrunner that we had HB versus Criminal in two rounds, and it were two completely different games.
Oh yes, yeah, two completely different HBs, two completely different criminals. Yeah. So
But it did feel like Criminal, rebirth into Steve Cambridge will, with good draws, will really have any kind of CI's number, and Geist just really has a tough time against asset spam. So it feels like Laurie had the better.
yes, he had the better end of the stick with regards
Yeah,
to
exactly.
matchups.
With these two decks, yeah.
Yep. So well played to Laurie. Commiserations to Toby, and that's round one for everyone. Any parting thoughts before we hand over to the next pair of commentators? Nope. Okay. All right. So everyone will be back not very shortly. What time is it?
12:50.
Okay. Let's look at the schedule. All right. Yep. So the next round will commence.
Everyone has finished, so
Oh, okay. So we might just progress to that next. So until then, we'll see you for round two. This timing might not be accurate. We might start the next round shortly. But, well, for now, it's goodbye from me and goodbye from Sam.
see you in a bit.
Right. See you. Alright, hi everyone, we are back with round 2. It's 1 p.m. and we've got our second matchup here. It's Chris M, Extra C versus Dan Sargent. Eoni, E-O-N-I-I? Whatever. Joining me to commentate is the ever wonderful Seamus, all the way from Scotland. Hi Seamus.
Hi Ben, how you doing?
Yeah, doing great. And we are, okay. Alright, and we are good to go. So, Seamus. There's a Smoke player. You like Shapers, as far as I know. Tell me about Smoke.
Yeah, Smoke is quite good in a meta that's not very favourable to sort of breaking IC Shapers, although that's changing a little bit with the Most Wanted list update. She still pulls a fair bit of weight. Looks like Chris is on the Temujin build rather than Siphon, which I know he's been playing a fair bit, so I think that'll be better for him in this matchup, obviously with Dan on sync. And yeah, Temujin on HQ seems good. Maybe, yeah. So get a bunch of accesses, get some money, and hopefully clear that boom out.
Yeah, that would be great. And getting the money is huge as well. You don't want to get hit by an early hard-hitting news. That should put Chris safely out of range.
Yeah.
Very important for Dan to get the first breaking news that early, because he has to worry about Clot against the Shaper. And you do want to get 2 ones out before you get Clot locked. Yep.
So I think crucial to this matchup is a couple of considerations in Chris's build. So if he still has Aaron or Natch, which my Smoke build was running for quite some time, then this becomes basically an auto win, because if you can't tag a sync in this, you absolutely can't do anything. I mean, you built the deck.
Yes, it's kind of sort of possibly my deck. Yeah, Natch is a horror.
Yeah, I mean, it looks basically like your deck, but with MCA added, right?
Yes, to counter Aaron, and in this matchup, probably Film Critic as well. So that'll be key.
So I think it's a real struggle for Shapers to get enough clean accesses to win without some kind of tag prevention. The Chris talked about it in your World's final game. The thing you want to do is kill Data Ravens and get non-tagged accesses on Centrals, and that's just way more difficult if you have no ice destruction.
Yep. Definitely. Although, as a sync player, I do fear it when I see Shaper on the other side of the board, because that's just a very nasty matchup, because Shapers have so many ways to circumvent your shenanigans. Sync deck is kind of built to beat Anarchs, not so much Shapers. And here comes the SMC. So yep, no more fast advance shenanigans. This is going to be...
So what would your thinking be here as Dan then? Would you be looking to maybe, rather than putting a Data Raven on a Central, put a Data Raven in a remote, and then you can bluff QPMs as breaking newses to bait the Clot and also score QPMs?
Yeah, so you see the concede button is looking pretty tempting at this. No, I think you just draw. You are not going to win in the late game. Once Smoke is set up, it's going to be very difficult to do anything. So I think you need to draw quickly for stuff. And
I think this is good seeing Chris pressure HQ here, because there's been a fair few cards drawn, and while there is only one agenda, there is 2 booms.
Yep.
And a second agenda.
Yeah, so this is getting nasty. Now, as you said, if you draw Raven, slapping in an Archives might be a pretty good call here. And he does not draw more cards. So he's trying to play it slow but steady. Going for indexing right here.
Nice.
This should pay off.
Yeah, and with the Mad Dash in hand as well, that's really sweet.
Yeah, so... I mean, even though I say Smoke is...
oh no! Blackstone!
Wow!
I'm sick in my mouth.
Always play Corroder over Blackstone, right? Right?
So this is interesting, though. We've seen that Chris is on In-Faction Barrier Breaker and Sentry Breaker, so he's got quite a lot of influence to be playing with. So I don't know if that's just to keep 3 Temujin in, or if we're going to see some spice.
You can definitely play 3 Temujin and Corroder, but yes, we'll be expecting more influence from him, so that's pretty scary. Here comes the Mad Dash, and this can't be a good thing. What you really don't want to see is QPM going on the runner side. That's your defensive agenda that you really want them to score it for you.
Yeah, and we're seeing some like additional value from indexing here because yeah, so that's not what
It
you
is
want.
the QPM, yes. And
So Chris has dropped quite low on credits. So if Dan had a hard-hitting news here, then the game immediately swings. But he will have been able to stack any hard-hitting newses that were coming right at the bottom of that 5 cards.
yep. All right, I need to get Chris in for now. Okay. Right. Let's see if we can get Chris in. Maybe. Okay. In the meantime, smoke is building up. Diesel and a bunch of stuff drawing into a Temujin. That's pretty good. Chris, are you in? Hello. No. Uh-oh. Sorry.
So I
folks.
think the play for Chris Martin rather than Chris Dyer here is to Temujin HQ because we've got a boom and a QPM in there, reasonable odds of other stuff going in there as well, and you'll be taking net marker to build up recurring stealth and getting your money back up as well.
Yep. HQ is usually a weak point of this deck, and oh, you found the food in archives. Yeah, getting the booms and getting QPMs without tags is huge, and you figure that there will be a lot in HQ. So yeah, I agree with your assessment there.
Ooh, I don't like discarding Beth though, with Dan on 23 credits. Beth's really good there.
Yeah, Beth is solid. I'm not sure why he would discard it.
I mean, I suppose Satcon, if we're expecting a clot, is good, but I don't think you need that second Ghost Runner. Like, the only stealth taxing ice in the deck is Archangel, right?
Yeah, it is, and the tag ice, of course, your Data Raven, which he hasn't drawn. Oh, this is rough. Yeah, this IP block is pretty decent. It's pretty expensive for Blackstone to break, 4 credits.
Yeah.
But he can equally just trace through it. Oh yeah, he's going pretty low on credits. This could be interesting. Okay.
Would you have put the Temujin on HQ after another ice went down? I mean, that could have been a Data Raven, right? I mean, they probably saw the IP block in the indexing, but you still don't really want to be breaking that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Oh god, it's 4 credits to break with
I know.
Blackstone.
Yeah, 4 strength is the sweet spot there.
Ugh.
Ugh, indeed. And yeah, that basically just neuters the Temujin and gives Dan a free credit to boot. But he does get the 6 point. That's nasty. Chris, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Ooh, your microphone.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just sorting it out.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you though. You're barely audible. That's good. I mean,
I'll shout.
Wait, no, game's over. Oops. That was really rough for Dan. Again, Shapers are just a horrible matchup. And he didn't draw his Ravens either, so that was pretty awful.
Yes, I mean, just drawing a Raven or 2 there would have massively shifted that because it basically prevents Chris from getting useful accesses.
Yeah, no indexing, no HQ pokes, so pretty unfortunate situation for Dan. He just didn't draw the useful cards. And yeah, Shapers are pretty good against Sync, turns out.
Yeah, when your deck was everywhere right after Worlds at the beginning of the Store Champ season, I was playing Smoke with 2 NACH, and people would just, unless they scored 2 breaking news before you found an SMC, they just concede because there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's a very polar deck in that sense. Alright, let's hop into the game 2. There it is.
Okay, so we've got Wiz versus ETF.
What the hell?
Looks like
is
a Siphon Wiz.
Yeah, it is Siphon Wiz. Wanton Destruction! Oh man. And here we have what probably is food codes given the Seder adaptive barriers.
Now, I really underestimated that ice when it was spoiled, but I found it quite good
It is
when you're
quite.
stacking ice high.
Yeah, shout out to Tris who first pioneered it at BABW. That's really good tech. I mean, it's one of the few things that can tax runners out nowadays.
Now, did Dan keep this hand? He did. I mean, he's drawn into a gamble, so that's okay, but that hand doesn't strike me as fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Like, no draw, no econ, you've got your eater, but you're not going to drop Eater and Wanton Destruction early, you know? You really want to be finding that Siphon.
I presume you would mount for Siphon or something similar. I'm not sure about that.
Interesting that he's got Parasites in the build. Now, I know Siphon Wiz was playing Parasites when they could have influence-free Ciphers, because obviously that makes a great deal of sense. But I feel potentially less so now. I mean, it's still a good card, but you don't have Data Sucker support, probably.
Yeah, that is a problem. And I'm also not sure what his influence spread is. You typically can't afford Parasites with it on the MWL and Siphon. So
I mean, you could do 2 Siphon, 3 Parasite, and some other stuff. Just drop the Planned Assault or a 3rd Siphon.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that this isn't exactly food coats. We've got 2 Batties in hand, so it looks like Chris is on a rig shootery strategy.
Wow, okay. It's bringing on the spice. I love it. Not sure how good the rig shooting is going to be against Dan's deck. See a bit more of Dan's deck. These are not cards you really want to see. I guess you drop the strike and I don't know.
You could even do a blind Dirty Laundry potentially, because Chris is only on 5 credits. So even if you both go poor, that's not like the worst thing in the world for you.
I suppose. It's really not ideal though. That Dirty Laundry is causing problems. Okay, he's just gonna face check R&D instead.
Which I think is also fine. If it was an Architect, there's just a Jackson. You know that there's friends in the game, so giving back a Jackson is not the end of the world.
Yeah, Oh, there's a Estelle Moon. I didn't see that. Okay. So, very interesting deck. I mean, when you see Estelle Moon, you think that it's asset spam, but given what we are seeing so far, this seems to be more of upgrade spam. I guess he has Estelle Moon to power Batty installs, CVS installs. Very interesting there. And now he's going to defend the Estelle Moon, which seems fair.
Was that an Estelle Moon or was that an agenda? Oh, and we've got the Parasite onto Magnet play. Fantastic.
Womp, womp, womp. That was splendid bait. You would think it's a Turing, you think it's an Eli. Nope. There goes the Parasite. Beautiful, beautiful play. Yep. Oh, I love that.
See, I like this. I think you need to get that out of your hand, and if it bounces, you can click for credits and then day job next turn.
Yeah.
And Dan's behind, right? He's way behind at the moment, so you really can't let this sort of deck get out of hand, because then it's got ice everywhere. You've got acid sticking over.
Oh yeah, we haven't introduced you yet. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Welcome. Hopefully fix your audio issues.
Yeah, I've told my children to go away, so their commentary wasn't going to be very insightful anyway.
Oh, we enjoyed the commentary. The background chatter was great. Alright, so I'll leave you two to commentate the rest of the game. Have fun.
Cheers, Ben. So, Chris, what do you make of this? Like, I sort of feel like both players are sort of in sort of slow start territory.
Yeah, so neither of them. We're assuming that Chris's deck is a food coach deck. It might not be, because you haven't seen any of the component parts. Usually,
well, we've got batters,
run
right? So it's not standard food codes.
No, exactly. But you still suspect that he's going to have the campaigns, because he's got Estelle and the campaigns. They all work well together. But he hasn't seen any of those parts, so he's got no money at the moment.
Sure.
He's pushed that early agenda. I don't really know if he needed to, because again, that's setting back quite a lot. He potentially is giving up R&D at this point. But equally, Dan's also had a bad start, hasn't been able to capitalise on Chris's low econ.
So my assumption with going for that early score was that was entirely to try and force the Parasite off the adaptive barrier on HQ and onto the magnet in the remote.
I agree, and it's cute. But long term, that's not. He's got more magnets. Long term, I don't know how much that will actually help him. Having said that, he might just be able to rush out here.
I suppose he's assuming that Dan isn't going to have a lot of R&D pressure. I mean, presumably he's running Keyhole. We've got an Apocalypse.
Ooh. These decks are both spicy.
And so I think that's setting up for an Apocalypse next turn, looks like.
I would assume so, yeah.
Fortunately for Chris, he's got a fair bit of ice in hand. So not in a terrible position to recover, except for the econ concerns.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't commit some of the ice here, which he hasn't, that's fine. Had he played nice there, then he'd been in real trouble. But that hadn't, because Friends actually has made this Apocalypse deck a lot worse, because the risk of Apocalypse was always that your corner might be able to recover before you could, and you can't actually exploit the board. And Friends makes that much more easily.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, actually. I hadn't considered the Friends in HQ as well. Yeah, this is tough.
So I think Chris is quite a big favourite as long as he can get enough money to stick the third score. And that remote can be trivially defended, because all he has to do is protect against Eater and the disposable breakers. So he doesn't have to have a lot of ice on that remote to score agendas.
Yeah, and I find whilst Siphon Anarch decks are still reasonably powerful, the loss of DDoS I view as like pretty significant, just in terms of the breathing room it gives you for like the level of defense you can get away with. Yeah,
that's right. So it takes away the necessity for 2 ice everywhere, and you see if DDoS was still around, this board state that Chris had would be really vulnerable, because he'd be vulnerable to keyhole, he'd be vulnerable to remote, had the magnet not been rezzed.
Oh, so it looks like we are going for the Apocalypse.
Yeah, I think he has to. He's got Deja Vu in hand, so he can always play another one later. Chris is as vulnerable as he's going to be right now.
Yeah, and I suppose the question here for Chris is, does he see the Apocalypse coming and then use the Batty on HQ for an end of run? Given that he's thinking about it, he must.
Impressive, he does.
Yeah, there we go. So even with the ice in hand and the Friends, if Dan manages to land this Apocalypse, how do you feel about his position versus Chris's?
I think because Dan won't have any points. He's not got any pressure. His board state won't be a huge amount better, and effectively what Chris is losing is 7 credits that he's sunk into the res dice, and that's it.
Yeah, it'd be a different matter if there was a keyhole in hand, ready to exploit this, but there's really not a lot of anything.
That's right. Yeah. So it's a reset, but it's a reset where the corpus on 4-0 and can get their cards back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
I still think it's the right play. I think he had to go for it because he had to stop that remote being used to score quickly.
And how many cards? So Dan is a fair chunk through his deck and not seen a Siphon, which we presume is in there. Although with an Apocalypse and Parasites can only be 2 and no planned assault. So I guess that's that's the risk you take.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, something like 2 Siphon, 1 Apocalypse, maybe 2 or 3 Parasites, and then I think he had Employee Strike as well, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he's had a couple of strikes actually. We should probably count this. So Apocalypse is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only room for 2 Siphons on top of that. So only a single Apocalypse, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's what I would assume. I would assume 2 Siphon, 1 Apocalypse. But that's assuming he's on Siphon, and there's a possibility he's not playing Siphon at all, which would be unusual, but obviously would save you a lot of influence. And this is Friends now is backbreaking at this point because it just rebuilds his remote and his economy at the same time.
Have we actually seen any economy? Oh, we've got a blue level there. So we've seen blue levels and a lateral growth, and now we've got a Stell Moon. But really not seen a lot of economy on Chris's side, and basically just ETF's idea ability pulling the weight.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's on the burst econ cards, the classic Jammy HB package, rather than the assets, and that's surprising me because of the interactions with Estelle. So it's almost if I'd seen Estelle, I'd have expected Breaker Bay, Eve, Adonis, just because it will build up counters much quicker, and it's playing with Friends. But
yeah, do you think this is sort of like 2 decks being pulled in different directions by just the raw power of Estelle Moon then?
Yeah, so Estelle is crazy if you get 2 or 3 counters on her, effectively. You don't have to do a lot to make the payout really huge, and if you're rushing effectively, it's like another blue level at this point. Which is fine. I mean, you this sort of deck that is trying to rush behind ice will play 6 blue levels reasonably happy anyway. So I don't think it's you don't even have to jump through too many hoops to make it still worth playing.
Sure.
I'm not sure what Dan does from here. He's going to go and have to trash. His best answer might be to repeatedly trash the remote.
2 biotics in hand, though.
Yeah,
makes that pretty rough. And if
gets one more, and you can score the GFI. At least you're making him score 2 agendas that way. At least you're getting yourself some time.
And he's picked up 2 points there.
Yeah, and one of the 3 for 2s, which is also important.
Moon is ticking up. I think, is it an Eli on HQ and maybe another Magnet on R&D?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nothing too substantial. There's a spoon in hand for what it's worth. It's a shame he's lost the Eater, because Eater Keyhole would have been his go-to line at this point, because there are 2 more agendas with the Mad Dash will win you the game. He's a way off being able to exert that pressure yet.
Yeah, so he has injected a Keyhole and also a Paperclip. So he's got 2 Deja Vus.
Yeah.
But that's, expensive and slow.
There's Architect, the best dice against Apocalypse decks.
Yep.
Yeah, so you see what Blue Level and Estelle Moon between them have done to Chris's economy. He was dirt poor a while ago, and now he's in a position to try and score.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's a powerful combination, but so this is almost certainly game. So you got GFI
Yeah,
and
that's
Remote
right.
Single Advanced him. Yeah.
Well, he says, yeah, he's left the money so that he can. It's the match point alert. He's single advanced it so that he can biotic and then quadruple advance later. That's risky given he's only got 11 credits.
I agree, but given that Dan hasn't been effectively building up pressure, that I think you could argue that there's some evidence for Chris to take it that there isn't an answer to his ice in hand. If Dan had an Eater, you would expect that to have come down already. And
Absolutely,
this is interesting.
If this is the difference between install advanced and then install advanced relying on the biotic, because it means that you're far more vulnerable to this sort of play. Now, as it happens, he's got exactly enough credits now, so maybe he's just calculates a lot better than me. And that's that.
I see what you're saying. Just install advance is the lower risk play.
Yeah.
Right, fair enough, yeah. And turns out we were wrong about the ice. It was Magnet on HQ and Eli on R&D, which is fortunate because otherwise that would have robbed him of his cash.
Yeah, and that potentially could have cost him this agenda, and then you never know where the game goes. But Chris played that pretty well, I think. He's gone pretty quick. He scored 15 turns, but that's not a huge number given the start he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, that felt like a very complete game, even though it went
agreed.
15 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it included an Apocalypse, which can drag these things out, but the recovery was almost instant.
Yeah, which goes to show that, Apocalypse is really good, especially in this asset spam meta, but you need to have the backup to back it up, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, it was like deal hand cover as well, right? Like 2 pieces of ice and a friends,
Yeah, I think the crucial decision in that game was Dan not mulliganing, actually.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you want to look for in that deck, but it's certainly not one-turn Eater. That much I know.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's game 1. We'll be heading into... Have we sized yet? We haven't, right?
No, that's game 2, Ben. Remember?
Yep.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
Quick
time
round.
flies. Okay. Alright, so that's it for now. We'll be back with Swiss Round 3 in just a moment, and Chris and Seamus will be commentating that as well. Well, till then, I'll see you all. Okay. Just kidding, we're back. Since we have a lot of time and since there's still games going on, we might as well just hop into this game that is underway. This is Phil, nekadaa, versus Rufus, callmedutch. Haley Spycam versus Lana. This should be interesting. Okay, Chris and Seamus, whenever you're ready, take it away.
I would like to open by saying, boo, Phil, boo. You used to be cool, man.
Boo! Spycam Haley,
I love spy cams. It's as degenerate as a deck gets. It's disgusting. All the thing I don't know why I like it. It's all the things I hate about bad netrunner decks. But yeah, this is kind of a classic matchup. This was around for like a week or so in the UK, about 9-10 months ago, and then has disappeared in the age of asset spam. So this is quite an interesting meta call to play spy cams at the moment.
So I think that's like a broader, interesting thing about where we are right now. Like, how much do you believe the myth that Glacier is back? Because if you believe it, there's some really interesting hard counters you can play on the runner side. But if you don't, then you can end up getting caught out with, like your run-based criminal deck getting locked out of all the centrals.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think Glacier is back just enough. I don't think the best decks are Glacier decks. I think Glacier is kind of the second tier of decks at the moment, but you should expect to play them. I personally wouldn't be playing a deck that was best against Glacier, bad against asset spam. I'd be looking for it the other way around.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the reason that Spycam's Haley disappeared was the release of CTM.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you can't contest early assets. CTM was a double blow because it also meant that you couldn't run at all because of hard hitting news early. It shut the deck down completely.
So would this be something you'd be considering for a major tournament, or do you still feel like the other asset spam matchups are still too bad to risk Spycams?
So I did consider it briefly. I played it once against Laurie's Estelle Moon HB deck and did nothing for like 12 turns while he just scored agendas off the table and then put the deck away forever. It was very upsetting. So the deck is better than it used to be. Mad Dash is an enhancement, though this deck also has Freedom for Equality, interestingly. Yeah.
The classic, why not have both?
Yeah, I assume he's got both. Obviously, we haven't seen a Mad Dash yet, but he's got a Hyperdrive as well, interestingly, which he must be using just for setup.
Do you buy the maths on that?
No, no, I don't. I don't buy the slot. So this deck, because it's got to have tech traders, spy cameras, replicated sites, it's got so many cards it has to have. The slots are really tight. I think actually, if you can find evidence for it, Street Peddler is amazing in this deck.
I suppose maybe we're assuming there's Mad Dash in the deck. Does that potentially shorten the sort of rotations of levying in spy cams over and over because you're potentially picking up like 2 extra points in your spy camming?
I think if you're playing both, then you're trying to win in 2 scores. So you're trying to score with a Mad Dash and a Freedom, and then a Mad Dash. There's almost no point playing both unless you were trying to do that, because if you want to win in 3 scores, you just need 1 Mad Dash. So I would guess he's looking to score twice, and that's it.
And you draw through your deck so quickly with this. It's not about having one on tap.
Yeah, the second and third pass through this deck are crazy quick. The fourth one is ludicrous.
So I think Rufus would have loved to have some agendas to score here, right?
Yeah, so the key against this deck is to score early but not overextend. This deck is insanely good at busting through remotes, disturbingly so, without costing itself any tempo, because it gains money as it does so. So you can't score too aggressively because it will get cracked. But if you've got a single upgrade, interestingly, Phil has nothing out at the moment that will deal with a Batty or a Caprice. So
sorry to interrupt you guys, but Rufus just played a Pelana Agroplex. Discuss.
It's a good card. It's a good card, Ben, and it's great in this situation because he needs to rush through. He needs more cards than econ. So I think it's a very strong choice. I like it in the scoring remote because then you can overwrite it with the agenda when you're ready to score. But it's fine in the second remote as well.
Yeah, I mean, presumably he just wants to keep the Jackson for potentially even more draw if he doesn't see an agenda off this hole.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just the way that the cards came out. I guess he may have been trying to bait something into the a run to 7-1, but
So we've not seen Polop or any other anti-upgrade tech. So the remote is at the moment potentially pretty secure. I think
yeah,
go
very
for any
secure.
score you see, right?
So this deck can score once, this deck can run into remote once comfortably. The second time stretches it a bit because it can make one Panchatantra modification a turn. So the second one will be more tricky for him. He might think about jamming this future perfect, I think.
Yeah, so he's had to draw to get that, so he's only got 2 clicks left. But
I still think Restored Advance it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
Because if his tempo is going to be really important here. He's got enough money now almost to score without doing anything else. Maybe need to do one more Operation Econ, but the key point here will be able to cycle agendas through this remote fast enough. And if you install Advance, he's going to run on the turn you install Advance it anyway. If you think the remote is secure and you're going to go for it, you may as well install Advance this turn. That lets you triple Advance next turn. And then your next agenda you've got a bit more flexibility with. Whereas if you install Advance it, then you're just a bit more vulnerable.
Okay, I see that. Do you prefer putting the Batty in that remote over the third piece of ice? Because
yes.
Even if you just trigger him for an end the run, that's effectively an Issei counter.
Yeah, I think so. Especially because you know that Phil's got the answer twice on the table. He's got self-mods, he's got clone chips, he's got everything else. What he doesn't have is anything to do with your Batty.
And now Rufus is actually not that rich now.
No, and this is the point, because that agenda is not in the remote. I guess he felt compelled to res that Cobra. Whereas if that agenda wasn't there, maybe he'd have let that run through.
Sure.
Mind you, this may be a run for a Polop.
Yeah, so that's why the Chrysium went down, right? And I think there was a moment of considering it, and then decided against it when he saw how poor he was, which is So that's another term where this Future Perfect is not going in the remote, which seems bad, right?
Yeah.
And there's only 13 cards left in Phil's deck, so we must be getting pretty close to an answer to defensive upgrades because there's no way he doesn't have one.
Well, Phil should be popping cams soon as well, so he's got the freedom down. He's got the freedom in his hand, sorry, so he will start to look for agendas off the top as well.
There is a Jackson in the remote, though.
Yep.
But I suppose every cam is money, and
you're going to levy. Yeah, you're going to levy anyway, so you may as well get them in the heap and at least check. I mean, you can even run to get rid of this Jackson potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you can't risk it.
I was playing against Laurie with a Planet deck relatively similar to this, and I was quite far behind, so Index saw nothing, and then Mad dashed his R&D in the hope to get him to spend an Issei counter, and he let it through, and I lost some relatively good card from HQ, and my comment on it was, sometimes you're only losing yourself.
And that is the interesting point, though, behind your anecdote, is that Mad Dash, while it is universally acknowledged to be better than Freedom for Equality, there are times it's worse. So it doesn't let you do this kind of this run to R&D and then let if you've got Freedom down, if they don't res and you don't use the Jackson and the agenda is there, you get the points anyway. You don't have to commit to the Mad Dash first. So
sure.
There are kind of fringe uses with this Jackson, this Issei counter, both of which make Mad Dash slightly worse. And
I think that's fair.
Slightly better.
And here we're seeing the madness of, although is there a Deus Ex? I don't know if there is. Although he hasn't used Panchatantra yet.
He's got Panchatantra, yeah. And
so the clone chip gives him money, use it to bring in the sharpshooter. Although I think 2 credits is fine anyway. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you get money on the tech trade as well. It's a crazy thing. The first time I saw this deck, I couldn't believe that they were running my remote, and I was trying to bait runs, and all it was doing was making their board position better. They were just getting richer. I just couldn't get my head around it for a while.
So what would your strategy be, for example, at the BABW finals next week, if you come up against Cams? What's the deck you see as being good against this?
I think Moon beats it probably 8 or 9 times out of 10 because you've got Jacksons, you've got Estelle Moon as well, and they just can't afford to check your remotes.
Oh, of course, because Moon will draw through the
Moon
Cams.
will get past the Cams, yeah. And you can score off the table fairly comfortably. Some of these decks, the Spy Cams deck, don't run Clot as well, and if you don't run Clot, then you're completely done for.
Interesting. I thought they used to run Clot. Is that just because NBN is less relevant? They've decided to drop it in favor of other stuff.
It's one of those cards you really want to cut if you can, and typically you can't.
Mm. It is less costly, though, in this deck because you're already incentivized to run the clone chips.
Yeah, you've got the clone chips. You've got one self-modifying code usually. It costs you setup time because the alternative is something like the Street Peddlers or the Polyps.
Mm.
So it's just that opportunity. What we said about Rufus's money earlier is evaporated in the face of Resident Ice and R&D. So now he's quite a long way from scoring. So he's in quite a lot of trouble now, I think.
Yeah, and crucially, sinking the money into that ice doesn't actually mean his R&D's particularly more defended than it was. Phil's only going to run 4 agendas and can happily make several runs before his recursion is dramatically taxed.
It's a very good argument not to res that ice unless you really, really have to, and that was not a time that he had to.
Mm.
I feel it's getting in either way.
And what's gone in the remote there? Is that a 3rd upgrade?
I think it's a Batty.
Right. So this is, I suppose this is something I noticed. Rufus is not running IPO, it appears, but rather restructure.
Yeah, and I think it's worse. I think I'd rather have free IPO than free restructure, or maybe 2 and 1.
Because you could play an IPO right here.
Yeah, it's easy to look at the situation going, oh, he's only got 8 credits, should be on IPO. It's sometimes easy to look clever as a commentator, but it's quite hard.
Chris, but let us enjoy it.
It's quite a big deal to get up to 10 credits. It's not always easy.
So, with regards to restructure versus IPO, I think there are definitely decks where restructure is better. If you're wanting to mid seasons or whatever. But in a glaciary build, there seem relatively few situations where you really want to restructure over an IPO.
Yeah. So it's the fringe situations where you're trying to score that turn. You need to go something like restructure, install, advance. But even then, you can probably install advance IPO anyway. So yeah, very, very rare. So this is interesting because Phil, that probably isn't an agenda. He knows that unless it's a philotic entanglement, he's probably reading that as wanting to clear the remote out and keep Rufus's money down, just slow him down a bit.
So I wonder if the thinking here is that he's planning to levy very soon, and
he must be
just
now.
Feels like he might as well burn through the last of the stuff, get some money, and then rinse through the deck again.
Yeah. Now, one little quirk of Spy Camps Haley, you almost certainly want to clone chip the self-modifying code in before you levy, because you want that on the board.
Because that gets you your sharpshooters or.
Yeah, it's usually the sharpshooter. Sometimes it's Kloss when you need to stop fast advance, but this situation is a sharpshooter. Now, if he doesn't have to use a sharpshooter for the rest of the run, then he's okay. And he is.
And yeah, I don't think you care about a batty hit here at all, do you? I mean, losing the Atman is annoying.
You do if there's multiple batties, because this could be a Cobra flatline.
Ooh! And there are probably multiple batties.
I mean, I think there's probably 2 in there. So we'll see what if he triggers the 2 net damage stuff. He's going for a flatline.
No.
What a shame.
No further action, so presumably no other batty.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
That was Jackson.
So losing that Atman really doesn't hurt Phil at all, particularly. It actually lets him reset it if he has to. So Atman at 1 is pretty tempting at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose you're going to have money to fund it. You got 13 on the trader.
He's got
trader.
got 30 on the trade. Yeah, so all he wants to do with this writer, he wants to stick the writer until he levies, because then you can drop out all the spy cams again, and then your tech writer will give you money for the rest of the game effectively.
Sure. God, yeah, I forgot how oppressive this deck can feel.
It's appalling. Yeah.
Levying that turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
And now we see the cascade of spy cams coming back out.
Yeah, and he's done exactly right. So he's put the SMC back on the table. He's managed to keep a tech writer until he levies, and that's exactly how you want to play this part. So there's no tempo hit effectively from levying.
And getting spy cam and clone chip in the levied hand as well is pretty sweet, right? There's just absolutely no break in pressure there.
Yeah, so the chance of not getting a spy cam is really slim, because you're usually down to about a 30 card deck and you've got 6 spy cams in there. So, though interestingly, one's gone. Don't know where the last one is.
No, there's 6 on the board. There was one already installed.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's in the wrong order. What terrible boards you're taking. This Agriplex, we've talked up Agriplex. It's now probably hurting Rufus, because he doesn't need more cards now. He needs a way to score. He doesn't want to give Phil more cards right now.
So, I mean, his next turn could be money, friends, put the upgrades back in the remote. That's not terrible, right?
Yeah, so Rufus has to be looking for ways to... I think that's right. Rufus has to be looking at ways he's going to win, and it's not clear. He hasn't got a Nisei. He'd love to have a Nisei Mark II in his hand just shortly after reinstalling those upgrades. The interesting question will be whether Phil decides he wants to clear the remote out again. He may decide that it's worth doing. So Phil does have a pull-up as well. That's going to hurt.
Well, one good thing, though, about Rufus's position is he has 3 ice on the remote. So if the first 2 ice are reasonable, he can friends in 2 Caprice, and that somewhat neuters pull-up.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, the trick where you can get around a pull-up with your second Caprice. So that may be his way to score in this remote. Still no Nisei there.
I think it's the only way you've got at the moment, right? Like, Batty's not going to save you.
No, unless you're looking at Batty for a flatline. It's the only thing that, and that's really unlikely.
You're really fired up about this Batty flatline, Chris. I'm loving it.
It's my favourite way to win a game, is it? I've only seen it once, but it was a joyous occasion in my life. Practically, though, it's just a way you should consider winning. It's an unlikely one, but against this sort of spy cams deck where you've got to find pretty tentative outs sometimes, you've got to consider even stuff that isn't exactly reliable.
No, for sure. Like, I completely missed that on the run where if there'd been 2 Batties, he could have fired the net damage twice.
And that's probably gone now. I think Phil may well have realised when that happened that he might be in trouble if there were 2 Batties.
Yeah, and it's correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel it's kind of unusual for this deck to end up with very few cards in hand, just because there's so much draw and you've got Polana backing it up as well. The Agriplex.
Yeah.
So,
and he doesn't really need any cards anymore, so he's got all the cards he's on the table, so he's going to draw from Agriplex. Probably not going to play that many cards from his hand. That ice on R&D feels a bit luxurious to me here.
Oh, I think my stream has frozen. Let me get back in.
Oh, you've disconnected, Seamus.
Oh, what a shame, Seamus. Well, we'll carry on. Friends, Rufus played Friends last turn. He got a Caprice and a Jackson back, I think. Yep.
Yeah, looks like it. So, the Jackson's interesting because I'm not sure what he wants. The Jackson, I guess, is spy cams protection, but if Phil runs...
I guess he's also trying to dig for his Nisei, which seems fair.
Yeah.
But I feel like you really want the Batty because it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to defend this remote against 4 runs.
No. So Seamus is right. Double Caprice may have been the answer. That relies on you knowing the trick with the unresed inner ice, but as it is, I don't see how he scores in this remote at the moment. Nope. And the longer this game goes, the more and more it favours Phil. For
sure. Yeah, to be fair, Rufus doesn't know that Pollup's in Phil's hand right now, so... Yeah,
he doesn't.
No, he does.
He didn't see it for the first time round. Yeah, he knows now.
Yeah, nasty surprise. Yeah, so this is almost unwinnable at this point. It's kind of a pity, but yeah, you really need to rush out. And yeah, I guess Agriplex helps you get there. A bit unfortunate that Rufus didn't draw any Niseis while Agroplex was up. I think he was really searching hard for that one.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say in defense of Rufus here, like, we came in a reasonable amount into the game, I believe, and he was drawing a lot, and he's seen 1-4-2 in the entire game. Yeah. There's 17 cards left in R&D.
He's absolutely tried to do the right thing. It just hasn't come out as he wanted to. And this is the point about the 5-3. Sometimes you just have to score that 5-3 when you don't want to. It's still in hand as it happens.
Even if he'd squeezed out that future perfect, though, I mean, he'd still be in a terrible position because he'd have to score another 5-3. There's still be no 2-pointer to come in and close off.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
My computer's doing terrible, terrible things. There we go.
This is also why Fast Track is such a good card in Polano, if you can fit it.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think I'm certainly more concerned about facing Polana than I am Food at the moment, just because of the potential speed you can have.
I'll tell you what, Rufus is probably on the 8 agenda suite as well. So we said he's unlucky not to see a 4-2. He's probably been playing 4.
Yeah, with the future perfects and the GFIs, that's a good point. What do you make of Resing HQ Ice here? Like, Phil's probably not going to make repeat runs on HQ, and you've just robbed yourself of even the thinnest scoring window again by going down to 7 credits.
Yeah, I think his storing the ice in the first place is a tell that the agendas are in HQ. But what else you can do? Your only other option is to build a remote that's so big you can't possibly get through it.
And time is not on your side on that one.
No. So this deck's weakness is actually stacked sentries, because it's stacked sentries that aren't destroyers. Because it doesn't play Mimic. It has a Zoo to get through Kogates. It has an Inti to get through barriers, but it only has the Sharpshooter and the Atman to get through stacked sentries. But I don't know if Rufus has got enough to really exploit that.
I mean, there just aren't that many in the game that are helpful to you there. Like, net damage stuff you can potentially eat selectively. And then what's not a destroyer that's relevant? Like, guard? We talking guard? Triple guard remote?
We're probably not talking guard, but you never know. And you can always, the deck's pretty flexible, because you can always overinstall something to get the Atman back into the bin and then put it back at a more relevant strength anyway. So it's really hard to keep this deck out of a remote.
Yeah. And I suppose we might have just not seen the Clot, but what would you be looking to do with the Influence if you're not running Clot in this style of deck?
Peddlers, definitely peddlers. So this deck is all about setup. If you can set up, then you will win, probably. Phil's over memory, hasn't realised.
Yeah. Someone want to jump in? I'll go.
I'll let Ben do it as a... Seamus' time. Now you look like the bad guy. Okay. Yeah, so you need to get as many. So you need a tech writer down before you replicate everything out. You need a replicator and a bazaar. You need a spy cam. You really want the tech traders on as well. So you need to get quite a lot of moving parts on the board quickly.
And you're not concerned about potentially getting multiple moving parts on a single peddler, because you can just rinse through the deck.
You're just going to levy it. Yeah, you'll get it back anyway. So if you get, for example, 2 tech traders, that's fine. You'll probably find the third one anyway. Or some technical writer.
How much was that for? 29.
29 and 3 tech traders, so 32.
Oofed. Oh, so we've got IPO and restructure, so I guess he's dropped Celebrity Gift, which is interesting.
Yeah, and that's not terrible. I think restructure is probably the worst of the 3, but there's not a huge amount to choose between them. And Celebrity Gift is a bit of a playstyle thing. Some people really don't like giving away the information.
I think like one of the worst feelings is when you've been sort of clicking for credits and stuff, and then the runner runs your hand and sees a celeb gift, It's just such a tell that the other 4 cards are ones they want.
Or they see it up R&D and then you don't immediately play it next turn. It's like, what?
Yeah, just a bit of my 2p here. Celeb Gift in Polana is actually quite important, I think, because oftentimes you're trying to rush and you often end up very low on credits after a score, and Celeb Gift is exactly what pushes you to restructure range. So
yeah, I agree.
The info
I definitely
is
agree.
terrible. I mean, a lot of people underestimate just how good Celeb Gift is for the runner, but you kind of need the 3-cost operation there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember playing numerous games against various Jinteki Glacier decks, and you're doing good work pressuring them and forcing them to res ice, and then they play a Celeb Gift, and you're back to square one effectively with them at an operating level of credits and res ice on all their centrals.
Yeah, that's right. That's levy
And
number
out
2.
they come again. No tech writer down this time though, so
No.
bad value there.
Yeah, just have to rely on the free tech traders to put this trip through the deck. He's got the clone chips again as well, which is pretty useful.
Yeah, at this point, Rufus might just be trying to drag the game out to the 3rd levy. It'll be hilarious if that actually works.
Yeah, so you can do that because there's only this deck has a finite number of runs that it can make practically, but you really need to be able to play never advanced games to be able to do that. You need to be able to threaten stuff in a remote and drag them through the remote multiple times, because this deck is built upon the basis that if you put something in the remote that could be an agenda, it will check it.
Right, and Phil has been making quite a lot of speculative runs. Presumably he's going to see that if Rufus really goes for that drag out the game, drag out the clone chip strategy, he just needs to pull back and start only making runs that matter.
Yeah, he's got another pass through the deck, so the 3rd pass is the one where he will be extremely careful, but he might slow down a little bit this time. Like the HQ pokes, for example. You don't need to poke HQ in this deck because the agendas aren't going anywhere.
I mean, even some Polana decks that run one cheeky 3-2, that's only relevant if they get to 5, and Phil's in a really good position to stop that happening.
Exactly, yep.
While the game grinds on, I'm going to fetch my second beer of the commentary. My comms today are sponsored by the Fallon Brewery from the borders in Scotland.
Seamus, the beer you sent to me hasn't arrived. I don't know what's wrong.
Probably in the second post, mate, so just keep an eye out.
Right. Rufus
we've got a legwork.
So there's no clot in this deck. I'm assuming. So he's got legwork instead of the clot.
Legwork's fine, I guess. As you were saying, you don't really need HQ pressure, but I suppose it's maybe a more universally useful tool against decks that might be able to score out of hand, whereas Clot is obviously only useful in those situations.
So it's good in exactly the situation where you're worried about the game going to time and you just need to be able to kind of get some accesses because the agendas are just stuck in hand. It is good against Moon as well, which is the other point worth making, because that deck is susceptible to repeated legworks, so that gives you a bit of an advantage against that deck that's a bad matchup otherwise. So this legwork could close the game out if he's lucky with his accesses and side games.
Would you be tempted to use the Nisei token here? I think you need it to score, right?
Yeah, you can't use it here, I don't think.
Oh, he does.
He's playing for
Is Rufus
2-2.
potentially just playing for a draw here?
I think he is, yeah.
13 minutes is a long time in Netrunner.
Yeah, so again, that just confirms the belief that Agenda's in there.
Yep.
How's the beer, Seamus?
Let me tell you, Ben, it's delicious. I've just finished off one of their new range. It's called the Big One. It's a double IPA, 8.5%. Very spicy for a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, pretty early in the day to drink beer, I must say.
So it's a very sunny day here, so I went into the beer shop and they asked me, "Oh, are you taking these out to sit on the meadows?" I said, "Yep, absolutely. I'm not sitting in a room looking at a computer screen. That would be crazy."
What else would you do? So Batty's turned up and maybe gives him a small glimmer of hope as to be a way to score. He still hasn't found a 4-2.
I think you're probably now at a point, especially with Paul up down and Batty's relative irrelevance and the loss of the Nisei token, that you probably want to play for the draw more than you want to try and get the timed win and risk something in the remote. But there's 23 cards left in the game and only 5 points out, so it seems really unlikely that you're going to manage to stop Phil touching a single agenda for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's going to stick one for R&D at some point. There's at least 4 agendas in a 16-card R&D, so he's going to see one before the end of this game, you'd assume.
Mm.
You can stuff the second legwork, because there's one more legwork you might have to deal with on the last levy, but he's got Acrisium, so he knows he can play around that.
Is Rufus thinking, or is my screen slow? Oh, here we go.
Oh, message from Dave Hoyland on the live chat. Seamus drinking on the job. Typical. Shout out to Dave. Great stuff.
Hi, Dave.
Yes, this Friends is interesting.
Yeah, so is that a double Caprice in the remote now? Seems like it.
It should be, right? I think that first card has been there for a while, but I thought it was a Caprice.
I believe so.
Double Caprice is useless now that the Nisei token is gone.
No, it still allows you to play a side game versus the pull-up.
Oh, right, yeah, if you don't rest the inner ice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, okay, that's good.
And a Batty.
So this is actually not looking as bad, right? Like, you can just take the gamble on side games now, and that's a hell of a lot better than things have been looking for Rufus up until now.
You just got to lean really hard on side games.
And if you throw down the Future Perfect, clears the Freedom through Equality, and then Phil has to see a 3-pointer to bring it back to a draw?
Yes, yeah, or alternatively, he'll get the Freedom for Equality back on the levy. It looks like he's not playing Mad Dash, he's stuck with the Freedom for Equality.
Mm. Which I think is kind of showing its value here, as you were saying, like, it's given him constant pressure rather than having to risk the Mad Dashes.
Yeah, and the Future Perfect is also a pretty good counter to Mad Dash.
True. And we've not seen a film critic, which is potentially interesting in this day and age, although I suppose we don't really care about Scorpios and... Oh no, God, Scorpios is terrible for you. But yes. Hunter Seeker isn't the reason that it's terrible.
No, it's the fact that none of your cards will be in your heap.
Yes.
It does help against any mid-season or anything like that, and so it potentially is useful.
Mm.
It helps against Sync as well, because you can steal their cats.
Yes.
Stupid cats.
What have we got going on here?
This is just another speculative poke. So I think Phil is also pretty angsty about going to time by the look of it. He knows he needs to find some points.
Yeah, and he's not seeing anything off the spy cams.
He must not be.
No.
Yeah, this has been pretty expensive because he's had to burn the clone chip to do this as well. So.
Actually, I don't know about that Batty fire. If he had used Batty on the 2 net damage instead, he had a pretty good shot of knocking the levy out of the hand. And
yeah, he did.
Could, reset the timer. I mean, change the timer completely.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, and only 2 cards left in stack, so there's a reasonable shot of knowing that it's in there.
So you got 1 in 3 chance of effectively winning the game, I think.
Yeah, because the trash program does literally nothing at this point with all these clone chips.
Mm.
So Cobra Flatline was totally on, by the way.
Come on, net damage. You know you want to. Come on, Rufus.
I need to
Failed.
reset my browser again.
Missing some hot side game action.
So I'm on my work laptop because my regular laptop has finally given up the ghost, and I think it has like a reasonable firewall in place to stop you accessing like gaming websites, and it seems to be 50-50 on whether Jinteki is one of those.
You haven't explained to work why this is a crucial function of your job.
Well, I mean, I've turned off my work mobile, so they couldn't contact me if they wanted to.
Can't fire you until tomorrow.
Exactly. And that's very much Monday Seamus's problem.
So now we'll see if this is a double caprice. Yes, it is. Yeah, the timing on this is really awkward. So there's one specific window it works in, which is really hard to identify on just a techie run. And usually I do it by saying I'm doing the stupid caprice thing, much like Ruth.
This is not playing ball at all.
So Phil should save his pull-up here, probably.
Yeah, there's no point polypping if there's double caprice. Unless I suppose he could be thinking he's going to levy and get the pull-up back. So killing a caprice now and then killing a caprice again later is okay.
Right, so that gives Rufus a glimmer of hope.
I mean, he still needs... I suppose time-wise, one score will probably do it, but...
Yeah. He's got enough friends to get the batties back as well, but he really is... Right, so he's going for a score now. He's jammed the future. He's jammed the GFI.
So the question is, how many runs can Phil make? Not that many.
2.
That Eli is causing problems.
Yeah, so he can run once. So once with Atman, and then he can patch transfer sharpshooter the Eli, and then he can do it again with you clone chip the sharpshooter back to the Cobra, and then click for the Eli.
Well, he can also, when he clone chips the sharpshooter, he can install the NT from hand with Haley.
Yes, he can do. Yep.
I mean, it's expensive, but you don't really need a huge amount of money right now.
So he's clicked the first Eli through the first time, which I maybe I prefer to pay to break it the first time.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're back to the stupid caprice rolling. It's the same. It's exactly the same situation. Shouty Seamus. Yeah, so Rufus can res the second caprice, that's fine. So the interesting point is that his money is not high enough to score many times. So that 2 credits he's had to pay for the second caprice is actually really relevant because he needs at least 3 credits to score the agenda. He needs some money to play side games, and then he's got to score another agenda. So
the round is ending in about 1 minute. So that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Won the side game. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. So what a matchup.
Yeah. Tough for Rufus without seeing the agendas he needed early. His start was good by the look of it. Just didn't get the rest of it.
So, in terms of this matchup, it really is just dependent on how fast Polana can go, right? Like, the deck does have potential to outpace cams, I feel, when you've got, like, Nisei tokens and...
Yeah. You've just got to be able to do it quickly. You've got to draw the right cards. Play fast track. That's the lesson here.
For sure. I mean, given the wonkiness of the draw, maybe you wouldn't have seen that either, but fast track in Polana is really, really oppressive sometimes.
Yeah.
I think it's almost necessary in the 8 agenda version even. I mean, better than Agroplex even, because not finding your second Nisei was what really cost Rufus the game.
Yeah, so if you're cutting from 9 agendas to 8 agendas, the slot you get should go straight on fast track. Even if that means you've now got 2 potentially. Is that key in this deck, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. Alright, so that was round 2. We are going to move on to round 3 immediately because that basically went to time. And you folks can have your pick of games. The matchups are up, so have your pick.
What do you like the look of, Chris?
Let me have a look on
Meanwhile,
challenge.
for the viewers, here are the standings. Currently undefeated are Chris M, and Laurie, both on 4 wins and 0 losses. And we have a couple of people on 3, so this is quite interesting. This will be a top 4 cut. So right now, Chris and Laurie are looking pretty good. All right, have we decided on matches yet?
So we've seen Chris and Laurie already. So do you want to pick a different matchup?
So the only matchup that doesn't feature someone we've already seen is Martin P versus Motion Blur. So if we want 2 new people on stream, that would be the one to go for, I feel. Unless there's any other matchups there that really jump out at you.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
So they are currently... Alright, so Martin P, unfortunate... scoring's a bit weird. I guess he had a bye. Anyway, yeah, they both have only 1 or 2 wins, I think. So let's see how they perform. Is their game up yet?
I'm just having a look.
Martin P.
Doesn't appear to be. So Chris is on Smoke, and what was his corp again? I forget.
Corp.
It was the
was
rush
HP.
food. Yeah.
Yeah, with the Batty. Is that potentially quite an interesting pairing, Smoke versus the new HB asset thing that Laurie's doing, and
Andy?
Trashy?
It is, yeah. It is, because Smoke is actually surprisingly legitimate against that moon deck.
Wait, who's playing Smoke again? Is it Chris?
Chris, yeah.
Yeah, we can watch that
Extra
game.
C.
They're both
Let's watch that.
in the top. Yeah, they're both the top table now. So
They won't
Okay.
go on to.
let's do it.
Where are they? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, Laurie, boo. I thought we banned IDs from BABW.
Yeah, for those of you following at home, yes, IDs are banned. We will boo anyone who decides to do it. Shun.
Because BABW is a cool series of tournaments for cool dudes. And dudettes, of course.
And us.
Oh. We've got some issues with the
repairing.
pairings.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, the scores looked a bit wonky.
So I think what we saw there was Laurie not feeling confident in that matchup and using his position as tournament organizer to get in behind the scenes.
Yep, challenge is being problematic again. So sorry viewers, we have a delay due to pairings. Hopefully we should be back online shortly. In the meantime, how's everyone feeling about the BABW finals? It's next week.
I don't know what decks to play. I've accidentally not really played any Netrunner in a couple of weeks, so I have some testing organised this evening to panically figure out what the new cards have changed and see what is good.
Yeah, my plan was that I'd see a blindingly amazing set of decks in this tournament and then copy them.
Yep, no, that was absolutely an incentive to commentate as well.
Yep.
So any that caught your eye so far?
Well, no.
No.
I think I think it's quite uncertain at the moment. I think the meta, although maybe people don't like acid spam and would rather it had gone away, the amount of uncertainty, the amount of different decks that are viable and playable, and the way everything sits together at the moment actually is pretty healthy. There's a lot of different things you can play, and sometimes you have good matchups, sometimes you have bad matchups.
Yeah, that's
I think that's certainly true.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have seen the rumoured errata on Power Shutdown come in time for the finals to avoid having to deal with CI, but sadly,
that's
going to
the
be
point.
the case.
I will be on Siphon Noise.
You'll be on Siphon Noise.
What a ruse. Chris, you're supposed to be anti-ruse.
Noise is quite good.
Not
pretty impressive.
Siphon Noise?
A few people up here have been playing Noise lately, and it is nowhere near as bad as it used to be with CTM gone.
Yeah, if Moon had not emerged from the ashes of CTM, the Noise would have been really, really solid, but it's not great against against Moon, sadly. It's not terrible, though.
You think Moon gives you enough speed to outpace Noise?
Moon does. Now Noise's standard answer is to repeatedly play Deja Vu. So I repeatedly play Tlop with Deja Vus, which means that it's harder to score. But Moon, the advantage the Moon deck has is that it can build a serviceable remote pretty quickly. You can stick like a Fairchild and Architect, which is pretty horrible, and then just stick stuff in it. The other problem with Noise I found is that the Scorp matchup is pretty abominable.
Oh gosh.
Sure.
Yeah,
do you think Scorp's a real deck though?
I don't. I don't think it's that good. I think it's playable, but not particularly strong. But I think it's because it's a semi-viable Wayland ID. I expect it to be overrepresented at tournaments for a while.
Sure.
Yeah, and if your deck is not prepared for it, you might just get crushed. It's one of those very polarizing IDs where it's either very effective or your entire deck doesn't work, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think maybe the fact that BABW is like an invitational and about as try hard as it's going to get affects like the likelihood of seeing a lot of Scorp?
So yes and no. Because it's a small tournament, then you'd think that would decrease it. But the flip side is that it means that people like Ben and Dave Hoyland, who like making these kind of offbeat meta calls, if Scorp is the deck that beats a standard deck, then there's a potential that people you've not expected to might play it.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
No comment.
Benny, you play Scorp?
No comment. No comment. I wonder if the repairings are up. Are they?
Is Laurie going to give us a buzz when we're back in business?
I hope so. Yeah, challenge is being really annoying because you can't take back the round 3 repairing. Round 3 pairings as they are. So, gonna have a few technical difficulties here.
So I'm gonna fall back on pen and paper.
The almighty pen and paper.
Presumably, Laurie has a spreadsheet prepared for this exact eventuality.
Several. And he's playing the numbers, and Laurie will come out top, I assume.
So I'm pretty curious about this HP asset spam deck because it's sort of emerged right during the period where I've been on holiday and then just vaguely absent. There seems to be like a gathering consensus that it might be the deck to beat.
Yeah, so I think it's very strong. I think it is pretty vulnerable to hate cards. So there's a few cards, depending on the version of the HB deck. So one of them leans very heavily on Luxury Smart Fabrics, which is obviously hard countered by Film Critic.
Yep.
Potentially there's the kind of more fast advanced variant that plays more 3/2s, maybe plays Silence City Grids, which again clocked then becomes much more valuable. So all this maybe makes shape. This is why Smoke potentially has a good matchup against these decks, because she can play those cards quite naturally, quite easily anyway. It is very strong, but it's pretty. It's like all these acid spam decks. It's got 9 ice, and its scoring plan is to chuck stuff on the table until the runner kind of collapses to fatigue. So they're pretty fragile.
You hear that, Seamus? Smoke is good.
Hey, Smoke's always been fine.
Alright, it seems like we're going to continue as it is, and the scores are correct, apparently. So, hopefully, they are, and in that case, we'll be casting the same matchup again. Or rather, the one that we intended to.
Yeah.
Right, so no changes. Alright, sorry for the delay, folks, but we should be back on track shortly. Yeah.
So, Chris, we're once again going to be seeing a game with Batties in the mix. Do you think this is going to be the occasion for your much desired Batty kill finish?
This is the fact that I like Batty's a myth, by the way. It's Andromeda, so this is kind of arguably when Batty's at its strongest, right? Is when it's against a criminal where you trash their breakers and then suddenly they can't get in anymore and have lost the entire game.
I suppose an interesting question potentially is whether Laurie has made allowances for the existence of Scorpios and just the general rise in Rig Shooter as a strategy. Will he have extra breakers? We didn't see him. I think you missed the game against Nails. Was that Laurie? It didn't appear that he had a Vamadeva. But he did have a Fem, and he was using Abagnale, so presumably 2 decoders rather than 1.
He probably has a Mammon as well, I would expect.
Ooh, interesting.
I'll be surprised, actually. Laurie's not the kind to slot such specific cards. I think he has a Film Critic for Hunter Seeker.
He does have a Critic, yeah.
But not Batty Tech, so this could end up quite gruesome for Laurie. Depending.
What he can do, though, he can rebirth into Steve Cambridge and get his breakers back.
It's very true.
Aha.
The answer to having your breakers broken, break more breakers.
Yeah. So he does have backup, so he's got at least 2 of every breaker of varying sorts. So I think he might have one might be Passport, one might be Gordian, for example. Laurie's definitely a fan of Gordian Blade.
Yeah, Rebirth is quite cool in that regard. Anyway, I should leave y'all to do the commentary. I'll sit back.
Yes, this is a great first hand from Laurie.
Yeah, presumably we're going to see a Temujin come down if Chris doesn't ice up, which he's not. Yeah. So that's a juicy R&D hit.
Yeah. So normally this would go on archives, this Temujin, but you're right, you might be tempted to put this onto R&D instead.
I think I would, just because you're going to get such an economy boost that you don't really mind having to wait for...
Yeah. I agree. Because you've got the sec testing, if you didn't have the security testing, it would be much more marginal. But that first security testing burst as well means that it's a lot of money.
Yeah, and I don't know if he knows that Chris is on a trashy strategy, but you could even special order for Mongoose, drop Mongoose, and then next turn hit R&D again, because if it's a Fairchild, you can click through it, and anything else nasty you hit is going to be a sentry anyway.
Yeah. So what I think he'll do, he'll move. He'll move security testing to archives. He'll save that R&D until he finds his pressure for R&D.
Sure. No, that's fair. And that's Laurie starting his 3rd turn with 20 credits.
Yeah.
And he's drawn a Katie Jones.
So I'm surprised he hasn't hostage here. He's drawn the Aaron anyway. That's fine. I think there's definitely an argument that you hostage for Aaron very early because of the tempo it'll give you the rest of the game.
No.
Where's this going?
Fair enough, right? Like, you don't know if it's jammy or not.
Yeah, that's fine, isn't it?
Now, the thing about Aaron, of course, this is going to have an impact for you personally, Chris, because it potentially makes a batty flatline harder.
Boo! Not if no one scores agendas. He'll have to not score agendas. So that Leela play makes this kind of this biotic and Vitruvian hand a bit worse, because I think he'd been tempted to push that out of biotic maybe relatively quickly. Maybe he'd go for the 4-2 first, but he now can't do that. He probably is going to go for the corporate sales team, though. Yep, and that's right. He has to go for that pretty quickly. And
I think that's okay with 2 ice on HQ and the remote. Like, you're probably going to get away with that and not suffer huge repercussions from the Leela bounce.
Yeah, he's going to get leg work. Oh, no, he is. Yeah, could get fairly ugly. So he's got enough credit so actually he can withstand this. I'm surprised Laurie didn't run this remote.
So he did do the mongoose. So yeah, I think he's looking to pressure next turn once the score bounce comes.
Yeah. Though because he double advanced it, he can get
No,
rid
he
of
didn't.
Vitruvius as well. Oh, he didn't know. Okay, that's a shame. He probably should have.
Yeah, well, he didn't have the clicks to do that and double ice the remote, so he might have been worried about inside job. Bounce off the blind siphon. So do you think the hard end the run there maybe gives a hint that we're looking at program trashing rather than like a foodie or potentially rushier build? I suppose hard end the runs is going to go with rushy as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely tells you it's kind of the jammy rushy type. I don't think you necessarily call rig shooting, because that's not so clear cut.
Sure. The current board state doesn't really punish rig shooting too much, though, because like if you lose your mongoose or even your data sucker, you've probably got a second mongoose and a fem.
So he will definitely have a fem. I'd be quite surprised if he had a second mongoose.
Oh, really? You think just a single mongoose and a fem?
Be my guess, yeah. So Laurie now regretting throwing away that special order that he had at turn 1.
Didn't he special order for mongoose? Oh, yeah, he did drop another one.
He had 2 special orders in his opening hand, and he went down to 6 cards at the end of turn 1 and pitched the special order.
Yeah, I think interestingly, his Andromeda hand was like a very good setting up for turn 2 Andromeda hand rather than like a great turn 1 Andromeda hand, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Which is fine. I mean, that's arguably how you want to play anyway. But because and this is again with perfect hindsight, he hasn't played the hostage which he kept. He's drawn the connections he wanted, but he hasn't drawn any more breakers. But it's not even necessarily a wrong decision at the time. It's just right now he wishes he had special order in hand instead of hostage.
Now, if he'd gone Steve Cambridge, getting HQ, double special order.
No, he can't get to HQ, so he's special to get crowbar in a locked box.
So just drawing more money here. Against like a different form of HB, you know, you need all the cash you want, but Earthrise is what you need, really. That's good.
Yeah. So
he has a fair chunk through his deck, 23 cards left in the stack, so he's doing the right doing the right level of drawing to pull through this sort of patch of non-useful cards.
And he's played solidly because he's kept the pressure on, so he's forced my pressure to try and damage the economy a bit. And that corporate sales team is going to give him a ton of money. It's surprising how far a corporate sales team goes into just powering your entire deck.
Oof, and more money for Laurie.
Ideal.
I mean, you start pitching stuff at this point, right? Ah, there we go. That's not so bad. Yeah. So we have actually seen that there is potentially like an unusual number of barriers in this deck. So a lot of the time with clicking through Eli's and your decoder and your sentry breaker down, you're kind of sweet against HB. But it does mean he's got the Earthrise ticking and only needs one more breaker to be able to get in anywhere.
Yeah, it's a shame he's telegraphed the Abbey now, I think.
Yes, but with the perfect information we have, there's not a huge amount Chris can do about that. And in fact, he's just drawn another agenda, which is terrible for him.
So this is awful because you assume a legwork is coming straight away. I'd be astonished if Laurie's first click isn't okay.
Oh, Well, yeah, that looks like a very definite legwork, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that advanced symbolize can't install anything because they're all agendas, and that res is not good.
I mean, you could install an agenda, right?
No, you can't.
Oh no, it's not agenda cards.
Yeah. So actually, resing that advanced symbolize is going to tell straight away that he's flooded.
Oofed. And if Laurie hits just 2 of those agendas, then that remote is gone.
The remote is gone entirely. Yeah.
Is Laurie going to smell blood?
Yeah,
Right?
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
Oh, interesting. I wonder why he... Why would you go for the advanced assembly lines first?
That's curious.
Uh-oh. Well then.
Well, boys, this just blown this game open.
He's only got 1 click.
Yeah, so he's going to lose Avic now.
Jeez. All right. And what is this inner ice?
Oh man, I'm feeling so bad for Laurie now.
Yeah.
Like in the London BABW, I wrecked him with Batty HB as well against Andromeda. Some people just don't learn.
Oh, it looks like Laurie forgot that he had rebirthed into Leela losing his link.
That's unfortunate. Oh man, poor Laurie.
Chris being a gent and allowing a retake there.
That's not Laurie's strong point.
I don't mean to harp on about this, but allowing that retake of the brain damage, Batty kill slips further and further from our grasp.
Oh, Cobra. We're up now. If this is a Cobra as well, this is it's a magnet.
You're hungry for it, Chris.
Well, it's just aesthetic how. So he's going to be very hard on that data sucker now because his century breaker will now be Fem.
We haven't seen a huge number of high strength sentries. You know, like breaking Itchy or Architect with Fem isn't like worlds away from breaking it with Mongoose, to be honest.
Sure, yeah.
But from what looked like a pretty bad position for Chris, we're now seeing him 4 points up and breaker threats completely removed from Laurie's side of the board.
Yeah, and again, it's easy because we can see the hands, we know what's going on. But this arguably is what happens because he ran the remotes instead of HQ.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we didn't have any concrete signs of Batty, but it does seem risky when you've got that legwork in hand and all 3 breakers down, you know?
Yeah. And the advanced assembly should have told him that he had nothing in hand he could install other than agendas.
Mm. What are you thinking, Laurie?
Interestingly, because the Batties have now gone, if he tries to stick this global food initiative on his next turn, he will lose it to a Fem.
Yeah, that's quite an aggressive play given his level of credits.
Yeah.
But then I guess, you know, he's just gambling on Laurie not having a second decoder, which he does not.
He might not go for it. His line might be that he goes for Bartix instead.
What would your thoughts be on that? I kind of feel like you maybe do want to play more aggressively rather than turtle up and hope for biotics, because that just gives Laurie more time to get back in the game.
I would push it here because if you do it, obviously you win. If he's got no way through, then you win. If you don't, it's like you've still got the line of the Bartix to fall back on because you'll still have your 3-2s.
Was that like hot takes from world champ Chris Dyer? If you do get 7 points, you will win.
Yeah. Be good at net running.
I don't really love dropping this Temujin here, like unless he's just going to run it once per turn along with his sec testing.
So he needs money for them. Yeah, I don't like this at all.
30 credits though. I mean,
What are you going to do with it? What?
Yeah.
It's actually done it 3 times, so he's got to 35 credits, but yeah.
Oh, he's doing it. Oh, but he's again going for the biotic option, hoping maybe that Laurie thinks it's a 4-2.
Yeah, so I think Laurie steals it. It doesn't change how you play, does it? I think you still go for it.
Yeah, because you need to install your FEM anyway. You're not just holding onto it for a surprise. You also need that sentry breaker. So might as well go on the remote.
Yeah, and it's the only ice that you can't break. You've got passport for everything else.
Oh, good point. Yeah, fair point. Oh, and he hit a Cyberdex, did he, in our archives?
He did, yeah.
I mean, doesn't really matter. He's rich as a mad rich person, but...
Yeah, so the interesting point here will be what he does with the itchy. So what he should do is pay for it, because then he's got the clicks to exploit the leader bounce. If he clicks for it, then he's got nothing else to do on his turn. Yeah, so that's a much better line. Yeah. And his temperature looks a bit better now as well, because he just spent a bunch of credits.
Yeah, fair point. It is remarkable how quickly your money can disappear against HP servers.
Yeah. Yeah, so even though that didn't work, I still like that line. I still like him trying to go for that.
Sure. And obviously with perfect information, you want to drop passport and legwork here.
Yeah, do we know what the outside ice is?
We do not, or I do not anyway.
It might be a Cobra, I think.
But that's easy Ozzy for Fem.
Yeah. So like exactly like you say, know what we do. That is the right play, but I think he may just money up.
Chris is 25 cards through his deck, and there are 7 points in play. So you would probably assume 1 in hand, right?
I think so.
There we go. Oh, but no install of passport. He's forgotten that. And he's remembered.
Of all the card games I've ever played, Netrunner might have the greatest capacity to make you look stupid.
So now with Laurie having telegraphed the legwork, does Chris biotic out one of those agendas?
He will lose the other
second
one.
biotic.
Oh,
yeah.
Hello. Yeah, he does definitely.
I think you risk that, right? Like
I think you've got to, right? So this is what we said. If you lose the GFI, then your next plan is to hope that you can then biotic out the other 4 points. So he's got a 60% chance effectively of.
Has Laurie forgotten that he has passport in hand? Oh no, he's just using his iron counters.
Yeah, that's fine. So that siphon is a big deal here as well.
Oh, and he's got the 2 iron counters to clear it as well. That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even with that batty trash, things have not really turned around very well for Chris.
I mean, they have, but he's still got his out. That he needs 6 credits, and he's got the cards in hand at the moment. So it's not. If he loses the Vitruvius here, then he's in trouble. But those aren't the worst odds.
Oh yeah, gets away with it. I think you probably dirty laundry HQ here, right? Like you've got to.
Yeah, I think you've got. No, he might. Yeah, he'll run R&D. That's fine.
I suppose he knows that Chris can't biotic next turn.
Yeah.
Although, actually, I do recall from last game that Chris is running lateral growth, which does reduce the baseline for bioticking from hand somewhat. Oh, second legwork.
Yeah, and he's got to play it, I think.
I don't know if he feels burned on that legwork and thinks maybe he misjudged the presence of the agenda. Maybe he thinks that Chris cleared his hand with that biotic ABT. Yeah,
interestingly, he didn't see the biotic. So the 3 cards he saw with the free ice.
Although Chris is still a credit off being able to play it, so...
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So how taxing is that for Laurie to check? Not really. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine. But
It's not, but it's a click, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because ideally, so Laurie needs to do 3 things this turn. And obviously, again, this is because we know exactly what he needs to do. He needs to leg work, he needs to check the remote, and he needs to check R&D.
Yeah.
So he's got to get that exactly right. He's got to.
Yeah. Why is he drawing?
Don't like the draw.
He needs
So
to look
it's
for his
like-
R&D locking tool, medium or something. That's why.
Oh, sure.
He really is gambling that there's no agenda in hand right now because he has done a good job at locking it. But yeah.
Well, he trashed off the top
There
last
hasn't,
turn,
yeah.
so there was a clear
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't like this Jackson pop though.
No, that's a really bad, really bad for 2 reasons. So one, it shows he doesn't have to run remote. 2, it effectively denies him the cost of trying to make Laurie run R&D again, because if he then ran the remote and he sees the Jackson, he has to at least run R&D a second time to lock it.
But it doesn't look like Laurie's seen the possibility of the biotic 3-2 in hand. Unless
So
last plays legwork.
It's siphon. He's okay.
So that's actually pretty good, right? Like it buys him more time for more agendas to build up.
Yep.
Here's an interesting question. Do you take the access here, or do you take those 2 credits and move Chris even further away from being able to biotic?
I would take 2.
Yeah, I think so. Which he does.
Yeah. So you've got no resources in play that are particularly valuable at the moment, so...
Yeah. And yeah, I think you're completely right, Ben. I think he's drawing for his R&D pressure.
So it'll be 1 medium, 1 turning wheel, I suspect. But maybe not, because he's got a scrubber instead of a turning wheel.
Yeah, so we've seen quite a lot of influence, right? Like we've got Jackson Clare, Scrubber. We know there's a film critic in there.
Yeah.
Urquhart's for nice, tempting Chris to spend clicks and ooh, nice.
Yeah. It's a shame that
And there was
everything's red,
medium.
but yeah.
Yeah, so the ordering was a bit off, right? If he ran R&D before installing the Earthrise, he wouldn't have to install the Earthrise.
Yeah, exactly.
Minor
Yeah.
details there.
And yeah, we've got Jackson in the remote again. So if Laurie doesn't pop the legwork again, it's looking pretty good for Chris.
Yeah, so this is interesting because that's Laurie's entire deck. So if he doesn't legwork now, I think he's won. I think Chris wins.
So if he drops medium, he sees what 1, 2, 3 cards. It's not the worst
Yeah.
on 4 points,
No, it's not.
and it looks
Got
like that's
plenty
what he's
of
going
money.
for. Ooh. I suppose if you're going to pop Jackson and Laurie's going all in on R&D, you might as well do it now.
Yeah, I guess.
And he puts the cyber decks in, so
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the legwork here, right? Like, there's no reason to run R&D again.
ooh. I mean, that
Yeah,
makes
I
his
know.
odds a bit sweet.
Right. So
Yep,
Ah, yeah,
that's
there we
right.
go.
That's correct.
that's right.
Moment of truth. There we go.
Calling the odds before he goes in.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was pretty tight.
Yeah, it was tight. Yeah.
So I think if Chris had the lateral growth in hand, he would have won that.
He would have done. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well played to both players. That was very, very close and very good timings on legwork by Laurie that sealed the game.
Yeah. Yeah. That last one. Again, it looks obvious because we're looking at hands. It's not always obvious when you do legwork because it's quite easy to fall into this trap of thinking you've got the R&D locked and then never need to run HQ.
Yeah, but in that...
I think he did a good job as well of... Oh, sorry, go on, Ben.
Oh, no, I was just going to say in that last turn, it made perfect sense to legwork. He wasn't going to win off
Yeah.
R&D anyway. But yeah, you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Laurie, partially just because he was fortunate to draw the account siphon when he did, although he has drawn his entire deck, so fortunate is not necessarily the correct term. choosing to siphon to buy himself time on a potential biotic, which then gives him time to hit R&D and potentially see more agendas build up in hand, it's solid play.
Yeah, they're just discussing the value there of not popping the Jacksons, and it's interesting to note that Laurie's on 11 credits, and if he'd been forced to run the remote twice, which was potentially valuable, he'd have had no credits.
I think there's probably an argument to be made that he wouldn't have run the remote the second Jackson.
Yeah.
Just based on, like, it would be crazy for Chris to put an agenda in there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, for sure, the first Jackson pop was pretty dubious. Sorry, Chris.
Oh, I agree. You've made my point for me.
Oh no, I was apologising to Chris Martin for shit talking his play.
Oh. Rude.
So yeah, Chris has got the second game up.
All right, so what's this matchup we have here? Is it Smoke versus... Yep.
Smoke versus
HV
Asset-E ETF.
Oh, what? That hand? What? That's such a good hand. Oh,
Ooh.
God.
So he's mulligan for Temujin. That's what he's done.
Oh, my gosh. That hand. So good. So much value.
What did he mulligan? I'm behind you.
He had a Beth, a Gamble, and something. But Diesel does get him Temujin, and he's got an Astrolabe, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think you mulligan for Astrolabe in this matchup.
Oh!
No, he doesn't know that.
You do.
Unfortunately, though, installing the casts takes him below Temujin first click next turn, which is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, I'm not sure about dropping the cast there.
So I think probably what I would have done is drop the casts and click for a credit rather than running HQ, because then you go to 4
Yeah, that's a good
and
point.
start your next turn. I mean, running HQ got him 2 points, so like that's sweet, but...
Yeah, if I wanted to run HQ, I would have dropped Temujin HQ and blasted it.
Yeah, so it was Diesel into Temujin, so we would have only got 2 hits off it, and I think it's reasonable to assume that Laurie would have then iced up HQ and potentially cut off your money.
Right.
So like
fair.
Smoke's really can fly off landing one early Temujin, but if you get an early Temujin cut off only partially run down, you can struggle for cash.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And it's particularly important in this matchup to get a Temujin on turn 1 or 2, because once the assets fly out, you have to worry about advanced assembly lines into ice at instant speed.
Yeah. So you definitely want to click for a credit here so that you can Temujin.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
That's... wow. Someone's stream sniping here. No, I'm kidding. But wow. That's... ouch.
So he's already in range of an indexing mad dash to win, which is the important point of that second steal.
And he's on 4 at the start of next turn, or potentially 5 with Beth. So probably see Temujin on HQ if Laurie doesn't ice, and given that he's on 4 points and Laurie's on none, I think Temujin on Archives is fine at this stage as well. Just get some money and set yourself up. Because Astrolabe's going to draw you everything you need.
One of the things about this deck is you really want to trash stuff out of HQ rather than off the board. It's much better for you.
Why is that in particular? Oh, sick
Yeah.
anti-Temujin HQ tech from Laurie here. Have no HQ.
You don't want to let the cards hit the table because there's stuff like Marilyn Campaign and Lakshmi's that you really don't want on the table. You want to get rid of them before that.
Sure.
So you don't add advanced assembly lines and Moon, all of which. So 2 of the key assets pop themselves before you can trash them. So you can't stop them getting the value for it. So that's interesting. That Temujin did go on empty HQ. So is that better on Archives?
It pressures Laurie to potentially defend HQ if he draws something. And you've got the gamble to boost your economy if you don't manage to unload that Temujin. And I think crucially, as you pointed out, the fact that he's an indexing and mad dash off victory gives him quite a lot of room for like non ideal plays.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would actually quite like maybe slowing down here, getting a breaker and net marker down, and starting harvesting net marker credits, because that helps you keep on top of the board as well, if that's something you decide you want to do.
Yeah, so it lets you do two things, right? It can either build up your credits so that you can do something with them, or you can use it as a kind of a mini desperado, kind of scrubber,
Exactly.
sort of thing. So it helps either one of those two routes.
I think, interestingly, so I was about to say the fact that Chris discarded his SatCon makes me think that maybe it's only there for program trashing and he isn't running clock, but we've just seen him draw it, so that is not the case.
Yeah.
I had forgotten that Chris is running Blackstone, which I will repeat is terrible, but
deceptively terrible, right? It's just good enough to make you think that it's okay, and it's not.
That's exactly right. Oh, he's thinking he can use... Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah. No, he can't do that.
Yeah, no, he spotted it, though. He's
okay, yeah.
I don't know... Obviously, you can't always install things in the order you'd love to, but going to the effort of installing Netmarker but not putting a breaker down to exploit it is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? So Chris's strategy is obviously going to be to check some remotes. So he's not going to check them all. He's going to check a couple, just to try and stop Laurie scoring off the board while not delaying his setup too much. So Laurie may feel at some point he has to go for something a bit more aggressive. The interesting question is how many clone chips Chris has got.
So the fact that he's all in faction on the breakers, I think suggests that he potentially has one or two clone chips, just because there's not really any indication beyond Temujin's where he spent his influence. But if we assume 3 Temujins and a Polop, that puts you on 10, Clot puts you to 12. So at least one clone chip, because you'd be mad to run Clot with none.
You suspect all 3, right? As soon as you see Clot, you think they've probably got all 3.
I disagree. I think particularly if you want Temujin to be your econ, which of course you do, fitting in 3 clone chips is tough. But there's one, which is likely enough to seal this. Like and another SatCon. That's rough. Because we assume Laurie's not running anything mad like Arc Lockdown, right?
No, he's not. No.
I mean, is Arc Lockdown even a bad idea if you are so reliant on fast advance?
I don't think it's a bad idea at all, but I suspect Laurie is playing like a cleaner, streamlined build, just due to the assumptions I've made about him as a person.
Whoa, that's loaded.
I think that's a compliment. Like, suggesting that he's not one for frippery.
Very.
I really want to put Hellion beta test in this deck, and he won't let me.
Is that because you're Team Cat, Chris?
Yeah, and it's got great flavor text you can quote as you play it.
I am a big fan of the Hellion beta test flavor text.
Yeah.
So Laurie's board is getting out of control now, but what isn't obvious is how he's going to score any points.
So that's kind of my view on like the Shaper fast advance asset spam matchup. Is like there's just no point in caring about the board state at all. You entirely focus in on what their scoring strategy is, and Chris has access to Clot with SatCon, and he has a Polop down. So whether it's fast advance or whether it's Caprice, I think he's got a reasonable shot. The only thing that he doesn't have at the moment is a film critic for potential Lakshmi.
Yeah, I don't know if Laurie's playing Lakshmi. He's not a fan of it in general. So he cycled a couple of agendas with the DBS so far. Maybe he should have been looking to score them because it's going to be very hard to score anything late.
Agreed. But it's not very apparent to me how he would have scored any of the agendas that he's bottomed previously.
He would have had. He would have had to have used some of that ice to build remote.
Mm. And you were saying, Chris, that this deck runs like 9 pieces of ice or something.
Yeah, at the most, 8 or 9.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to keep smoke out of that.
Yeah, exactly. This is why Smoke. This in fact is quite a good demonstration of why Smoke is good against this deck, because late game she can check your remote every time, so you can't not never advance. If you've got Clot, then they can't biotic. If you've got a film critic, they can't Lakshmi. So all the answers are there if you can get to this stage of the game. So
Yeah,
Chris
I
now
like
has
the HQ here.
Breakers, yeah. So he
Could
just
have
needs to
maybe
build
drop
up.
the Ghost Runner first, although I suppose you've got the smoke credit and you can drop the
Got
Ghost Runner
smoke, yeah.
later if you care.
He just needs to build up Netmaker credits because that's the only other thing that could hurt him now, I think.
Yeah, so I actually wouldn't have trashed that Jackson. Like, I think you do not care about the assets right now. You just focus on the scoring.
Yeah.
And like go in this kind of matchup, going 4-0 up is great anytime. But this just gives you such freedom to like invite Laurie to telegraph how he intends to score, be it like a remote or fast advance or Lakshmi nonsense.
And you can check every remote now, so he doesn't need to do anything else all game effectively. He's got everything he needs in place, so he can check every single remote that Laurie plays.
Like raw cash is not amazing. Like he's still gonna have to drop Blackstone to potentially pierce any remote, and God help him if that's anything other than a vanilla. But if he managed to gather a bit of raw cash, then I don't see what Laurie can possibly do.
No, so he's going for this remote. I think he's going to try and turn server 7 into a scoring remote. That was not an agenda.
Was that a team sponsorship?
I think
or
it was just
campaign.
It was. I think it was just a irrelevant asset, frankly.
Sure.
So he's going to invite Chris to check it. He's going to try and raise everything he's got, and then try and run him out of stealth credits and econ. But
this has actually worked out quite well for Laurie though, because it's taken the pressure off HQ, which is now containing 3 agendas.
Yep.
And there's still 4 on the Temujin on HQ, so the incentive to run that is pretty strong.
Yeah, so this is costing him real credits.
Yep. Yeah, so the advent of the ridiculous code gate and relying on dagger rather than switchblade means that you, particularly against HP with high numbers of subs, you really can end up getting taxed on your real econ even when you've got stealth breakers to potentially get through a lot of very expensive ice cheaply.
So Chris missed the 3 and 5 in HQ, which at least gives Laurie some glimmer of hope. He's just going to have to keep stuffing stuff in this remote, though. So that Fairchild, does that do anything at all? Maybe a little bit.
It's quite expensive.
Yeah.
And, like, Laurie can pretty much sit back on the assumption that he has infinite money. Like, Chris has correctly not attempted to challenge the board, I think. But if I were Chris, so is it 2 advanced assembly lines in the bin? I think I would consider just dropping Temujin on archives next turn and bumping up your economy. Even if it costs you Laurie getting a score, fine.
That's what is going to lose you this game. So Laurie, I think, is now looking at whether he can stick this Fairchild on the outside of the remote, put the ABT in it, and then at least get himself on the board. Can't trigger G's.
Yeah.
To show.
So yeah, I think that gets Laurie a score for sure. We've seen no multi-access pressure from Chris, so I'm assuming that he is sensible and is running indexing, in which case he doesn't really care what Laurie does until Laurie gets to like 4 or even 5 points. Oh, so that's a GFI in the remote, so Biotic 4 advances Jeeves.
So this is bait for the clots. This is interesting. This is just more tax on econ.
Interesting. I think you let this go.
Yeah, I think you do.
Why would you not clot it?
Because Laurie's clearly inviting you to, and you're only on 8 credits, and Laurie's on loads of credits. Ooh.
Really? Like, I suppose.
So
I think so.
So this is exactly what Laurie wants him to do, right? It's exactly why Laurie has just done this.
Yeah. Did I overhear someone saying earlier that this deck only runs 1 Jackson? Or is that a different build?
So the build that was published, which the big unit published, Dungeon Techie, is 1 Jackson, Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, Cybernetics Core, Successful Field Test, all sorts of stuff. This is a slightly more restrained version.
Yeah, because, I mean, as Chris, you've got to be thinking, like, maybe there's a Jackson on the board and he's just going to bait the cloth and install over that card. I mean, I think Laurie What is Laurie's game plan here?
So Laurie, presumably here, his plan is advance, and install the Fairchild with the cheese click.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's pretty strong. One of those rare occasions where Houdini is potentially tastier than Refractor.
Yeah, so it's going to cost him 4
Oh, no, actually,
stealth
even
credits.
here, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it takes 2 pumps regardless. I mean,
Yeah.
wait, why? Oh, right. Cheese click. Okay. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So actually, Chris has got Beth, so he could unload the... I think I would have just gone Temujin.
He's going to challenge the remote, I think.
Yeah, but I would have, like, Temujin run the remote.
I mean, you have double Ghost Runner, right? Why not? Like, you can always set up Temujin next turn. Seems fine.
It's the subs, though. Like, so this remote has 9 subs, so that's 9 credits, regardless of, you know, how efficiently you're boosting strength, which is, given the strength of the 2 Fairchild, not actually that efficiently.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about this play by Laurie. Baiting
I think
the
I
crowd.
think he had to.
Like, he could have just never advanced, place a naked
Sure.
thing in it. Yeah. Because if you place a food in there and he doesn't check it, you can score it with Baltic. And that's such a much safer route to take.
Yeah, that's fair. So losing this agenda isn't actually a big deal for Laurie, other than the points he'd like, obviously. But it doesn't actually make Chris a lot closer to winning, because he's still... it takes away the need for Mad Dash and means he can win off just an access, but
Yeah, I
it's
guess.
not actually that big a deal.
Yeah, my point is, if Chris actually had a Mad Dash, this is game. So
Yeah,
That's a fair
agreed.
point.
that's
Yeah,
why I'm
that's
not
right.
a fan of what Laurie did. But well, he's back.
There are only 12 cards in Chris's stack left, and we've seen literally no multi-access pressure. So I don't know if this is just a weird draw he's having, or if with all the tech cards he's had to go sparse on winning tools, as it were. Because we've seen 2 Satcons, 2 clone chips, a Clot, Polop, and an Atman, which is presumably for CI with Mother Goddess.
I mean,
So
indexing.
like
Indexing
that's a fair chunk of
indexing
So
Mad
Laurie
Dash is
served excellent.
that's one of the biggest reasons to play Smoke. Indexing Mad Dash. There's no reason why
Yeah.
you wouldn't include it.
Yeah, if I'm Laurie, I think I purge there.
So he's got a scoring window here to get the GFI out, and then that potentially opens up Bioticking twice for the win if he can just tax Chris out of clone chips, which like is not terrible, I guess. And he could also go some never advanced game with that
But he-
Fairchild.
He could always have purged, then installed the ABT with the juice click, and still exploit the scoring window. He's going to try and
So
push
he's
the GFI
really-
instead.
He's really telegraphing that. Chris has gone down low, so this is where unloading the Temujin earlier would have been good.
Yeah. But then, because he hasn't got rid of the clot, this is 1 score. But I don't see how he's going to get any more than that.
Well, now that he's on 3, all he has to do is never advance successfully twice in that remote, and Chris can't check that every turn.
All.
So, you know, we're still in a position where finding and indexing almost certainly wins Chris the game, but if Laurie uses team sponsorship to put an ABT in that remote, like, it's a high-risk
Yeah,
play,
it's
but...
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So I think Laurie's actually handled this matchup very well. Like, I think you were right to say that this is a good matchup for Smoke, but I think Laurie's been, like, pretty savvy and adaptable in how he plays. Like, the GFI last term was a big risk, as Ben pointed out, but I think maybe you do need to take these sorts of risks, and Chris is potentially getting punished for being too aggressive rather than keeping an eye on locking Laurie's scoring options.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got 2 Polops.
That is interesting.
And he installs the ABT from hand using team spawn into the remote.
Yes, so he does. So I
So
like
Chris-
that play.
Yeah, Chris has shown himself to be very. I think he would really want to run this remote. I don't know if he can.
I
don't think
don't
he can
like
now,
checking
certainly.
these remotes.
No.
I think you need to unload that Temujin, get yourself back in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's not gaining your net credits. Just like the whole game is this remote now, and you need raw credits to get it.
Yeah, agreed.
This is definitely a mistake. With 2 DBS up, there's no way the agenda's in hand. No way. And yeah, I guess that's one of the big reasons to play DBS in this. It helps against agenda flood.
Yeah, DBS is great. It's such a good card.
Like, yeah,
That's so rough though. Like, just looking, like Chris could have gone to like 12 credits this turn with easy access to 8 more next, which puts him back in line for remote busting, and instead he's on 6. That's really rough.
No, the only
Laurie's being cute here. So I think he's looking to biotic and then have that card in the remote for the win.
Well, yeah, I guess.
I mean,
So that was his route, but I don't see why you don't score. I don't see why you don't score the agenda and then biotic afterwards.
That's a fair point.
So he could have. He could have scored the agenda if he kept the Estelle Moon. He could have stuck the Estelle Moon in the remote and made Chris check it, and I think Chris would have checked it. Because the sooner you get to game point, the more pressure is to drag people through this remote multiple times.
Yeah, for sure. And what Laurie doesn't know is Chris is sitting on another clone chip.
Yeah.
So we've seen Chris is running 2 dagger and 2 refractor. Makes me suspect he may be running a second Blackstone as well. Is it possible that he's not got any multi-access or equivalents in the form of indexing?
He must have indexing, right? It'd be crazy not to.
I mean, there's 6 left in the stack. I mean, he's having a real bad time, or he's not running many of them.
I don't like that R&D run, particularly.
Laurie is actually quite poor, and he has no real drip econ coming in. I don't think
he's not poor. He's not poor at all. He's got advanced assembly lines and modern temples and team sponsorships.
For sure, but like in terms of raw credits, like that is not like a totally irrelevant consideration in my mind.
Yeah. I think he looks poor, but isn't.
Okay, you might be right. So he keeps the biotic.
Yeah, he's kept the agenda as well.
Yeah, and Chris still has that Temujin on HQ, which is risky. Oh, but he gets a Jeeves click, so he probably chucks that. Does he gamble chucking that in the remote? Oh, wait.
What's going on here?
Oh, he pull up to team sponsorship. But there is... Oh, no, Jeeves. Oh, nice. But there's team sponsorship to install stuff. I don't think that's that relevant.
No, it's not.
And
it's relevant if it's a 4-2.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah.
The standard list only plays 3. He should be able to work out he's not on that anyway because that plays 3 for triggers, 3 successful field test. But right, this is risky.
I'll give Chris the benefit of the doubt here and say that I am not all that familiar with the standard or variant versions of this deck, and he may not be either.
I think it's fine. He's not going to use Pollock for any other reason, so might as well.
Yeah, if it's a 4-2, that's great there. But getting rid of Jeeves is pretty powerful.
Okay, so Laurie puts the win on the board. Chris has an indexing. Do we know if there's a Jackson on the board?
There's a Moon.
Oh, sure. You could run Moon, though, and then Laurie pops it, and you get a clean indexing.
Yes.
Oh, he's not seen
it.
It's a mistake.
Oh, and he's going for Atman?
So
he's given up Clot.
He's given up on the Clot. He's given up on the remote.
Oh, I think this is really... Ooh.
Now, here's the interesting thing. If you know... Because Moon is rezzed, so if you know how many... if you see 2 agendas, you can put 1 at slot 1 and 1 at slot 3.
Yes. That's what you do.
Assuming no Jackson on the table.
And there are 2 face downs that... I mean, what cards does this deck... Yeah, what cards does this deck run that it wouldn't res other than Jackson's, potentially? Because,
nothing.
Yeah.
You've got to assume one's a Jackson, right?
Yeah, this is rough. Laurie's done really well to tax Chris out, but I think with some more forethought, Chris could have seen that was pretty much Laurie's only out, and just sort of the runner equivalent of turtled up for remote checking game.
I'll tell you what, though, does Laurie... Oh, he's got the moon. Yeah, he has got enough money. I'm about to say Laurie has got enough money to score the agenda in a second, but he does.
Yeah.
Can he? Oh, he can get in, but only just.
Yeah, that Atman install's a funny one as well. I mean,
Yeah,
I
'cause-
understand people not wanting to use Blackstone because fuck Blackstone, but you know, you put it in your deck.
He's got to click the Eli in a second, doesn't he? So he needs the network credits just to get through the Fairchild.
I suppose maybe just if he's missed the moon, he's thinking, regardless of what else has happened, I've prevented Laurie from scoring next turn.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
He's taking a very long think on this one.
Yeah.
So maybe he has spotted you out, Chris.
Yeah. I'd have rather punish the remote chat remote, I think, than this.
Oh shit, that's not good. Why is he running archives?
God knows. Just to check, I guess. So he knows that he's blown the remote. He knows he can't get into the remote because he's done this play. So he must not have seen the agenda. They must all be on the bottom.
Right, that's rough.
DBS.
Yeah. Well played, Laurie.
NAPD. He couldn't see NAPD.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough, but it's only rough because that was almost. It wasn't going to score from that indexing anyway. So.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you need to not neglect your raw credits.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're on dagger over switchblade, because just everything remains like moderately taxing at that point.
So, I guess it's fair to say Chris had this one, but some very nice plays by Laurie and a bit of bad luck on Chris's part caused his downfall, perhaps.
Yeah. So
I think the real. Sorry, go on, Chris.
Go on. Yeah, Chris missed a couple of 3 out of 5 runs on HQ, which later came back to bite him. But that's a long time ago now.
My view is that like the distinction, the cause of the Laurie's win here was that Laurie remained entirely focused on the only way he could win, and Chris
exactly. Yeah. So Laurie worked out exactly what he had to do to win, and then did it. And like you said, Chris didn't then look at one, how he would counter that, and two, how he was just going to win himself.
So, like, if we assume that like his scoring assistance is more than one indexing, which is probably true, you know, he has been unlucky not to draw any more of it, and there's only 5 cards left in his deck. So, you know, an indexing drawn earlier would have probably closed out the game. But just even if you're having that difficulty realizing where the game is going to go if you can't end it, and building for that position is pretty important.
Yeah, and just to close out, what do you all think of the Fairchild 4.0 tech? I was doubting it when I first saw it, but whoa, it did a lot of work this game.
So it's in there because this deck often gets to 40 or 50 credits and then has nothing really to do with it. And at least it gives you something to... Because you often do fall on back on the secondary tactic, building a remote and scoring it behind it, so it's pretty ideal for that.
Yeah, and I think also like maybe a subtle boost to it is the release of Abagnale, because there's far less incentive for Crims to run Gordian Blade now, so you can get away with profitably stacking code gates more than you did in the past.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake for what it's worth. Off topic, I think you still want Gordian Blade in Criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah. People, yeah. Just this situation would be awful for Criminal as well. Fairchild 3 to Fairchild is terrible for Criminal. It's embarrassingly, horrendously expensive.
Right.
Just run 3 Fems and some Dyson Mem chips.
Woo!
Now we're getting into some Seamus tech right there. Seamus level tech. Alright, anyway, thanks gentlemen for coming on the stream.
Cheers, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
Alright, for the rest of you viewers, we'll be back with round 4 of 4. This is 4-round Swiss cut to top 4. We've just finished the third round here. The 4th round will be coming and we'll have a different set of commentators up. In the meantime, bye Seamus.
Bye, Ben.
Bye, Chris.
Ta-ra.
All right, and we'll see y'all shortly. All right, sorry everyone. We had a bit of issues with comms issues, but now we are back up and the game's already in. Well, we are halfway through the game, so let's get into it quickly. Joining me, we have the most degenerate diaper specialist ever. This is a Dave-free commentary, so it's Tony Sayer. Hi, Tony.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
And we have the one and only Jono. Hi, Jono.
Hey Ben, how's it going?
And Maxi, are you there?
Hello, am I here?
Yes, you're still a bit soft. If you can mic up, that would be great. But yep, this will be some three-way commentary. I'll leave it to you three to take away the game. This is Dan Sargent playing Sync versus Laminatedsmore. That's Alex Hilson, right? Is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Playing Wizard. All right, take it away.
Great, thanks Ben. So we've come kind of part way into this game, but it looks like Dan, who's playing Sync, has already scored a breaking news in 50 minutes. So he's already feeling pretty good. We can see there's a boom in the bin, so we immediately know he's chasing the kill. Wizard does have a Plascrete, so I wonder if that may have been a value boom to reduce Plascrete use. In fact, it looks like we've just come in while it's been played. It's I don't know. If you're Wizard, I guess you just need to start getting those accesses. You've already kind of lost the breaking news race.
He is, but is he deja vu for the... Yeah, he is. Going to just reinstall the Plascrete again.
So he's going to get that straight back out, which seems pretty good. I don't know if he's got... Let's kind of look in the bin. He doesn't seem to have iPad work. Oh, he's got a couple of iPad works. Okay. So if he can have some of those in combo with Plascrete, he looks pretty teched for boom.
He does, but I think I see an Observe and Destroy in Ioni's hand, so you can play that.
Yeah, that's true. He does also have 4 tags. At this point, I guess you're assuming... Now 3, of course. I guess you're assuming that Wizard's not going to clear the tags. I mean, he'd like to, but I guess it's a bit troublesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 credits to clear 2 tags. He would want to go down to 1 tag, and that's quite a lot. And obviously, he probably knows that there's a 24/7 in hand anyway, so he'll just get re-tagged anyway. So probably not much value there.
Yeah, that's true. There was a Raven on HQ protecting this cat, and a Raven on Archives as well. So he could actually quite safely discard the QPM.
I think Dan should have trashed that same old thing. Was that he did have a spare click? The value in that, do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I'm guessing that the same old thing, the main target for the same old thing is going to be cutlery. Seems like the obvious thing to use it with. I'm not sure. I feel like things like Mad Dash are not going to be particularly useful, but it would let him start trashing his way through IP block, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Combo with Eater.
But either way, he's lost another Plascrete. He certainly can't install it this turn. He's got the Deja Vu in hand, but he hasn't got the credits at the moment.
Yeah, he does have the Deja Vu. Yeah, he's short of money. I'm not sure what you do in this situation. I mean, you could... Do you run? He's just going to click for... I was going to click for 3 and remove a tag. Interesting. So he is going to try and fight these tags. He does now only have 1, which turns off boom. Yeah,
I think that was key because he removed a tag to play Observe and Destroy, clearing 1 tag he probably felt was worthwhile.
I mean, of course, Dan does have 2 24/7s in hand, so he can. He's got the 2 agendas in the score area as well, so he can force the 2 tags again.
He can do that, yeah.
So he needs to get a boom in hand, but he may have ways of doing that.
Well, the archive memory's in the bin already. I assume he's only playing 1. I can't believe he'd have influence of 2.
Yeah, there's 1 archive memory in the bin and 1 boom, so there's going to be at least 1 more boom left in the deck. I'm going to assume there's things like Jacksons and preemptives, so he can shuffle those things back if he wants to draw them again.
But I suppose the Laminatedsmore's got to figure out what's his win condition, how does he think he can win this game now? Obviously, he's got to get agenda points, but what's...
Yeah, that's true. It's interesting he's gone for this Siphon. Hitting an IP block is not ideal.
Yeah, he
does not have the money to break it with Eater.
No.
and it's not even an expensive res, so he didn't even kind of siphon him by making him res expensive ice. He wants to get, I guess he wants to get an R&D, right? He's got the keyhole, so he wants to land the keyhole as many times as possible and start getting some agendas out of the bin. There's nothing sitting there now, as far as we can tell. If it's keyhole, I would assume Jinteki.net will put it face up.
But yeah, and I think the it is actually 5 where it was 5 credits going to it's up to 6 now. I mean, that's quite a lot of money. Another breaking news.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like Dan just needs to draw for boom. He needs to have a way of getting the boom. Alex is sitting on this deja vu. If he's got the money and Dan kind of telegraphs it, like let's say he plays Archive Memories for a boom, then at that point he can get a Plascrete out. We've seen the Observe and Destroy. I think Alex can be reasonably confident there aren't that many in this deck, so he probably doesn't worry too much that there might be another one in hand. But Dan could have another and he could draw it.
He could do. But obviously as it stands, Dan's just one card away from just killing him outright. So at least the Plascrete will buy you a bit more time, but then are you just hoping you can just stall Dan long enough that agendas will start piling up somewhere. There's 17 cards left in R&D, so
yeah. The other interesting thing that could happen if he scores this breaking news, then he does get kind of towards a point where he can threaten scoring out because Wizard has no points. If he draws a GFI, he can install double advance it if he's got exchanges and out in this deck. So that he can kind of turn on that option, and then Alex can't really do anything about it. He's going to siphon though through an IP block, which he can just forward. He's done the maths. Taking optional tags now, but denying money to Dan. Oh, Dan's going to act. Yeah, it's good points. There is a trace on this ice, so he's going to spend the money on the trace. Haha. All right. I was going to keep 1 credit. Sure. He can keep as much as he wants, as much as he thinks Alex won't take.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, was that a mistake, do we think? Letting that trace out? You've taken extra credit just to ensure that?
Yeah, maybe. He didn't seem to take the action though instead, so I'm not sure how that siphon was resolved. Although we do, so now we have the GFI, but Dan only has 1 credit. Maybe just take 3. I don't know.
I mean, there's 2. I think there's 2 siphons there's 1 siphon. So
you could put the pop up on HQ. So in fact, he puts the Turnpike on HQ and takes 2. That's quite nice because then he can res the Turnpike. HQ is the kind of at-risk server at this point. He knows there are siphons, and Alex can definitely drop a same old thing and then siphon if he knows he can get in.
Yeah. But the ice being there, at least when there's obviously no unres dice, he can plan it out. Now there's unres dice again. It's not as clear cut what his best plan is. He's so poor at the moment. Yeah,
he gets a day job from his vigil draw, but he's only got 1 credit.
Wow,
can't even afford to go to work. Let's get Plascrete.
So that's interesting. 2 Plascretes. I guess he was expecting kill. I know there was a regional yesterday.
There's been a recent amount of kill around very recently, so I guess it's kind of a reasonable expectation. Yeah.
So they're just going to score the breaking news.
Yeah, might as well.
Now he's left himself on 0 credits. Obviously, he can res pop winners and resistors. Resistors are obviously quite strong right now, but
yeah, I don't think he's too worried. I mean, if he's on 0 credits, he's not concerned about the HQ run, I think.
No, listen, for random acts, if he takes the 3, he's probably not that bothered either. And
yeah, hopefully, you can capitalise on that. I'm wondering what kind of tag punishment is in this deck. Apart from something obvious, so there could well be an EOI. Could there be a psychographics? That's also a possibility.
Yeah, these decks are on one-off psychographics. It's not unheard of, so he closes the accounts. I don't think Lotus will be that disappointed because he's playing it and he just gets out of the way.
So he had a vindictive closed accounts to remove Alex's 4 credits, and he responded by just clicking for 4 credits.
Destroy, and we're just doing this again.
Archive memories for observe and destroy. Interesting. Okay, and then observe and destroy, of course. Yep, seems good. So he's still just waiting for that boom, and he needs the money to play it. He seems uninterested in these agendas, which is reasonable. If he draws an exchange, I think his priorities might change. But
yes,
until then, he just wants to have 4 credits, and he just wants to. Excuse me. He just wants to get the boom online, really. As another plastic comes back via deja vu.
Yeah, I think if I found that, I might just start trying scoring out anyway, because actually, because at the moment this is just a battle of plasticry, trash plasticry, install plasticry.
Yeah, I mean, you could, right? Like, if he draws an exchange, then I think there's very definitely an incentive to
100%,
throw the GFI down. You know, assuming he has it as well. He's not going to have any interest in creating a remote. CA, that's not useful.
No, that's a complete dead card. Now
that's a good card. I don't know, take 2, I guess. He might consider putting a pop-up or something on HQ just to make sure and take some money, but he needs to make sure he's going to have 4 credits next turn.
But then he's still got to work out
plasticry. So yeah, if you can work out a way to get rid of that plasticry soon. It's like a value boom, sure. This is nice, right? And I'll tell you why. Because there's only 2 cards in R&D, in the stack, sorry. So this is going to do a lot of damage. And he was hoping maybe that he'd hit the last deja vu, that kind of thing. And now that means that Alex can't get above 4 cards, which means that if he does get another boom, then he can kill him outright. And if not, he might have taken away a lot of his options. So things like tag removal, I don't know, whatever, that would stop Sync from being able to score out. So that's quite nice. He does have same old thing. So if he's very paranoid, it's same old thing, deja vu for a plasticry.
He could do it, and that would leave, and if he draws the remaining card, that leaves him with 3 cards and 4 on the plasticry, so he can still survive the boom.
Survive 1 boom if he never played a card again.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is what his decision now is, because if he decides to actually use any of these cards, then the plasticry is pointless at this point. So
we've seen 2 booms, I think. Maybe not. Maybe one of the booms went back.
I think pretty well shuffled back.
Okay.
I think.
So there is a boom in theory in those 10 cards. It's certainly not an HQ. This is quite interesting. So he's going to draw and take money. Okay. So he might. Oh, there's a boom. Okay. So I guess we click for 3. Yep. So he's going to click for 3. He's on 4 credits. So next turn we're going to be in Boom City unless Alex does do the sick same old deja vu for a plastic play, which he could. He can afford it.
No, so he's going for
okay. Cypher seems good too. So I think you're just in Tag City here. You kind of don't want to be though, because you haven't seen any QPMs. So okay, yeah, he's going to lose the credit. He's going to allow the tag at this point.
Yeah,
he's just allowing a trace to fire. So okay, Dan throws in 1 credit.
But at the end of the day, it says to buy him time. So
yeah.
So I don't think he's concerned, but he's still. How on earth does he get 7 points? Because he's got a siphon left, he's got someone thing left. So he can keep doing this for a little bit longer.
Crucially, Alex played a card as well, so now same old deja vu for a plastic does not work.
That's gone now, yeah. So he decided. I don't know if you think of that, but that option's now gone completely. It's just use what he's got left to see what he can do. He's got a knife, which could be useful.
He's got at least, he does. So he could he knifed his way into R&D? He's got a keyhole. He's got any points. That's the problem.
Wow,
and there's a data break. So
he's
just going to run archives.
I mean, in the day,
he's going fishing for our GFIs, maybe.
It's what's in there. We also don't know what's in there, so I guess
there could very easily be multiple cats in that bin.
There's going to be some. I'll be shocked if there's not at least 1
GFI, 2 GFIs, and a cat. Okay, interesting. No, wait, many cats. Okay.
In a way, that's fine.
Sorry, GFI, 2 cats.
Get them out of the way.
All right. So, what's the solution here? I mean, if Dan draws an exchange, if he has one, then he just wins. He's going to click for 3 again. He's going to keep the boom option alive. So Alex probably siphoned again.
It does. No, I'm trying to work. I'm done the quantity with that numbers. If it's worth paying the trace to actually get the money, or there's no value in that whatsoever.
Most important thing, I guess, to Alex is that Dan can't boom him.
Correct. And I guess keep doing it because he knows agendas. Obviously, he's got some from archives, but there probably are some still in HQ. So at some point, well, he can't obviously get any accesses on HQ, can he? Because of ETA. So that's not an option either. Because he has to break IP block.
Yes, and IP block is an expensive prospect. Actually, if you don't care about getting tagged, then you.
But then you've got the end of the run now, so.
Yeah, but you can. I guess you can break that.
But then you don't access cards of ETA. So.
Sorry, yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so he can keyhole. He just can't get into HQ. So he's going to knifed. He could knifed if he knifed the. I don't know. Changed his mind. Oh, okay, he trashed the resistor and then jacked out. Okay. So he's left. He's still left down on 4 credits. So he needs to do something to take away one of those credits.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that is.
I wonder if the Siphon was the better play. Unless he assumed the boom wasn't in hand, maybe. But with 8 cards in R&D, yeah, I suppose it was.
There's a lot of cards in HQ. A lot of agendas in HQ.
So
yeah, so he's going to siphon. Okay. Presumably he's going to let the trace fire.
Yeah, because he's got just enough.
Yeah, he does. So he's going to take a tag, I guess, and then he's going to break the something that is relevant on the IP block. But it is a trace, so Dan is going to pump in 3 credits again, and then Alex is going to jack out. So I guess Dan he's going to take 3. He takes 3. Okay, so he puts QPM in the bin, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have put it on the table even, but whatever.
I think he wants to keep taking just get 2 full credits constantly.
Yeah.
He knows that Leonard's got 1 card left in his hand, so yeah, he knows he can siphon 1 more time basically. So I think he's pretty much got this. I think unless there's
yes, he does. Unless he drops it, so he could drop same old thing and then same old siphon, but that doesn't really buy you much. He's going to click for credits. It's still the same old thing when you can't use it.
Oh dear.
So that's no good.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he would have liked to either same old siphon or if he could. The opportunity's gone now, but if he could have if he'd knifed the IP block on HQ, then he could have got some accesses.
That may be not a terrible idea because he could trash the boom.
Yeah, because there's going to be agendas in hand by now, right? Based on the pace of this game.
And if you're seeing agendas or booms, you're happy because you trash booms.
And he boom as well, of course, absolutely.
So it buys you more time.
So he's going to siphon. I wonder if Dan's going to pay money into this trace. Like he might as well. He's going to pay 3 again. So it's exactly the same prospect. He's just stopping Alex get any money from siphon. So Alex is going to take a tag and probably jack out again. But Dan's been very clever here. He's not dropping to 0. He's dropping to 1 because that is low enough that Alex will jack out, but it's high enough that he can click for 3 credits. So he's only behind by 1 turn.
Very
so click back for, yeah. So presumably he's going to do the same thing he's done pretty much every turn and click up to 4. There's nothing left for Alex here. So
yeah, we can clip to 3 because you can click for credit and then play boom.
Interesting. So. He only clicked up to 3 credits instead of Jackson. Okay. So the boom is not online next turn unless Alex runs.
It is because you can click 1 for credit and then 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course it is. Yeah, of course it did click for credit and then boom. Okay. So in fact, Alex is going to keyhole through the pop up, which will give him down a credit anyway. He's going to keyhole once, I guess. No, he didn't get it. Okay, so he needed a GFI, I guess.
Yeah.
So he passes the turn and gets boomed.
Yeah.
Always the way. The thematic wizard boom. That's the boom we like to see. So.
Yes. We obviously caught the game middle of it, but when we caught it, it didn't. It was looking quite away.
We lost, so we missed the kind of early turns, but it looked like Dan as Sync got a very strong start. He got a breaking news and any other agenda scored, which meant that he was able to threaten 24/7 very early. It seemed even without 24/7 that Alex had started taking tags, presumably from turnpikes, IP blocks, data rovings, that kind of thing. So it was very. It seemed weighted towards Sync for quite a lot. Although Alex had some siphons, he put in some good pressure. He kind of swung over to archives when he thought there'd be lots of agendas in there.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Jono, but they're in the next game already. So shall we hit that?
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. All
right. So for those of you just tuning in, this is the 4th round of Swiss. This is Alex Hilson, laminatedsmore on RP versus Wizard, played by Dan Sargent. So it's a Wizard mirror match here. When you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I apologise for waffling.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Okay, yeah, so we have an RP. So I haven't seen RP for a little while. It'd be interesting to see what type of RP it is. It could be an asset spam. It could be a kind of prison RP. Based on the starting hand, the Batty, it's probably going to be a little bit trappy.
Batty, yeah, possibly it's more of a it's a tricky one actually. I mean, it's an interesting combination because prison decks don't normally play Batty, or certainly ones I've seen.
Yeah.
But he's certainly got a lot of stuff he can spam out with.
So maybe it's quite rushy. Maybe that's I mean, to be honest, Batty is just a kind of backup one-off Caprice if you need it to be. So it's in faction, so we don't need to read too much into it. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got Apocalypse. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So Dan just kind of setting up, just dropping a similar thing. So hasn't really given anything away. Although the Apocalypse did appear from an inject. So.
So I see Apocalypse and I wanted Destruction. That sort of gives you some information.
Yeah, it does. Okay, we've got an IPO. That's very nice as well. Okay, so this looks like a fairly money-rich RP.
Definitely, if you've got the asset economy and the operation economy. So yeah.
It's going to take a little while to set up, I guess.
Yeah.
So we're going to Poker HQ, just one agenda in HQ, but it's a reasonable IP block. Interesting. Okay, so it's just a trace for a tag at the moment. That's I feel the same as Dan. That's a really interesting splash. I guess he's expecting a lot of AI.
I mean, obviously I'm assuming there's no tag punishment, so it's just to give them tags, or they can trash resources.
If nothing else, getting a trace on HQ is good as well if you're expecting siphons.
And it's good for RP because it's a face check. You've got to run a sensibles and take.
Yeah, that's very true. Very nasty face check. Or if they're taking tags, then it's a very nasty end of run late.
Yeah.
Okay, trace fires. He's going to take the tag. He may well clear that with his last click. He's going to access. Oh no, I'm sorry. I ended it wrong. Yeah. He forgot. So did I.
Yeah. So the end of run.
Oh, so he's going. Okay, so we're going to get a bit of a rip on here. He's going to pay his way through the trace, which I think was 3 credits.
Yeah.
So he's going to pay his way through the trace, which does not end the run, and then he's going to get the access. Okay, all right. And he steals. Oh, that was worth it. Okay.
Did he have another click? Because did he add click back on? Because he reran the HQ, didn't he?
You might be right. He might be down a click there. He may well have been down a click.
Oh,
that's fine. Clara. Yeah.
Well,
Thank you, Ben. It's a bit late now because he's past turn. I guess he takes a credit or something.
Yeah, taking credit.
Okay.
And to be honest, it's pretty good done anyway. I don't think there's anything else. Looking at his hand, he would probably have done that turn.
Yeah, he wasn't going to do anything particularly high profile. Taking a credit's always good. So yeah. So good, in fact. Alex is going to take 3.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to consider jamming that sales team in that remote with the batting, maybe. Probably a bit risky, but.
Maybe. I didn't see what the ice was that put down. I've got a hunch it's end the run.
It's an Eli.
Oh, okay.
So.
Which is a very decent end the run in RP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chances they've got 3 clicks when they actually go to run it. So, yes, Dan's going to day job up.
So we just get a day job on the other side.
So we're going to get money from both sides, I think, now.
Yeah, Alex is in IPO range, especially with hedge. So we might get a hedge, IPO, ice something, R&D maybe.
Well, he's drawn click 1 because he knows he's...
Oh, he did draw click 1, you're right. It's got ice archives. Okay, sure. RP, why not? And then IPO.
Yeah, he wants to get this nasty face checks on all 3 centrals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spamming, he then starts spamming out if he wants to, knowing it's going to be locked. Excellent. Wow.
Wanton, very interesting. All right. And now comes the paperclip to break the IP block. So he's going to be able to wanton in. He's presumably going to spend all 3 clicks.
Yeah.
To trash 3 cards, he does from hand. He misses the Batty in the mental health clinic. Okay, so we did hit the hedge fund and 2 pieces of ice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Alex would be too disappointed. I mean, I think obviously we always want your cards, but there's nothing. There wasn't like a pile of agendas in there. And
yeah, he would like that ice though to put on the remote maybe.
True.
But he's drawn. I feel like he's going to put down that Sundew. Yep, he's going to put it in the scoring remote. Some classic RP there.
Mm-hmm.
He can put a Batty alongside it next turn as well, maybe. Run an R&D. This is probably res. Yeah, that's quite nasty. DNA tracker straight to the face. Yeah, blur indeed.
I've heard worse cards.
Hit the apocalypse. I hit the I've had worse. Okay, so it's not so bad.
Oh, nice.
And gets an Issei. All right, so he's already on 4 points. Okay, so he's got good advantage in what still feels very much like the early stages of this game. Dan's already 4 points up.
Yeah, and that's quite a big. So I think now he's
going to run the Sundew. Might as well if you're wizard. He's going to hit the Eli. He's going to click through it. Okay, that seems reasonable. He did have money, so we could have.
He's wizard, so he's nothing to get rid of that. So,
he could have paid for the Eli. I mean, yeah, but he thinks the clicks are low value at this point, which is fair.
I think you want to keep 3 credits because you've got the dirty laundry, which you might be.
Yeah, you don't want to go too poor. Hitting 0 is always bad as wizard.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was not a batty. Okay,
That's
so that was
health clinic, I believe.
in remote. He's got another piece of ice though, so he could put that on. So next turn, he needs more money. Next turn, he could have put Lotus Field on the remote and then Issei in that remote.
Yeah.
He could even put it out in the open.
Possibly.
Dirty Laundry on HQ straight through an IP block.
So
is expensive to break. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And he pulls a Issei. Wow, he's got the golden touch on these accesses.
Yeah, that's so
nasty. All right. So does he smell blood and think he's a bit flooded? I mean, he's not. He's going to check the remote. It's just his mental health. Might as well trash it. The Wizbox.
Yeah, you assume it's probably upgrades and stuff in there. So yeah, that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Because Darren Canada's happy now. Sit back for a while now if he wants to.
He can sit back and he can just wait for a nice bursty turn where he can hit R&D, for instance. Yeah, the pressure's definitely off him now. He's got a siphon as well, so he can definitely put Alex on the back foot.
Yes, because he can get in. So
yeah, he can get in. It only costs him 3 credits to get in.
So yes. But then he's seen IP block. I mean, it's unlikely, but does he worry about tag punishment? Maybe it's unlikely, but
yeah, that's a good question. So IP block and Eli are the only cards we've seen splashed so far. So as we see, what is presumably a Caprice on HQ. So what's the spice in this list? IP block is a really interesting include. I mean, is there any chance that there are boons in this list or something crazy?
I mean,
seems a little unlikely.
It does, because you can't. Surely you wouldn't rely on IP block to give the person tags.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe a close counts, something like that, because one influence, and if they go tag me anyway,
close counts or something. IP block, I think, is just a very good nasty face check that's also anti AI. So it may be that there's no more reason for it than that. It itself is only one influence.
So
you're on HQ. So yeah, Alex has drawn this future perfect. I think you just have to ignore it. It's in your hand. Just hope that Psy Games protect it. He's going to use Caprice as well to protect it, though. Losing the Psy Game as well. Nasty. So the Caprice is gone. He did not hit the future perfect.
I mean,
that would have been just awful. Yeah.
But then, to be fair to Dan, you don't mind if you're forcing them to pay 2 credits at this point. You have no issue with that. So I really think it's going to be right out of here for Alex now.
Yes, he's in a really tough spot. Although he's drawn a few pieces of ice, he's now drawn some economy, so it's not looking too bad. He might play this celebrity gift straight away. Seems reasonable. He does. So he's going to show him everything but the future perfect. Yeah,
seems solid.
Seems good. And makes good money. Okay. And trash something.
I didn't wait trash there.
Bear Lotus Field, I think he binned.
Oh.
So we get siphoned. Okay. Alex, cannot catch break. He would like to have put something more meaningful in front of that, in front of HQ maybe.
Same
also. Well, okay. So it looks like Dan has clocked that as an IP block. He's probably considered that there might be tag punishment, decided there isn't, and decided to just spam some siphons and then clean out this remote. So he's going to clean out Batty. Okay. All right. So he probably thought that's Caprice, but either way, it's good. It's a good trash.
Exactly. I mean, he does a great turn. Just deny your opponent money, give yourself plenty of money, and clear the remote, and just if he's fast anyway. But it just, I think that's sort of just trying to keep himself ahead at this point.
Yeah, Alex was already struggling, and having just played the Celebrity Gift, being able to hit him with 2 siphons to bring him right back down to 0 is pretty punishing.
Yeah. So yeah, I suppose there's an argument. Would you have assumed a siphon maybe was in this deck and put more ice on HQ?
I mean, maybe. It seems to be regular breakers. You have to work out what the influence spend is in Wizard nowadays. It's obviously not Faust. So it seems like it's on Siphon. It could have been on Temujin's, that kind of thing. There might have been no Siphons in this list.
That's true. I mean, you've seen Apocalypse, so it's a bit hard to say.
That's true. You've seen Apocalypse as well. 2 turntables. Okay. Turntable, a very, not now, of course, but a very good agenda in this matchup. Console in this matchup, because it can take away those Nisei counters.
Exactly.
Even sales teams.
So we've now seen the missing influence because there's a Jeeves gone in that remote now.
Oh, what? I missed a Jeeves? I
know.
Okay.
Sorry,
Jeeves is very nice to never advance 4-2s, so I can understand it. If you can put out an agenda and they foolishly don't check it. But I'm not sure what other value it provides. You can also bluff a Future Perfect. Dan doesn't really care. He's just going to siphon again. Okay, so we get the res to dodge the siphon, although actually it didn't. Because yes, it did. Okay, it did a little bit. So the res to dodge the siphon.
So he's playing Eli, or so he can use his other HP cards. He's got Itchy's another one.
Itchy's, yeah. Yeah, so he's not going to spend influence on Jeeves. That is foolish. So it must be on. Do you know? It's probably on friends. He probably looked at his list.
Yes.
He probably looked at his list, had 3 friends, and like an Eli or 2, and was like, I might as well stick in an Itchy and then take some Jeeves.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. Getting knifed on the remote, which is quite punishing. Clicking through it, which will trigger knifed.
Mm-hmm.
Clean out the Jeeves. That Eli should be trashed.
Yep. Just wait a moment. I'm sure they'll realise it. If not, we'll.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So we're all good. Well, we're not all good. Alex had a bad time.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I mean it's.
Okay, ice and HQ. All right. That horse is bolted somewhat, but there is now more ice and HQ. As Alex is just going to try and set up a bit more. I'm going to see a strike as well, which is quite nice. For an emergency RP run on a remote, if you don't want to think about centrals,
yeah,
and you're not particularly rich.
So.
Yeah, very tough here for Alex. He's very much on the back foot. So we get a strike and a straight run on what turns out to be Jackson, which is going to be used. I'll do a get back.
Money by the looks of it.
Yeah, just economy.
So,
what if he gets back a Batty or a Caprice or something?
Yeah.
So while there's some downtime here, what does Alex need to do to get back in this game?
He needs to establish himself, I guess. He needs to have a few, just shore up centrals a little bit and then build one remote. It looks like he's not in a position to go horizontal. He's not spamming out assets, but he needs to have one reliable remote and 8 centrals that aren't being pillaged. But all he's drawing is agendas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's tough. That DNA track is doing good work on R&D, though.
Yeah, that's the saving grace, because at least it means R&D can't keep running through R&D. Having seen the knife, it's possible there's a spoon. Probably is a spoon in this deck at some point, so that may go away if he gets the keyhole out.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is keyhole, considering we're seeing Eater and Siphon.
Yeah, keyhole's in the bin. He hit it with an inject earlier, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so DNA tracker isn't a particularly pleasant one to break for Eater.
No.
It's pretty bad. But if you're spooning it.
So what does he do? Does he try and... Yeah, I mean, you want to try and get the Nisei score, because at least then, obviously you want to use it for the next agenda, but at least it gives you a way out if they get siphoned again. But I don't think they'll ever really get a scoring window, so you might take a risk at some point.
I'm assuming this is a Lotus field on the remote, so he can install Advance and Nisei in that remote and Caprice, and then just hope. I mean, Dan has Black Orchestra and Strike, so he can go straight for it and just hope that the cost of Black Orchestra prevents him from getting through it enough times to win a side game.
It's possible because he's got to run one of the centrals, so
he doesn't with Strike.
Oh, true, Strike. I did.
Strike can go straight for it, but Black Orchestra is still super expensive.
So Black Orchestra wants 3 to install, 3 to break. So that's 6.
It's not. It's a bad card.
I did want some more ice on that. If I do want a second piece of ice on the remote, then you'd feel a bit more confident.
You do, of course, but he doesn't have ice, and he might just have the opportunity. Enigma maybe helps a little bit against Black Orchestra, but if Dan's leaning on Eater, then getting if he can get an Nisei scored and he's got a counter, that's huge as well. That can prevent the next steal, or it can also prevent a siphon if it's bad, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Dan's got money now, at least. I think so
a DNA track on the remote would be nice as well, because Black Orchestra breaking that, I don't even want to think about it. That's got to be 9 credits to break.
If you can break all the subs, I mean, you may let some fire too.
So he's just going to put the Caprice in the remote for now. Yeah, this is the risk, right? If you put just the Caprice in, then it gives the runner a turn to try and trash it. It's just an assassin, interesting, so it's not a Lotus field.
Does he have MK Ultra in the bin? He does.
So he does have MK Ultra. He could pay for it. He could also break it with Eater and just jack out. Even if he wins the side game.
Yeah.
Because he, of course, can't access. Yeah, that's a tough one. Okay. So let's do some quick MK Ultra maths.
So
that's, you got to beat twice because it's rank 5.
Yeah.
So that's quite annoying. So it's 6 to break. Yeah. It's not particularly palatable.
But
he does get it out though.
I think that's the right decision because he's going to need to get out at some point if he wants to on this remote. So you might as well get out now. Have it installed.
Yeah, so he also wants to clear out this Caprice because this is definitely Alex's line back into the game. To some extent, this telegraphs a little bit there could be a gens in HQ. So he might consider swinging across to HQ.
Quite possibly.
Although he's got a retrieval on now, so he could also get a keyhole.
He might consider that because he only needs the one agenda to win now. So
absolutely.
And if not, he gets keyhole away. Ice. I mean, yeah, keyhole's not a bad card.
Yep, it's a good card. Maybe you've had some success with it.
Yeah, from time to time. So does he try
to run IPO? I wonder if the Caprice did survive. Okay, if he takes 2 in IPOs, okay, so now I've got a bit more money. This Caprice is still maybe somewhat at risk.
It is, but he's got
I would like to see that Nisei go in next turn for sure.
Yeah, you've got to pay 6 every time you also go check the remote, and that's quite a lot of money. Then you've got to win the side game, so it's because you could put more ice on there, then install the Nisei in advance. Doesn't seem a terrible line.
I think Dan's turn. I think he should retrieval run for a keyhole. The thing is, he has to trash a breaker because he hasn't got any memory. He hasn't got a console.
True, yeah, because
didn't install his turntable.
No.
Yeah, awkward. I mean, he could trash Paperclip or MK Ultra. Oh, getting a judge ruling. Interesting. I wonder what he's asking. Ben may know.
Interesting.
Okay. So it's not anything that's particularly crucial to decision making. I wonder if he retrieval runs for a keyhole, he could trash one of those breakers. I guess MK Ultra is the one that costs the least to get out. If he has to get it out again, so we can get same old forked. Interesting. On the assassin, of course. So he can break it, trashing the assassin. So and that will trash it even before Caprice, the side
I was
game.
going to say yes, that's
That may have been the question. If he was wondering if it would get trashed if he lost the side game. As it was, they both spent 0 because Caprice was undefended. So he was able to trash it. So back to square one for Alex.
But then he's a lot richer now than Dan, so
he does have money.
Right, but
yeah, he doesn't have the defensive upgrade he kind of wants. Having said that, he could trace out if that ice that you put on the remote is expensive enough. Then an Ash and a Nisei in that remote would be good. If you can get that counter and a reasonably secure remote, he can, even if he's feeling bold and has the advantage, start putting future perfects in. The problem he has at the moment is that strike basically means that if he puts anything out, then Dan can ignore centrals and just run it.
Which is absolutely huge because we don't know what the other ice is, but actually the tracker, you clearly can't go near that. That's not too bad.
Here we go. All right, so he does indeed install the Ash and install Advanced Nisei.
I think it's fair because
I'm assuming Dan goes straight for it.
He's got to try something. I don't know what the ice is. I don't think it's an Enigma or something. There was an Enigma tag, which is now gone, so I don't know where that Enigma ended up.
Yeah, it could be Enigma. If it is, it's a code gate, which is the one he doesn't have. So he'd have to get out the Black Orchestra.
So it cost him 5. So he couldn't build the ashtrays.
Well, Black Orchestra is 3 to install and 3 to break.
Oh, of course, yes, that's 6.
So it'd be 6. So he'd only have 1 credit, which is not enough for a side game. So he might consider clicking 2 credits or something. Just pick a number and then run. So you can at least contest a side game.
Yeah, so I guess because also all Dan's seen, he assumes that's probably a Caprice or a Batty or something. Has no idea what the ice is, but he does know that.
That's true. He's going to assume it's a side game, defensive upgrade, but of course we know it's not. We know it's an Ash. Yes, Dad, it is bad. Okay, he's going to run anyway. So this is an automatic res, I expect. Assuming it is an Enigma. It is. Yep. So res the Enigma, and Dan is now presumably going to get out the Black Orchestra. There's no reason to bounce. You're already this far. Well, I guess he's changing his mind, because now that he knows what it is, he might have hoped it just wasn't a code gate. Oh, that's a good point from Dan.
Yeah, so he now knows it's not a Caprice.
He's going to sheepishly say no, Doge.
It could well be a Batty, though. That's the thing. It could still be a Batty.
It could be a Batty, yeah. So if there's no res now, then it's confirming that it is not a Caprice, but it could be a Batty, could be an Ash. So Ash then is probably the other HB splash that paid for Jeeves.
But I think because he's Wizard, though, he can still trash the Ash.
Can if he can beat the trace, but it would be pretty trivial.
You just trashed Ash, so he lets the trace 5.
Yeah, trashes the Ash and goes again. But he has
3 credits, so he can credit 1.
Yeah, you can click, run again. Okay, all right. Sad times.
And that's fair. Alex had to gamble.
Yeah.
Well, it could be any. Yeah, I think you run it anyway. He's NEPD. He's NEPD.
Okay, it's fine. The strongest end of the run is in the mind of the runner.
That's unfortunate.
Alex, your employees have abandoned you.
Because without the employee strike, you can score that agenda because there wouldn't have been enough clicks.
Ben, I dispute your comment that Black Orchestra is great. It's great if the only ice you have to break is Enigma.
I mean, well played by Dan there. I mean, I could easily have seen myself taking 3 credits and running. Only if he got stopped by an Ash. He ran first click and that allowed him to guarantee the agenda.
Yeah,
so that was good.
He did, that's true. If he'd expected a side game, he could have clicked for a credit and run.
Yeah.
And that meant he'd be able to get back in, which is, it was key. You're right.
But I think
he secretly just hoped it wasn't a code gate.
But I think from Dan's position, obviously he doesn't want Alex to score the agenda, in particular Nisei, but he'd still be 6-2 up. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. So say the right move, check it out, and then see what it is.
Yeah.
Do we jump to another game now, or
that was it, right?
Games going?
I don't know. We can find out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. Apparently, Laurie's undefeated. is a sign of things to come.
Is he? Yeah.
Chris M.
He
is...
would do anything to qualify.
Yeah, and Chris is solidly in second place. Only... Yeah.
Yep.
Carter's still playing, I believe, at the moment.
Yep, there are a couple of games still going on. Currently, the top 4 includes Martin P and Motion Blur, who is Peter. But Rufus is still playing, and Dan...
So
who
the
won?
gap is too large, right?
Who won the
Is that
last
right?
game? Between Dan and Alex.
Dan
won.
So
Dan
Dan
won both
swept. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes.
Oh, that should put him in the cut. Seems like.
Yes.
That would put him in the cut. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he got a boom in the first game, and he mind gamed his way through an Ash in second.
Sounds good. All right, so yeah, that's it for the Swiss rounds. We will be back with the top cut, and Rotich and Jono will be back to commentate for at least the first 2 cut games. So until then,
Cool.
We'll see you then. Okay, so we were supposed to wait for the top cut, but this last game is going on, and Tony, what is this?
This is Alex Bohr, who's always plays mad decks. It's the only way I can describe it. He plays mad decks. I'm always terrified to play him because I have no idea what's going on.
What the hell is going on here?
So
I see a Seder adaptive barrier with 7 strength and an advancement on it. I see a Seder with 9 strength, a couple of snakes. What?
So, yeah, he's playing Tenon, so
I can see that.
I'm just getting the fact he's playing Tenon. I mean, I'm guessing he's got
I mean,
triple light, so that's
what's the runner playing? Is the runner playing Diaper? Because this looks like Diaper.
Oh no, this is Cam Haley, I think.
Oh.
If it's there's 5, 6 cameras in the bin. Yeah, so Phil often plays Cam Haley as well. So
what's this? This is a Colossus. It's a sentry. If he has more than 3 advancements, give the runner 2 tags and trash a program and a resource. What is this nonsense?
And it also gains strength as well. So it's strength.
I don't think it does it. Oh wow, it does. Holy crap! What? This thing gains strength, so it's 9 strength now. Oh my gosh. What the? I mean, and what's that in the bin? Replanting.
Yes, that's the which was he planting?
Oh, so that's how he got so much ice on the remote. Wow. Wow, I mean, what a way to close out the Swiss rounds. This is nuts. Although I suppose I'm lost for words. I mean, the bad pub is kind of working against him, but not really because it's Spycam Haley and that doesn't use money that much.
Where did the bad pub come from?
Clone Tarman.
Oh, Clone Retirement. Oh, okay. And I guess the problem he's also got is Phil's got 30, on a card, got 36 credits, so even though it's a lot of ice and expensive, he can break it relatively cheaply.
Yep, and reading off our live chat right here, Glacier is back, folks. Bigger and better than ever.
Say that again.
Oh my gosh.
I
mean, guy has 35 credits. This Haley is, still gonna get past these servers.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's quite interesting that someone there's no trickle outs in the bin, so I assumed he used trickle outs and shuffled them back in at some point. I can't believe he's not playing trickle out in this deck, but it's Alex, so it wouldn't shock me if he isn't.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I do not understand the purpose of this game.
Well, I think all needs to be said is Alex is on the order shot meta. You can see what order shot has lots of problems.
Okay. I guess that explains things. Yeah. I mean, he's sick of all your diaper shenanigans, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. Sick of that.
He's found some way to make 7 stacks of ice on a server.
Yeah.
Seems good.
So he's gone for the 3rd levy.
Oh yeah, the 3rd levy is gone, isn't it? So yeah, that's his last set of breakers, and he's only on 3 points with freedom.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alex is on 5. Obviously, we don't know the agenda suite, but
nope.
It's entirely possible he could score out from hand.
Yeah, or he could just jam Philotics and make Phil check them.
That's true. That is very true.
All 3 Jacksons are gone, so timers on both sides. Oh, do you see the chat box? Phil places 1 on technical writer. Phil places 1 on technical writer. Phil places 1 on technical writer. This is amazing. This is a work of art.
And he's just going to go, the question is going to be, he's going to run out of breakers, because apart from Zoo, he hasn't actually got a permanent breaker in place.
Nope, he doesn't.
And he can't keep using Sharpshooter. I'm assuming that these decks often run at least an Inti or something.
It does have an Inti and an Atman somewhere, but given the wide array of ice he has to deal with, particularly the Seder at the end of all the servers,
yes,
and by all I mean 2, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Neither Atman nor Inti is the right match for it, so this is going to be tough.
73 credits.
Yeah, I think that helps. Having 73 credits would help you break Seder barrier with Inti. At least a couple times. I can't believe I just said that. 73 credits.
So he's advancing Colossus. Why?
What's that?
Why? Well, he advanced the Colossus twice that turn.
So I suppose it really forces him to use sharpshooter on it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I think his logic was because I can. So
Right. Yeah. You're right. Because he doesn't need the money for anything else, right? Because the only ice that's relevant right now are the Saders and the Colossus, because you can't break them with standard breakers. So he has nothing. Alex has literally nothing better to do with his turn. He doesn't want to draw. He doesn't want to take credits because he doesn't need to rest the rest of the ice. Yeah, strength 12 Colossus. Sure.
But then surely with the cams, there's a Caprice.
Or a Philotic. I mean, we know it's a Caprice, but yes.
But then surely, if Phil's been using the spy cams, he should know what that card is.
That is true. Yes, he is not actually breaking spy cam lock, so that's actually quite interesting. Yeah, he should know what it is. That is true.
So, what does Phil do? He doesn't really want to run through that amount multiple times. He probably, he probably can't run through that amount multiple times.
I mean, if he knows it's a Caprice, why bother? He has the pull-up out, so doesn't have to worry about that.
That's true.
I'll just keep spying on R&D.
Yeah.
Although he is running low on spy cams as well. This is the first time I've actually seen spy cams Haley run out of juice. This is ridiculous.
Poke HQ, which just get information, nothing else.
Yep.
So I wonder if Alex just waits and hopes that, because Phil will need, unless there's a future predator stake, he'll need 2 agendas. And just wait for the cameras to run out, and then it gets quite tricky then.
Friends, jeez. Oh dear. What's he getting back? Probably Batty. Batty on R&D, Batty on the remote, why not? Seems solid. Nope, double Batty on R&D, because he knows that the spy cam will be the thing that stops him, will get him the agenda. Seems fair.
Yeah.
Jono, are you there?
I am here. Hello, Ben. How's it going?
What do you make of this mess?
I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what this is. It's just madness.
This is.
I caught you mentioned it earlier. This is definitely a deck you build in a diaper meta, like 100%.
No, it's nice that I have exactly you two people here. You know the diaper reaction on Slack? A very happy looking Jono stacking. How many ice was it?
I believe it was 7 of the 8 ice in the deck.
Good on you, Jono. Good on you.
It was a loss.
A great day. Yeah, it was a great day.
It was a sad day for me, but it was nice to see that you were happy, Jono. That was nice.
So what is going on here? I can see that this is a weird 10-in deck that has all the advanceable Wayland dice. So it's got Colossus. It probably has Hortons and stuff, although I can't see any. The Colossus, of course, gains strength when it advances, so I guess that's useful. Like you say, Ben, I guess he has nothing else better to do with the money. He's probably just waiting.
His third Satyr. Oh, joy.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Is this remote basically impenetrable then? Do we actually know? Or are both sides just waiting until he draws an agenda and then we'll find out?
So there's a Caprice in the remote.
Okay, that seems good. On the remote,
there is
that
a
had
pull-up
7 ice.
online, so... Yeah.
There is a pull-up, okay.
I mean, the last time we checked, Phil had 73 credits. Now he has 92.
He does have a lot of money.
Looks good.
I saw that he was clicking for credits, though. I guess he had nothing else to do.
Alex has nothing else to do. He's just clicking for credits. Oh my gosh. This is epic. I mean, if there's a definition of epic, this has to be it.
So he's popped a spy camera, and now he's running R&D. So is this...
He smells blood. I think he smells blood here. The problem is there are 2 Batties at the base of R&D. Yeah.
He's got an FTE as well.
He does.
So depending on what this is, this could be worth 2 or 3 points. Assuming he can...
4 even if it's a free...
assuming he can win 2 side games.
Yeah, he has to win 2 side games. Or run through the remote multiple times.
Considering how much dice is on that remote, he's not spending a lot. And no reses from Alex, which is interesting.
May I remind you, he began with 92 credits.
That's true. Okay, so he's spent some. Okay,
all right. He encounters the Colossus, and the first Batty goes off. I wonder which subroutine he'll choose.
Yeah, okay, because this is a program trash, sure. So if he trashes the good programs,
Well, not only
Okay.
that, because it is activated, so trash a program
Yeah.
and a resource. He can trash a
oh,
polyp.
and one resource. I'm sorry, that's a good card. All right. Ah.
Alright, there he goes. Program and resource. So that's almost certainly polyp and something.
There are 3 clone chips. Okay, so he trashes a.
Inti.
Okay, Inti and Polyps is good. All right. Polyp is a great choice.
Yep.
Inti is okay, sure. I guess there's a barrier behind, so.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's better for him just
He's also
to
clone chip.
fire the end run, but well, he chose this route, so be it.
He's got the other one to fire in the run, I guess.
True, but I'm pretty sure he can
Uh,
get through twice. Might be wrong though.
Yeah.
He is.
He can
running.
get in again. He has a bunch of clone chips and a lot of money, so he probably can. Also, if you batty and end the run, you do it at the end, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's firing it right now.
Yes,
I think
because you
I think normally do it at the end because you want to make waste money, but he's got so much money. It's actually I don't think it matters when he fires the bad Tigers. Wants him to waste clone chips at this moment in time.
So what's he going to hit now, though? He's going to hit Punch Tantrum.
I mean, he might as well just wait for him to use the sharpshooter on the
Yeah.
Seder or get an Inti out for the Seder. I definitely think he should have waited.
Oh, he's gone for end the run at this point. But yeah,
he's ending the
if you're
run.
going to end the run, then yeah,
Right
you might
there,
as well
okay.
force him to break it at least if you're going to do end the run.
Yeah, you could have waited for him to break it before you end the run, but okay.
Yeah, that I do with yeah.
Like, if you're going to end the run, you do it right at the end, I think. So he's going to run again. Okay. Nothing got shuffled. There's now no upgrades on. He reckons he can get in. And with 80 credits, he's probably right.
That's a stupid number of credits. Oh ho! Second Seder.
Okay. But he didn't res it before. Why not?
He's done to 1 credit, so I guess if he'd used it before, it makes Cygames a bit more difficult to play.
Okay, sure. He had to contest side games. All right.
Okay, here comes the Inti. How much is it to break in
Yeah.
a 8 strength Seder with an Inti? 15? Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot.
Oh, but here's the
Oh.
upside. Inti retains its strength. Watch out.
Lol. Okay.
8
All right.
strength Inti coming your way.
That does cancel out the fact there's 2 of these on the same server quite a lot, actually.
It does.
I mean, that's a 14 credit saving on the second one.
Yeah, I mean, you remember when I said that Black Orchestra was the best breaker in the game just now? No, it's Inti. Inti's the best breaker in the game.
Wow. I'm speechless.
You should be.
So there's a lot of going through the motions here of just breaking all this ice.
Mhm.
I wonder what's actually at the bottom of this server.
Let's take bets. What agenda do you think it is?
What if it's another clone retirement?
Ooh,
At least it's worth 2
back
points.
up.
If it's a GFI or something, that becomes big because that puts him very close to a game point.
I mean, given the agendas we've seen so far, I'm kind of inclined to say it's Nisei. There should be 3 Niseis in the deck.
There's going to be Niseis. That's a fair point, and we haven't seen any.
This is
So
Alex. I know what it's going to be. Could be mental health clinic for all we know.
Yeah, could be Labyrinth servers for all we know.
based on what we can see, it looks like there's no future perfects as well, which is an
There
odd
could
choice.
be, but I don't think there are. If there
Yeah,
are,
that's an odd
then
choice.
he could win off this access.
So he's going to access.
Nisei,
Okay.
yep. So he's
Principal,
on
yeah,
6.
goes to Nisei. Okay. He's on 6. Yeah, that's big.
And now he's only on 54
Oh, that is time.
credits.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a time.
That's poorly timed. So, yeah, so
Oh, that's rough.
Bills gets a time win, right? He can't get another point.
Well, no, 'cause
Unless he could just run R&D again. Yeah, might as well.
he popped camera. He popped another camera to see what's there.
Oh, he did?
He did.
Oh, you're right. So he's going to run R&D again. So he could get a full
Clearly,
win.
You'd only run R&D if you know them genuine at this point.
That's true. And if you pop the spy camera and don't see an agenda, you don't bother running.
Yeah.
If you don't know what it is, you run because it's your last click and you've got loads of money, so you might as well. Yeah, so this could be a full win.
Yes, it comes down to what's on R&D. And given that there are so few agenda points in the score areas, looks like it.
What if it's an NEPD and he goes all the way down from 90 credits to 3 in this turn?
He's gone to 30, which is quite impressive.
He's spent a lot of money in this turn. Like an absurd amount of money.
He'll get through. He has 2 clone chips. He can do it.
Yeah, he can definitely get through. He can.
Man, this Inti is doing a lot of work.
He's got Punch Tantra, so
Yeah.
best combo in the game, right?
You can sort of pop in sports hoppers and other things, but he needs to get emergency money, but you might need that.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
Wow, we should have casted more Alex games. These are really good.
Uh,
This is the
Alex
kind of net run.
plays ridiculous decks. Like he always plays the craziest off meta decks when he goes to tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So
There we go.
there's GFL.
Yep.
So we got full win, in fact. So no time win.
Yes.
That was mad.
Right, that's Netrunner, folks. You've seen it all now. Okay, so I think we'll be heading into the top cut now as Laurie will process the scores. So that was a win for... Who was it?
That one was a win for Phil. Apparently it was a split. Apparently Alex won the first game.
So Phil... Yep, that's not enough for Phil, and Alex isn't going to be in the top 4. So right now it seems like...
Is it not? Because Phil was on 9 points, Motion Builder's on 12, so strength of schedule is going to come into play?
Yes, it looks
Bobby.
like there will be strength of schedule involved for sure. So Dan Sargent, Chris, and Laurie are all safe on 15 plus points. Yep, Peter is up next in line, but things could change. Oh, things have changed. Phil. Oh no, they look tied. It seems like they're tied. Phil and Peter are both tied. Interesting.
Yeah, so we need to do some maths and work out who's got that 4th seat, right? In the cut.
Yep.
Yes, between you.
Laurie will be frantically. Well, also there's a lot of cheating potential here because this is also Laurie basically picking an opponent. So someone should check his maths.
Well, anyway, we'll process the top cut and we'll be back to stream the first of the top cut games. So tune in shortly. We'll see you then. All right, everyone, we are back, and the results are in. It's quite nail biting. There are quite a few ties and SOSs that have to be resolved, but I can give you the final results for the day. Here is our top cut bracket. Congratulations to in first place Laurie. Second place is Chris, Extra C. Third place is Dan Sargent, Yoni, and Yon too. And fourth place is Phil, nekadaa, who barely squeaked in, pipping out fifth place, Peter, motion blur. Commiserations on that, Bubble Boy. But otherwise, everyone else, thanks for attending the BABW LCQ. And for the other 4 who have made the cut, it's time to enter overtime. It's top cut time. So Laurie and Extra C, Chris, will both get to pick sides, and this could be pretty crucial. We have quite a diversity of matchups available, and we'll be deciding which one we want to stream shortly. So stay tuned for that. Alright, hi everyone, we are back, and sides have been decided, and we are about to get into the game. So, in the top half, first versus fourth seed, Laurie has decided to co-op, playing his HB Estelle Moon deck versus Phil's, what deck was it?
Spike and Haley.
Oh yeah, Spy
It was
Camps, that's right,
Camps,
yeah. And on the other hand, we are going to stream this other game, which is between Dan, Eon 2, and Extra C, Chris, and here it is. Chris will be co-oping and playing ETF, Batty, Rig Shooter. That's a pretty fun deck, and we'll see if he can make magic happen this game. Hopefully snipe a couple of breakers here and there. Dan, on the other hand, will be playing Wizard. Do we remember what wizard this is?
This is Siphon Apocalypse Wizard.
Spicy.
Yeah. Yes. It's just a little bit. Yes, I think Chris has been playing this deck for quite a while now. I know he's been tuning it repeatedly. I don't know what changes he's made recently.
He's a big fan of Siphon Wiz. He has been for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, he's done. I think he's not on that today, though, is he?
Yeah, well, if he is on Siphon Wiz, he's a big fan of it. I did not see Chris play during the Swiss, so I don't know what sort of runner he's on, actually.
I think I heard he was on Smoke because he's been playing Smoke recently.
Oh, sorry. I've got flipped in my head. We did see Dan play, yeah. I think, did he not have Siphon? Am I misremembering?
He did, yes. Dan was Siphon Apocalypse.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I did not see Chris play, so I don't know what he's on. Although it looks like he has agendas in this deck. That's a pretty bad start for Chris.
Yes.
I commiserate. I didn't see what ice he installed, but I hope it was a good one.
As Snack.
Yep, everyone's favorite ice.
Okay, that's not even. That's okay. Not ideal though, is it? Okay, there's Jackson.
So
That'll
awkward.
do.
This is so awkward.
Yeah, just get that out. You can install the Jackson and just bin some agendas, right? Oh, you can only bin one agenda.
He's got friends. Well, this is far from optimal.
If it's back on HQ, that's fine. Okay.
Yep,
and
I
then
like
bin
that.
some.
Yep, bin and agenda.
So next turn, Jackson.
Yes.
And then we're good. We get an actual start of the game. Okay.
Oh, unless he runs HQ here. Oh.
Yeah. This is if this is Batty Sneck though, that's quite funny.
It is.
Yeah.
And yes, it is going to be funny, one way or another.
Because he's going to fire it straight away to trash the eater.
Yes.
You could think.
Yeah, 100%.
He could also let the eater fire because he'd have to break the eater and then he can't access Batty. I was thinking, okay, I think that's reasonable because I think he has to fire. I think he has to break the Cobra with the eater. At which point you could just fire the net damage because he can't access anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can do it after he breaks, but you can't res after he breaks, so he has to res now.
Here's the thing: the fact that you're thinking about this means that there are some very valuable things in your hand, and
Exactly.
I think he just gave that away.
Exactly.
You're probably right, and so he's going to trash the eater, and then he's going to hit. But the thing is, now that he's hit it, he's just going to take damage, and he didn't use the eater. You wanted him to use the eater. So that he didn't access your hand full of agendas.
Yeah, but you just have to give that up.
But he can't do that again. He can't keep running through that thing. So,
I mean, if he has, I've had worse. He kind of can, but yeah, you're right.
Okay, buy agendas. Nice knowing you.
Yeah. So this is going to help quite a lot. More ice on HQ. Okay, so he knows he's playing against Siphon.
yeah, he does. Yeah, so I think.
And he also knows he's still got agendas in hand.
Yeah, I might have double tapped Jackson there just to
Yeah,
get rid of the
I was
agendas.
just thinking that exact thing. I might have done that too. You might draw an agenda and so be it, but it just clears out at least one more agenda from your hand.
I think you want one in your hand. I think one's fine, but you don't want two ideally. And plus, it's Wizard, so Wizard is going to run that Jackson regardless.
Now there's an MK Ultra in the bin, so something that Cobra is a lot less fangy. But Chris is kind of pulling it around. He's trying to get on with his plan. He's actually installed an agenda. Pretty bold. Dan's going to run it. Magnet. Okay, he doesn't have Black Orchestra.
No.
Or anyway, Parasite. Oh, that's no good. He could Parasite the Cobra maybe, but he does.
There we go. Oh, me.
Okay, so now he's going to score the Vitruvius.
Okay,
so that's all right. He's kind of managed his terrible starting hand. He's still got this GFI kicking around. It'd be nice if that wasn't there, but so be it. We get Cider, which cannot break. You could deja vu for an Eater and knife it, maybe. I feel like knife is pretty good against Cider because he gets kind of stupid late game.
Yeah. Well, it depends if this is more of a rush deck, so I don't know how much ice I'll be able to put on one.
Yeah,
so,
that's true. We spotted a Stell Moon as well, which doesn't necessarily mean asset spam, but it suggests things will be installed in service. It's actually I think it's just a good card. You don't have to abuse it for it to be a good card.
I mean, the numbers are pretty solid on it, so provided you've got things to install, probably you need some upgrades to get some kind of value from it and some assets, but Chris has got Batty, he's got agendas. There's probably enough things in there to get value from it.
Yeah, more and more recently, Corp players have got over. It used to be that there was a stigma on drawing, like it was as though drawing as Corp was a bad thing. Maybe because there were less ways to deal with whatever you drew if you drew agendas. But more and more Corp draw has been kind of added. So Stell Moon's quite nicely placed at the moment. Yeah.
So the Eater's come back, so Siphon's back online again. So Chris, he's only got 1 credit, so he's not.
It is. So he's knifed.
And has all the cutlery. He can threaten any server right now.
That's true. And Eater, he's got the full suite of eating. He could eat anything. He could eat creamy code gates like a magnet. Mm-hmm. He could eat it and then run. Or he could knife his way through barriers. Yeah,
like
got it all.
Right now.
So he's going to run HQ. There's an upgrade on HQ.
I have no idea what this is by Chris. He's left himself 0 credits, no credits to rest the Alter Eyes, no credits to play the side game on HQ.
What if it's a pop-up and a batty? No, you're right.
It better be a pop-up.
He is poor, so this is not great.
I think he realized that mistakes were made.
I wonder if he's a credit short. Yeah, because of what he did in his turn. He installed a nice, took it back, took the ETF credit, but he still paid the one to install it, and then paid another one to install another piece of ice.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yep, he should be. And
wait, is that right?
That is correct. I believe it's correct.
But he got the ETF credit.
He did, but then he installed something, took the ETF credit and the credit to install it on top of another piece of ice, took the card back, installed another card on HQ, paid the other credit. So he's paid 2 credits for only 1 install.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. He overspent 1 credit. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, because he paid to install both, but he only actually installed 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that changes Dan's turn. So they're going to roll back the turn. So he's going to pretend he took 2 because side games are suddenly on the cards, and indeed there's a batting.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris only has 1 credit, in fact. So still missed. So ends the run. Okay, that seems good. Yeah, awkward. Okay. I'm not sure what you do. I mean, as Dan, I guess you just run R&D, right? Just run access. Because
why not?
Gonna get
that seems good.
He knows his agendas. He knows there's stuff like batteries, there's trashables. So
yeah, it's worth a run maybe. I'm not sure what else your priorities are at this point. You got loads of cutlery. I mean, you probably want to draw. So maybe you want to hit some siphons to kind of get into a dominant position. Just gonna go and click.
Yep.
It's GFI.
Yeah, that was the agenda.
Dan.
Okay, Estelle Moon goes in the remote. That Estelle Moon is going down. I mean, it looks safe, but little does he know there's a spoon waiting.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's really
rough. That's okay, though, right? Because
he really wants the moon to fire. But
okay. All right.
Moon's not.
But spending a spoon. Yeah. Okay. So he's going to play the spoon and break it, and then he's going to run again. So he's going to spend 2 clicks. You do want the moon to fire, though. I agree. It's a shame he couldn't. If he'd had 2 credits, he could have installed it and then friendsed. So at least would have had some counters on it.
That'd probably been his plan for next turn. Hopefully he could survive a turn.
He installed them 2 though.
Yeah, I think he couldn't do it all in one turn. He had to wait a turn, I think. So
Yeah.
and just hope he couldn't get in, but sadly.
So Dan's going to jack out, of course, because he's Easter and run again. Trash Moon. Also trash, I think. Baltic, that's not ideal. Assembly lines is alright, although there's nothing to install it, which is a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where clearing his hand off the agendas earlier would have really helped.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure. There's not anything else to do apart from install it, though, right?
Actually,
so
I
it's
think
gonna take 10 seconds
Yeah, Jackson earlier. Yeah.
to get a magnet. Okay. And
Friends.
Batty
Magnet.
HQ.
That seems sort of strong. I mean, yeah, Dan's quite poor at the moment, so I can
Look
sort
at
of
blue
make
level.
stuff as hard as possible.
This is. I mean, maybe he just crams this agenda in there, right? Like he can res the magnet. There's currently no way, as far as he can tell, for Dan to get in. Now Dan can deja vu for the spooned, but that's quite a click intensive. So he is in fact going to install the ABT and behind the magnet in the remote. It's bold. I like it. He also might be tempted to fire if he gets to score this.
Oh, I would totally fire it.
Yeah, because he's got 2 GFIs in hand and he's behind a little bit of momentum.
But he might not get to. Yep, deja vu's coming
He's going
up.
to deja spooned. Okay. And he does have enough. All right. That's why I'm not in the cup.
I mean, Dumbo Folks all over again. This is 2016.
Yeah.
Deja
So deja spoons and then he can. Oh, what's happened to it?
Yeah, they all. I think Chris trashed it a bit too soon. I think, or
Oh, I see. He didn't pay for it. So he can't access, though. So he needs to. Oh, he ran again. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, so he's good. Yes, that was quite quick intensive. He ran to check, but then he could deja vu, spooned, and still run again. Okay. But Chris is going to stick to it. He also had the biotic, so he could have bioticed out the ABT, but he liked the idea. He thought the magnet was safe. Natural growth is all a batty. Okay. So now does Dan run this? No, not with 2 eyes.
2 eyes are not Christmas voting credits. Because and plus there's no son I can get in there realistically. So.
But Dan could most definitely drop a keyhole and use it.
Yeah, which he's going to do.
Yeah, and there it is.
I think that's a child. On R&D, if I remember rightly.
R&D, you're quite right. Fairchild 3 by the look of it. I'm to zoom in. Yeah, good. I've got better at spotting the Fairchilds by art. Yeah.
1 keyhole off. Unless you want to
So,
start fashion things.
but 1 is pretty good. If he can get an agenda, he can just hit archives and steal it straight away. I think that's reasonable. He can't get in again for a little while.
There you go.
Yeah, so he's going to draw. He's going to draw interesting. Was he looking for Mad Dash or something?
Yeah.
Main keyhole, you'd assume there's a mad dash in there. At least 1.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Ah,
Splash.
Chris is on 5 points though with Bartik and a ABT in hand. So if he can hold off.
He could boldly fire the ABT. That's what we really want to see.
Well, no, he would win the game.
I'm sorry, you're right. Oh, then whatever. He could just score the ABT.
He could fire it. But he probably wants to defend R&D because...
yeah, he's going to get keyholed.
Well, there are only 2 agendas of 21 cards.
Yeah. But
I think R&D is reasonably safe because this Fairchild is a major speed bump.
he could
so
do
Dan-
go for spooned.
If Dan had money, he might consider spooned, exactly, or even same old spooned.
Well, no, you can deja vu for the spoon, and the next turn is click through for the spooned if you want to. Not ideal.
I like that. Okay, yes, you deja vu for the spoon, and the next turn you keyhole. No, wait, you spooned it. Spend 3 clicks to break, trashing it. I like that. That's nice.
Yeah.
Dan is trying to work out how juicy R&D is, and as Ben's already pointed out, not very.
Well, he saw that
HQ is a lot juicier.
but he doesn't know that. I mean, he saw Jackson was used early on. He took 1 from HQ, so he'll assume that based on the cards out, HQ's fairly empty, probably.
This is also classic keyhole runner. Once they get keyhole, there's only 1 server they care about.
Yeah.
So HQ and to some extent even this remote, unless Chris gets flagrant with it, they're both quite safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like I like your plan a lot, Dave. Of deja vu for spoon. I think that's very nice. It means that Chris has to respond by installing ice. He can't. Dan doesn't know that, but it's still it forces the opponent to react.
Yeah. The problem is though, it's spoon 1 or 2 credits to play, so it's 2. So he needs a bit of money. So
Yeah. Well, the other thing is if Chris is happy to just give up on this remote and not res anything on HQ, if he clicks for 3, then he can Bartek next turn.
yeah,
The turn after. So we're going to get a keyhole with clicks. Interesting. Okay, so if there's an agenda in the bin, which there is not, it's Jackson. So that was good. He wanted to get the agenda in the bin to really cause Chris a problem. Chris clicks for 3. Well, ETF click for 3.
Well, he's put something in the remote to give Dan something to think. That's a CGS.
It doesn't matter. Just he gets a credit for it, and it's just an extra thing he has to think about. Yeah. What's crucial is he's on 6 credits, so he can Bartek out that UT. So Dan has to hit it, but he's not going to do it this turn.
No,
not 5 credits.
No, it doesn't look like it.
I don't see how Dan can do anything.
This might be a win. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's it. So Chris is going to Bartek out, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, so not challenging the food there was
strong.
Dan's downfall.
Yeah.
He really needed to force the ice rest to bankrupt Chris.
That was that game seemed very lopsided to start with, but Chris battled through. He gave up some agendas, but he didn't worry about it. He just battled through, and he restored parity, and he just stuck to his plan. He lost. He was bold, putting an agenda in the remote, and lost it to a deja vu spoon play. But apart from that, he stuck to his outs. He stuck the GFI in the remote again boldly, but it was safe, and he could Bartek to close. It's nice.
Yeah, very entertaining game, very back and forth. But in the end, it was Chris who pulled through. All right, so that's Chris moving on to the winners bracket finals, and then dropping down. Are the other two playing? Nope, they seem to have concluded. Interesting.
Right.
I wonder who won.
So we can turn around quite quickly, I suppose.
All right, everyone, we are back, and we have a very interesting matchup for you. Here it is. It is Wizard from Dan versus Seder Labs. This is going to be a lot of fun. Joining me, or rather, we'll have to commentate. On our commentary team is Jono. Hi, Jono.
Hey, Ben.
All right, and Tony Sayer. Hi.
Hi.
I'm still not used to your new name.
He did qualify for the BABW finals,
Yeah,
so
I'm not
he's
Tony
probably a
anymore.
Dave again.
I'm back on Team Dave.
He's probably earned the name back. He was, well, I guess you can tell the story, Dave, but you were stripped of your name for your poor showing.
It was at the Reading BABW where there were 4 Daves.
And all three
Daves,
got top 3. except for
three,
that.
and I came nowhere, so I was fired from Team Dave for that performance.
Yeah. So I haven't seen Cider played in an actual tournament. I have had the fortune in a terminal directive campaign to play quite a lot of it, as it turns out. I'll be interested to see how it fares in a real meta against Wizards. Immediately, it looks like it's somewhat
Spammy.
acid spammy.
Yeah, it is pretty
So we've
spammy.
seen no ice and lots of acids. Okay, so he popped this Del Moon to when it was run, which makes sense, and drew some agendas and a clone suffrage movement. I wonder what he's going to abuse with that.
Mm-mm. Well,
Guess
nothing
we'll
for
find out.
now.
Take an operation.
Yep, there are no operations for now.
So
More assets, yeah. More agendas. Okay. This could be a
Yeah.
short game.
This could, I mean, if Dan smells blood, problem is.
Like, There's no reason not to run HQ, I think. But he's Wizard, so he's going to do what Wizard does. He wants to clean up these remotes.
yeah, that's the thing.
as
The
can.
remotes will definitely distract him to a large extent.
Yeah.
And he put
Uh,
one naked agenda down. I think it's going to get checked soon.
Yes, it will almost certainly get checked.
That's Maryland.
So what did he put down? An ABT?
I think so. Oh, yeah, he checks it.
Sure?
Ouch. Nope, NAP.
Is it NAPD? Okay. Which you can steal. Interesting. So NAPD telegraphs quite a lot that their agenda's in hand, right? Because that's not one you can score off the table unless the other
No.
card is Jeeves.
I think
So-
that's kind of a big misplay because if I have a Mad Dash in hand, I can say, nope, I'm not scoring it. I'll Mad Dash into it.
That's true. Yeah.
And- yeah,
Does it? It's kind of telegraphs this other card's a Jeeves, and if it's not a Jeeves, that means there's loads of agendas in hand, right? As he continues to install, and he's installed another agenda. Is there any reason not to check? And once he installs 3 cards in one turn and doesn't use a Jeeves, that kind of.
Wait, was that a Jeeves? That wasn't right.
No, he put down the NAPD, which means that that's a really strange thing to do if you don't have Jeeves on the table,
Yeah.
because you can't score it if it gets checked. So he pulls the Vitruvius as well, and Dan has got to go for HQ now.
I mean, he's still going to suppress the remotes, but oh man.
Yeah. But now that he's spent his money, he might hit HQ instead of checking the last one.
Well, that'll
Yeah.
be game if he hits HQ twice. He's clicking
Yeah.
for credits.
So he's going to check the remote. Okay.
Team spawn.
So his
I
team
think
spawn-
you
that's-
can't use your money to trash that.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bloodbath.
It sure
Your
is.
P will help, maybe. but
Okay,
He's, gonna,
finally some ice.
he's got ice, so he's going to put the architects on HQ, I assume.
That should
yeah.
help.
Okay. That again, that's a signal to the runner that their agenda's in here.
Indeed.
So, okay, but you can shore up a little bit. If you can install the clone suffrage. You can put the architecture and R&D. I mean, there's no reason for Dan not to check all these remotes that they get put out, though.
yeah. Plus, he's got some money now at least. So yeah, it'll be quite difficult, I think.
He plays the ELP. Interesting. Okay, so he thinks his agendas are safe, at least for a little bit. So what does clone suffrage get? ELP. That's it so
Friends.
far.
Yeah,
right?
friends and ELP,
Friends,
but no
okay, it
friends
can
right
get
now.
friends. Okay, it will get friends. That's a good point. And awful. All right.
Oh, that's a mistake. You don't want to drop Estelle like that. If he runs it, which I'm sure he will, being the
You think he
actually,
would?
yeah, ELP's a problem.
ELP makes it a bit more troublesome. He may still check it to keep him honest. If he doesn't, he's going to install 3 assets. Okay, so he does check it.
Yeah.
But does he though? Does he get
Okay.
to install one asset per turn and just make? He only just wastes 2 clicks every single time just check one thing.
So it's interesting. I actually have some experience playing as asset spam against Wizard, and what you have to do is you can feed out agenda assets that you know they're going to trash, and just force them to kind of think they're winning a momentum game while you keep the ones you care about, the Mumbas and Sansans, that kind of thing, and just throw out team sponsorships. They'll clean them up, but you can kind of manage a little bit. It seems like, or you could just do the opposite, just throw everything out and hope that he can't keep up. Because if he's checks your remotes, he's not spending clicks setting up, so that is crucial.
Exactly,
I mean,
yeah.
Wizard is in theory on top, but he's installed one card, so he doesn't have a rig of any kind to speak of.
Yeah, the whole point of HB asset spam is even if you're up against Wizard with ELP, they are treading water. You're not gaining assets, but they're not gaining cards or credits. So eventually he can do something like this, jam something behind an ice, and he can't check it.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if you were. I wonder what you think this is as Dan. If you think it's a barrier, you could drop the paperclip and run it. You've got money. He doesn't. But even if it turns out to be a killer that trashes the paperclip, that's fine.
He's got money, so it's not only an issue.
But this could be an agenda now. I didn't see what it was.
I mean,
do another agenda.
He really doesn't want to hit Fairchild 3 here. That's the problem.
Yeah. Of course, yes, he's got his lost click, hasn't he? Yes.
So he's going to use team to install the. Well, it could be another Vitruvius if he's feeling bold. Or the Jackson.
I think he wants a Stelmoon in the remote. That would probably
you can install out the bin as well, of course.
I would definitely put a Stelmoon in the remote.
It seems good.
Yeah.
He's having a good thing, though.
He has a lot of options, but...
I mean, even things like assembly line...
Like, he needs cards right now. He just needs to see things like friends to...
Yeah, Jackson's going to help. If he's going to use it next turn, then a Stelmoon isn't high value right now. But Stelmoon is a good card, so I'm not going to argue with your point.
Yeah. The thing about this is that Dan has a very clear line of play next turn where he just drops strike and starts running stuff. Oh, what?
Yeah.
What do you install?
I didn't see what he installed. Team sponsorship.
Oh,
he installed another team spawn. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it is expensive to trash. Yeah.
Does that mean he thinks he's going to score another agenda?
Maybe.
I'm not sure how. So, yeah, maybe. So the strike comes out, as you say. We get Dirty Laundry. Yeah. He's going to check the other one and see another one, which he probably won't try. Oh, no, he's got money, actually, so he might. He does.
He just clear out the... Has he actually checked server 4? Has he just left server 4 there?
I don't know. It's been there for a long time, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things it can't be. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. Wow.
So that was a Vitruvius. With Jackson alongside it.
Yeah.
So he's betting quite a lot that Dan can't.
Well, no, because Jackson helps because if he does run through the architect, and if he can break the architect, he can fire the architect, install on top of it, and use Jackson to shuffle the agenda back.
Yes, you're quite right. Yeah. So this architect is going to fire, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
So I wonder what he's going to install. It's a shame we can't see it.
He has a lot of options here.
What's he do? He's got the food though. That's the danger. But I don't see a way of avoiding that. You can't install it.
So puts ice. Okay. This GFI is a little bit at risk.
It is.
Yeah, he has to accept the risk. There's nothing he can do about it. And he loses the food.
Yeah, that's awful. If he could have... I'm not sure what. Resed Stelmoon and used to draw some cards, pad HQ.
Yeah.
Dan's going to check the assets he installed, which include a Mumba, which is another Mumba.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a pretty high priority trash for Dan. But he's going to check this other server first with his last click. Yeah.
It's a Jackson.
So Jackson will get moved, of course. So that agenda is going to get scored, that Vitruvius. And the remote is quite safe. So...
With an architect?
No.
Another piece of iron.
He's too poor.
Yeah, he can't res good stuff.
Yeah, he does get to score this right now, and he really should, but... He's not in a good place right now. All his assets are in the bin. That's not where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's true. Depending on what this ice is on R&D, hopefully it's something he can res. And is somewhat resilient to Parasite, which I spy a lot of. Oh dear.
Oh. Well, Mad Dash came a bit late, but... Siphon.
Yeah, Mad Dash is late. This is quite awkward because there's still no breakers. And he's got knifed. He's got a siphon. There's a paperclip in the bin. He has no way of breaking this architect. Even Parasite won't work. So he can't siphon easily. He's trying to break her.
Found it.
So he's going to draw. Yeah.
That will do.
No.
I mean, he might even choose not to. Oh, he does install it. Yeah. I was thinking he might keep it in hand as a surprise, but needs to ditch cards anyway.
So obviously Phil's now going to defend HQ or to prevent the siphon, because I think if he gets siphoned, then I think he's done at that point. I think
there is a siphon coming, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Phil will do in the situation.
Yeah, we've got the Eli, which is slight attacks and friends.
Friends is good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a shame he doesn't. It's a shame the Estelle will go out last, but you'd like to install. You could definitely put Jeeves in this remote.
Yeah, he can do something like Jeeves credit friends for stuff.
He's just got to make sure that he can, if he does get siphoned, he can just get his money down.
Yes, that's quite important. That's a very good point. I mean, he might not see the siphon coming, but he really
He
should.
saw it eject.
Oh,
so
did
he
he?
knows.
Yeah,
he knows it's there.
So that's a Mamba Temple. Mamba Temple.
That's
That's
another
a pretty
Mamba
good
Temple.
call. Yeah.
That's good, yeah. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but wouldn't this deck be better in ETF?
There we go. How long into it before?
Because Cider hasn't played at all. You could say maybe that it's caused Dan to play slightly differently, but we haven't even seen anything that threatens a loss of a click.
You could argue that he has installed at least once per turn, so he's down 12 credits potentially. You could argue.
Okay, here's the thing. Phil hasn't drawn his Ronnie 5 yet.
Sure, okay.
Shout out to Timmy Wong who won the knockout regionals
so be
with
it.
that.
So he's pressed this Jeeves, which is good, but what's he going to do with it? He's not going to install 4 assets next turn because he's got 1 card in hand. So is he going to click for 3?
He
sometimes
can't.
Sometimes Jeeves is just a bad pad, right? So he's going to click 3, triggering Jeeves, and then
also click of course Jeeves, yeah. Then
install one thing, install ice.
Good.
I might have considered siphoning last turn, even if it was for 2 credits.
Really? Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, because then I can contest the Jeeves on the remote next turn.
He wanted to clean out the Mumba temples, which is understandable. So
I mean, you clean the temples and then you go in for the siphon.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
I mean, you don't care about tags really.
No, that's true.
Yeah, so now he's kind of in a sticky situation where he can't really siphon because he can easily duck it, but he can't really contest the G's either.
Yeah.
He might also terribly he might hit a Bioroid, which would trigger the idea ability even once.
Yeah, so that's why I think siphoning is better, because if you go down to 0, or if you force the corp to 0, the next turn they click for 3 and you can contest Jeeves without worrying about fair shield stuff.
He's going to day jobbing.
Yeah, day job seems good.
It's worth mentioning, I guess, that he's on 6 points, so he's not exactly worried about losing momentum. He's ahead, both on points and on momentum.
Yep,
you feel.
right.
So he just needs to get 1 access. So in theory, eventually he's going to draw a keyhole, and then he just has to keyhole a couple of times to find an agenda.
Yeah.
So that's kind of his line here. So
Yep, clicking for credits here was a bad choice. Mistakes were made. Yep, that's a full siphon going Dan's way. This should seal the deal.
It might trigger
in the bin.
It might trigger Cider though. No, I don't think it will.
He's just gonna break it.
You pay through it. He's got a paperclip in the bin as well.
Yeah, that's the question. I'm wondering if he's gonna do the paperclip.
Oh, he clicks.
What?
With trigger Cider.
He must have forgotten about the ability.
No,
They both must have.
ability.
I can't remind them because it is a May ability. So yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not a May, so
It is optional. You're right. So we should remain silent.
Yes,
but
we
why are
should.
you playing this deck at ID?
No. Yeah. Why?
Okay. All right.
oh dear.
I'm not sure what you get back. So he would have got back a card, put it on R&D. So what is that? A moon, assembly lines, maybe. Friends seems good.
Yeah. Anything.
Yeah. Don't know.
But
Oh,
yeah,
well.
that's huge.
Huge is the word.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to call it huge because it's 1 recurred card.
Oh no, I was referring to the siphon. Sorry,
But,
that's what I was referring to.
the siphon's huge
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the ID not firing, to be honest,
Yes.
is much less, I think.
So getting knifed. Okay.
No clicks this
So
time.
he's installing paperclip to knife an Eli. That's quite an expensive knifing.
I guess he wants to save for Eli's in the future.
Used E.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
So we get same old siphon. Yeah.
And
Seems-
2
that's
deja vus in hand. Jeez.
Very good. Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
not looking good.
He's going to siphon town. So I'm not sure what Chris does here. He does have Marilyn, so he could put Marilyn in the remote. He'll get crushed. But if it doesn't, it can start to make money.
He needs to take credits at this point.
He needs to take money though, right?
Yep. Let's click
Imagine if
properly.
there was a way to gain a credit when you installed something. Just imagine.
It sounds
That'd be
really
really
good.
That sounds like a strong ability. Well, so he's gained 3, so he's going to get Deja Siphon, right? Meanwhile, Dan can still just draw for Keyhole,
He's Deja Siphon.
which he still hasn't got. Okay,
Look at his hand. Oh gosh.
just siphon the old-fashioned way, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he could dirty laundry R&D even. Why not?
This is brutal. I mean,
I doubt there's any tag punishment in this deck either.
Yeah.
I mean, there are definitely ways to play around Siphon as asset spam, but Phil's not doing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the
Oh.
game. NAPD off the top.
It is the game. Yeah.
That means we've got qualifiers now.
Oh yeah.
So we have. That's right.
We do.
So Phil was knocked out.
So congrats to Laurie and Chris for qualifying.
Yes.
And so
Yeah,
I guess
and-
now they're just
Of course,
fighting for the
yeah.
chicken points, aren't they?
That's right. So there are chicken points, of course. Is that allowed? There are. I guess Laurie would. He's running it, so
There's
he'd.
12 people for Lloyd points today. I thought we need to have 12 people, we had 10 today.
Oh, you're right. There were only 10 or 11.
Oh.
Yeah. Sad times.
So we can all just go home now.
Yeah.
Nah,
So
I
I guess
think
they'll play, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Play. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll probably get different commentators for the subsequent set of games. But thanks very much for your time. Thanks,
Yeah.
Ronald.
Thanks for having me, Ben. It's been a pleasure.
And thanks, Tony, Dave, whatever. Dave free stream. Woo! Okay. Yep. Until next time, catch y'all, and I'll see you for the next game. All right. Since everyone is probably wanting in want of more Netrunner action, we'll just spectate on Laurie and Chris's game while they finish up. So for those of you who are not very aware with the tournament structure, so this was an 11-player tournament, and the top 2 finishers who do not already possess a BABW qualifier pass will get the qualification slot. because we just concluded our lowest bracket, the first match of the lower bracket, and Phil Nekadaa was eliminated in 4th place, leaving Dan to Dan moves on to the lower bracket finals. So the minimum placing can finish is in 3rd, and Dan has already qualified, which basically implies that the 2 players here, Laurie and Chris, have both earned their qualification slots. They don't know about this yet. I'm not gonna tell them yet. I guess I should. Yeah, I'll break the news to them. So I have no idea what's happening here, but it seems to be a Batty against Andy match, and this time Laurie should be more than aware that Batty is a thing. Whoa, wow. Wow. Food went out. ABT out. Ooh, this looks like a win for Chris. Interesting. But Laurie has 5 air encounters and a Mammon. Mammon, very interesting tech here. Pretty decent against CI. Maybe. And also for Batty Trashes. Okay, so I guess he's... Yep, I mean, at this point, Chris should be just drawing really hard for the final agenda. Yeah, Laurie does have a medium, pretty loaded medium. This should actually be quite interesting. He might potentially lock Chris out of agendas. That would be one way to win. Oh! Oh, okay, that kinda changes things. Everyone loves the secret UK tech. Sneaky snack. Sneaky snack. And yes, he picks the red breaker. Without a decoder, he can't get through R&D for the medium dig, so that's huge. Laurie has money, but no breaker. Man, I love the snack. So good. What was Laurie thinking? He had a special order and everything. Oh, silly Laurie. But yeah, being at match point, I guess you have to take those risks. I think, yeah, it was kind of warranted, but kind of unfortunate. Now Chris just has to draw, and draw some more. Now, Siphon, he's found Siphon, and that's pretty huge. I think he might very well go for a blind Siphon here. He does know that the win is live. It could very well be in hand, and the only way... Yep, he goes for the blind Siphon. Who knows what's on HQ? It's Ellie. So, yep, that's something that's breakable, and he will almost certainly get through. And, yep, Siphon, Chris down to 4 credits. Wait, check out? Wait, what? Huh. What up? Interesting. I am not sure why one would jack out in that situation. I'd like to ask Laurie about what he thinks about that. I do not see any reason why you wouldn't... I suppose... Chris would just boost the Itchy trace, because the only way he's getting through Itchy is by double-clicking it. I think that seems fair. All he wanted to do was to put Chris on 4 credits so he can't Baltic out for the win without lateral growth, which kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really buy much time. Okay, I guess it buys him the time to dig for special orders, so that could be huge. I'm not exactly sure what Laurie's next line of play is. It could be special order for Sentry Breaker and Siphon, but he has to deal with the upgrade on HQ. Alternatively, it can be special order for Airbag Nail, Passport. Not sure. Both Airbag Nail and Passport in the bin. So that is... And Mammon as well. I'm not sure if Laurie has any more decoders left. Or AI breakers. This could be really bad for Laurie because it seems like his best line of play right now is to attack R&D. And lock R&D with the medium. And hopefully assume that there's nothing in HQ. Without legwork, he can't really sweep HQ. So... yeah, losing... I'm not sure about losing the Mammon. Not sure about losing... I mean, he took net damage, I guess. But... yeah, losing the Airbag Nail was kind of a big deal. Okay, what up? More upgrades on HQ. Yeah, you're not getting a Siphon in this time. But he has to try. I think he's down to very few outs. I mean, we can see clearly that Chris is not going to win. He doesn't have the 3-2 in hand, but you have to assume that he has drawn it by now because he's already more than halfway through his deck. There are very few agendas in the score area. And yeah, Chris has been drawing quite a bit. So I would definitely assume that 3-2 is in hand and hope that this Siphon works out. You want to siphon him down to very few credits. Unfortunately, here comes the Batty. Okay, so Laurie will click trace through the Ichi no matter what, but here comes the Batty side game. Okay. It'll be interesting to see which subroutine he fires. Probably the end run. I don't see any reason to fire the Ichi subroutine. The medium, as tempting as it looks, as I mentioned, there's no decoder. If you assume that he's running only 2 decoders and a Mammon, he has no way through R&D. So I would not snipe the medium. I would go for the end run to give me a chance to win straight up next turn off the top deck. If the top deck is a 3-2 agenda. And yeah, it really does seem like there are no decoders available. Otherwise, Laurie would possibly have special ordered for a decoder. Anyway, Siphon coming in. Ooh, side games. Chris wins the side game. So, end the run. Yep, thought so. So this does not put Chris out of fast advance range. On 6 credits, you can fast advance ABT of Vitruvius with ETF. So look forward to that if he top decks the winning agenda. And with 1 click left, what can Laurie do? What will Laurie do? Special order. Femme Fatale. Aha! That's another way you can get through code gates. And nope, Chris doesn't win. So we might go into overtime here. This should be an interesting decision. He knows that R&D is going to be vulnerable because he saw the Femme arrive via special order. This will change things. The thing is, however, Laurie doesn't have a lot of credits. He needs 9 to install the Femme. He only has 8. So what Chris is going to do here is to play Friends to get 2 items back, and that will allow him to trigger a Snell Moon. Interesting. I like that line of play. It gives him the ability to draw 2 cards right now, which could draw him into the agenda he needs. And that's the end of turn. So yeah, this is a bit awkward for Laurie. He needs to drop the Femme on the magnet, no questions asked. Unfortunately, he needs the money to do that. And to get money, he needs to make a successful run somewhere on the table. I am guessing it's going to be on the remote here, so maybe he's going to sec test archives. Interesting. How will that work out? Yeah, I might have considered sec testing the remote instead. At least force extra seed. Apparently it's pronounced extract, so whoops, I've been pronouncing it wrong all the way, but extract if you're forcing him to rest this ice, you're doing well. Say delaying his win by 1 more turn. Oh, not really, because Estelle's live. Yep, Estelle does give money. Alright, so Femme comes on the table, clicks for 2 credits, and takes net damage to the face. What will he get? He gets 6 credits plus 1, seems good. He just needs the money. And next turn he can threaten medium on HQ. R&D, still no agenda. Wow. Nasty. Okay, so all you have to do is drop the magnet on R&D, right? Yeah, I think that kind of seals it. Just do that and wait for your agenda to come. So, oh, that's the agenda. Yeah, awkward situation now, because if you do defend R&D here, he's gonna attack HQ. And I'm not sure if he can... Oh, is he thinking of trying to score the ABT here? Can he? Can he? I think he can. I think he can score the ABT here. Yep, double biotic. Because he had 2 biotics, he has enough credits to score the ABT. And well done, Chris. I didn't spot that myself, but yes, that is something you can do, and that's game. Alright. Right, stay tuned shortly for the next game. Alright, hi everyone, we are back. Now we already know who's going to qualify, but we're still going to play out the games anyway. In our losers bracket finals, we have Laurie versus Dan. Laurie is running as Andy and Dan is corping as Sync. Joining me on commentary, back with me is Sam. Hi Sam.
Hello.
Alright.
So I actually played this match yesterday against Dan's Sync. The last 6 turns of it consisted of him drawing 6 cards with Jackson and me drawing 4 cards as the runner, because he was digging for his boom and I was digging for my New Angeles City Hall, and he won the race.
Oh, I mean, 6 sounds better than 4.
Yeah.
And look at this opening. HQI sweeps against Andy.
And he's got the breaking news in hand, so this is an absolutely fantastic start for Dan. It's exactly what you need.
Triple sweeps if he wanted to. Like, that was totally on the cards.
You got to protect that breaking news, right?
Yeah, true.
The game plan is in scoring that, especially before they get an Aaron out, because then it's really risky.
Yeah, but this seems very iffy from Laurie, because if Dan top decks a hard-hitting news here, that's...
Yep.
Nasty.
World of pain.
Laurie just realized that, like, oops. But no,
I don't think you draw for this, though.
No.
I think you score the news.
yeah, that's the safe play. What?
He's thinking about it.
Do you remember what the HQ ice was? It depends on that.
I don't actually. I think I missed it as I was joining. Let's see if the chat knows.
Yep, maybe they'll point us out. But anyway, he does score the breaking news in the end, which is fair news. And another run on R&D. No dice. Right, so this sync deck has been everywhere in the UK, and it's frankly annoying me.
I think this sync deck,
Yeah.
Ben, this sync deck.
I don't know why people are so obsessed with it, but it's really annoying. Oh, there's news.
Just a little bit too late.
No, if he had drawn, he would have found it. That's the best part. He's
Yeah.
probably slapping his face right now, but oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Okay, but anyway, yeah. Teching for this sync deck is a really annoying part when
Yeah.
the finals is next week and you're like, okay, I need Plascretes in my deck.
So people are relying on Aaron, but it's the MCA informant problem, right? But the game basically turns on whether or not you draw like multiple Aarons in a row, so that you can replace one with the other once it gets MCA'd.
Yep.
But you still need those counters, right? And you need to have them before they 24/7 boom you. So Plascrete looks like it might be an option because it buys you some time against the 24/7 boom play, but it always feels like you're kind of living on borrowed time against your sync deck. Just to clarify for anyone who isn't aware.
I regret my life decisions. That's all I'll say. This is so annoying. Anyway, yes, this is a pretty challenging matchup indeed, and look at that tower. That giant tower on HQ. Seems like a good play, at least until medium hits the table.
So one of the things I've noticed is that a lot of people have cut the Gutenberg that you had in the deck, the one of Gutenberg, which served as really nice ice protection, because even though they could plan to clear the tag afterwards, you just open up quantum predictive models being scored.
Yeah.
But I noticed a lot of people have cut that. I'm not sure what in preference of. I mean, I know everyone's on obviously the 3 data Raven. It's probably another Turnpike. That seems to be fairly.
Yeah, there's probably a Turnpike somewhere. I mean, I can see people saying, well, the problem with this deck is not tagging the runner. It's finding a way to kill them once they're tagged, and Gutenberg doesn't help at all. So people have been playing things like IP block, data ward.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess to each their own. I haven't really been touching this deck at all, so I don't know what's best, honestly. This might surprise you, but I'm not the authority on this deck anymore. Still,
I feel like IP block is definitely probably one of the best replacements for a Gutenberg, because once that goes down on R&D after they've been tagged, then the tax is much more significant than anything else.
Okay.
This is it, right? That's it.
Yep,
It's
that's
either draw for a Plascrete or
die.
I don't think he's getting into HQ even.
He has to get really lucky with a legwork. He can get into HQ, but he has to get really lucky.
I suppose, yeah, because he's only having to worry about resistor
Yeah,
at
and
this stage.
he can trace through. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah. The math on resistor is really interesting, though.
It is, yeah. Dan could definitely consider pumping it. So, Raven, does it fire? Very interesting question. You're not breaking much else with Mongoose. On the same token, it's pretty expensive to break with Mongoose, so I think he might just let it fire here, actually.
Yeah, you pay it off at 2, right?
The thing is, if Dan pumps everything into the Raven trace, that tells you that Dan has close accounts in hand. So
Which he does.
Does he?
No, he doesn't have closed accounts.
Yep. So that's why he doesn't pump it. If he does have close accounts, you pump. I mean,
you guarantee the tag, right?
yes. Turnpike. So wow, this ice is so annoying for Mongoose to break. Mongoose is so bad.
I mean, it's so bad against everything but Cobra, right? You're so happy when you see a Cobra, but then Architects and Turnpikes are just like, we have to pay 3 for them.
He's not getting through the IP.
No, he is. He did ditch the The resistor. The paperclip rather. Oh
take that
yes, we
back.
could have got the resistor.
But hey, guess what? Someone's in hard-hitting news range now. I mean, there are no agendas in hand. I have to give this to Dan. Dan is the
This is I can't see Laurie coming back from this stage now. Like he's getting hard hitting news even if he hits the boom.
Yes. This is nasty.
That's the thing. It all turns on whether or not you find that Aaron. If he had the Aaron down before that second hard hitting news scores, the game's completely the second breaking news is scored. The game's completely different.
For sure. Yeah. Right. Here goes the accesses. Okay, 24/7. Archive mems. Boom! Okay, he got it. He got it.
So the game is being drawn out very, very slightly.
Very slightly. By very slightly, we mean about one turn because the hard-hitting news is coming and the next turn is archives boom. So.
Yep.
And
he has to clear this tag because. Or does he? Does he just go for broke right now? On R&D and hope to top deck 3 GFIs?
Unfortunately, yes. I mean, I don't even know what you do as Laurie here. Yes, yeah, you checkmate. It's pretty much checkmate. I mean, he doesn't know it, but there's a hard-hitting news. Does he know? No, he knows. He knows. He ran R&D the turn.
He's seen the HHN.
So he knows he's going to get screwed by hard-hitting news at the end of Dan's next turn. There's no reason to clear the tag, I think. You might just siphon here. I would siphon here. And float tags for the rest of the game.
But it doesn't help. You siphon, then he goes breaking archive memories, play boom. Because then you're on 3 tags.
That's a good point. He's too rich for that. Oh, that's rough. Well.
Yeah, I think that was his last chance. It was just yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I guess you resist the R&D credit.
Or just install. I think install resistor. Yeah, you probably want the credit, right? Just in case they like have double siphon or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this Sing deck, man, nasty. I mean, to be fair,
double siphon, you're okay. I think it's install resistor, install Jackson, and
yeah, you can install Jackson too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to take away from Dan's play, he played that perfectly. His ice is lined up beautifully, but
yeah.
Man, what a draw! Sweet, and all the kill pieces coming together. Yeah. Unless Laurie has a plus crit in deck, I don't think we've seen that all day. Yeah,
Laurie sees it coming.
Dead chicken walking.
What?
Why?
I have no idea.
No. Why would you do that?
Dan, we talked about this. Even Laurie's asking the question.
The important questions. Oh dear. Well.
Yeah. So that's run HQ twice, I imagine. Well,
I would siphon first. That turns off the boom. And just run HQ as many times as humanly possible. I mean, let's be real here. Laurie's probably not gonna win this regardless.
Yeah,
but
I think Dan's just made it harder for himself.
Yeah.
I think just play siphon then run 3 times.
Why not? I don't see why not.
I mean, he's got a 1 in 3 chance of hitting, or 2 in 3 chance of hitting something trashable. And if it's the boom, great, you can just stop. But if it's a Jackson, you can just keep going, and good chance of hitting the boom. What? What is he doing?
He wants the money. I mean, it's offshoring. I like it.
Yeah.
It makes it really hard for Dan to close accounts and burn his money at the same time. I like it.
Yeah. But if you're playing to not lose, you want to just try and hit that boom as many times.
True. On the other hand, he has 2 turns to do it because after the
he's siphoned. Yeah.
For those of you who just tuned in, this is the losers bracket finals. They are playing. The winner will move on to face Chris in the finals. The loser finishes in 3rd place. Although admittedly the games don't really matter right now because we have already determined who's qualifying. Laurie and Chris are qualifying because Dan, who is playing Sync right now, has already qualified. So, all right. Data Raven trace, big tag.
Yeah, it's interesting that you paid into that. 2 credits. I think Laurie's just going to take those 2 credits. So
now he's gonna pay another credit. So that's yep. So he can siphon for 2 or take tags. I mean, access 1.
Yeah,
that's an interesting choice. I might just take the access 1. Yep, I would take the access 1 here.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's 2 turns away from being able to boom you, right?
Regardless,
so,
yes.
Yeah.
Laurie just doing the
so you
maths
just want to try
here.
and hit the boom.
Oh, why would you do that? I mean, yeah, he just runs again. Bunch of tags. So yeah, it's really hard for Laurie to win at this point. R&D is basically sealed off with double resistor, so that's not going to happen. So HQ is really his only vector of attack right now, and IP block is not cheap to get past that at all. That being said, that's why he put the Temujin on HQ.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, if you're going to hammer HQ, you might as well put the Temujin down. It's just it's now that the tags are there. There's basically no path to victory for Laurie because he's going to have to get very lucky with Dan drawing agendas into HQ and them all being ones that aren't fake agendas like kitties and global foods that will get exchanged.
Yep. Yeah, these are very slim outs. So there are only 3 foods, 1 NAPD, and 2 1-pointers left that Laurie can steal. That's not a lot of agendas. And yeah, so Laurie's just gonna keep hammering HQ here.
Run HQ 4 times, try and hit the boom.
I think you could make a case for trashing Temujin last turn with Sync's ability, but
no, because Dan just wants to play for the
he wants the boom
potential that he doesn't hit the boom, and you know it's 1 in 4 in this first run.
Yeah, sure. What I was thinking was because HQ is very taxing right now. It's 4 credits a pop, so if you get rid of the Temujin, suddenly Laurie has a very limited number of runs available. Probably 2 or 3. So it doesn't matter. I mean, you drag out your win, but you also bankrupt Laurie without needing to draw into close accounts, which is pretty cool. Now let's see if Laurie continues his streak of bad luck. Goodness me, he's been
17 tags.
No,
nope.
This is it. Oh man, this is ugly. This is getting really ugly. I mean, today we saw someone go up to 93 credits.
Are we going to see someone go to 93 tags?
Yeah, we might be breaking all sorts of records today. Poor Laurie. Come on, last time's the charm. No! Man.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to see before you get boomed in the face is Jackson Howard's stupid face.
Today's not Laurie's day. That was rough. That was really rough. Oh man. Feel bad for the guy. But it is what it is. Then advances to the winners bracket finals, which will be playing out shortly. So, any analysis of that game?
It's just all about the Aaron not drawing it. I mean, if he had drawn it, it's a totally different game because Dan never saw any of his MCA informants and didn't really have the means to be able to like power draw to get them. So yeah, I think if Laurie finds Aaron Marin just a turn before he scored that second breaking news, we have a different game on our hands. That's about it, really. That's how that sync deck works, unless you've got other anti-tag tech.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, I mean Andromeda's usually pretty good at staying ahead in the credit race, but yeah,
it's not the hard-hitting news that you usually fear. It's just the 24/7 that comes from two two ones being scored that you've got to look out for.
Yep. And yeah, Dan drew pretty well that game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely beautiful start from Dan, and only a middling start from Laurie, who forgot in the first turn that he was playing against Sync.
It's been a long day. It's been quite a long day. I mean, to be fair, we expected this to go on up to 8, but we might be done by 6:30 even.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty quick tournament actually. So now our finals is going to be Chris versus Dan. So Chris is up 1 game, so Dan will need to win both games. Dan's on Sync, and I would like to say Wizard, Siphon Wiz.
Yes, so a Siphon Apocalypse Wiz.
Yep, the hybrid Wiz. Chris is on HB.
HB.
Batty HB.
Yeah.
And what's his runner?
Is he on Smoke? Or was that someone else?
You might be right, actually. Yeah, I think he was on Smoke. Yep. So yeah, very. I think this was a very diverse top 4. We have all factions represented on the runner side.
Yeah.
Corp side was pretty HB dominant, but we still saw 1 Sync. Yeah, so very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly representative of what we saw yesterday in terms of the corps, although at Sheffield there were 8 criminals, 1 shaper, which was me, and 1 anarch. So I don't know what it is about criminal that people like in the current meta. I know it does have a lot of answers to some of the common corp decks, but I don't know if it has that much of a game plan against, say, HB asset spam, or even Sync. To be honest, it's still it feels like a lottery on the with the Aaron Marins.
It does, yeah. I do agree with you to a large extent there. I think most people are playing Andy just because it's comfort zone. It feels very it feels very good to play power cards like Temujin, which you are so used to ever since it was printed. So I think a lot of people are just sticking to their guns.
Yeah, it wasn't just Andy though. Actually, there was a couple of Geists as well. People really hammering that deep data mining, which is.
So what was the spread of crims? Was there more Andy or more Geist?
Let me think. I think there was more Andys. There's definitely at least a couple of Geist. I think there was an Andy who had rebirth and rebirthed into Leela. I remember seeing that, and there might have just been a standard Leela. I can't remember the exact spread, but it was mostly Andys.
Yeah, that's interesting. Really interested to hear that Geist is making a resurgence. I mean, it's just a couple cards, right? Dean Lister and Mammon maybe, and deep data mining.
Yeah, so Geist definitely has a better sync matchup, not just because of the extra link, but also the on-command card draw, which makes it much harder to boom him. And depending on whether or not he's running, forges and stuff for tag removal, he's actually got a fairly decent game against sync compared to Andy, because it's not all just about finding Aaron Marin.
Unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, Geist auto loses against CI, right? Any form of CI.
Yeah, that did happen a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah. So that's what's putting me off, guys. The fact that it has some horrendous matchups. Asset spam as well. That's never a good matchup.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like we yesterday there was a moon spam deck, and people playing Geist were just very sad, and they had to come against that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there are lots of interesting. I mean, inverted commas, interesting runner decks around that all seem to be very good at beating Glacier decks.
Yeah, I feel like post rumor mill, people have just thought about how they might tech for Glacier, and it mostly seems to be playing political operative or finding the influence of political operative in your anarcho shaper decks. But I think Chris mentioned earlier on in the stream, it's not really the Glacier that people have to worry about. It's these new forms of asset spam, and possibly sync as well. I mean, I don't know how. I think there was a regional yesterday in the US, so maybe they've experienced a very different meta to what we have. But at least in the UK, that's how I kind of see the UK meta on the corp side shaking out is.
Yeah, I mean, great that you brought up the California regionals yesterday. So I think a lot of asset spam decks in the top cut. So that's what I heard. So yeah, asset spam seems like the deck to beat for now, and people are still finding out ways to beat it. Guys doesn't really quite cut it. Smoke might. So yeah, this is a good time to find out as we enter our game where Chris will be playing Smoke. This should be an interesting watch. So
it's Smoke against...
Dan would be playing Sync, apparently.
Sync.
Yep, that's Sync. So Smoke versus Sync. I would favor Smoke here.
Yeah, me too.
I'm always afraid of Shaper when I'm playing my Sync deck and I'm sitting across a green deck.
I mean, it's not a perfect matchup because if he can get an early 24/7 and an early 15 minutes off, then
I mean,
Dan's
look at this hand.
Place, right?
There we go. That's the hand you're looking for.
Yeah, because if he gets this down before clock comes out, why did he mulligan that?
No. Oh dear.
I'm not sure. Because you just want to see those 2-1s before clock comes out. Like I would even consider my first turn being scoring out the breaking news.
Of course, no question at all.
And if the 15 minutes comes out, then you if it gets scored, then you just shuffle it back in and protect R&D until you can score one.
Yeah. Oh wow. I mean, look at his hand now. That's full of junk.
I think he's put the Data Raven on HQ though, because I'm pretty sure he opened with the Data Raven. So that's on HQ, which is all right because those kitties are safe.
It's okay. I would definitely consider putting Raven on the remote in this matchup because you need to get the agendas out some way or another. And if you can't fast advance, I mean, just look at the clock in his hand right now. You want a remote to drop kitties in.
So I think this Smoke deck is only running 2 clone chips. I might be wrong, but I don't think it has the influence with the Temujins to be running more than 2. So he actually does have a job of finding that clone chip before Dan finds his 2-1s.
That's true. But once he finds a SatCon, that makes things difficult as well. So it's 2 clone chips and a SatCon, I think. Man, that was such a good opening hand. I
mean, it's not the best opening hand against anybody but Shaper. But against Shaper, if you suspect clot, you just need to
you do.
You just need to get those 2-1s out quick.
Yeah, you really do. Alright, so this Raven should be good. I mean, I don't think Chris is running New Angeles City Hall, so he can keep these kitties in hand forever, and they will never be worth... I mean, they protect the boom, in a sense, which is nice. Thing is, right now he doesn't need to protect the booms, he needs to get agendas out. As we see very aggressive running from Chris. I'm not sure what to make of this actually. Very aggressive.
So Shaper loses when it goes aggressive. Now I know why Chris has done this. It's because he's got an indexing in hand. He wants to know what the ice is so that he can potentially pull off an indexing once he's got a better lay of the land. But if we top deck a hard hitting news here, well, he's out of credit range.
Yeah, he's out of credit range. So, but
it's just so risky because you don't know. You know if you hit something that tags you here, you've got to clear that tag. That costs 3 credits, and then you really are within hard hitting news range.
Yeah.
So,
and not to mention that you have Beth running. Why not just let the corp have all the money?
Yeah.
Keep the ice unres. So yeah, a bit iffy on both sides, but we carry on, and I think he double taps Jackson here. I would draw again, I think.
Yeah, there's not much in hand that he really wants to see right now. Like, he kind of wants to keep those kitties around because they're kind of safe padding in the hand with the Data Raven there.
Yeah, unfortunately, this deck loves to keep lots of operations in hand. There's so many good operations.
Yeah.
So kitties have to make way someday.
The booms are just bad right now, though.
Yeah, they are. They are liabilities, if anything.
So I think draw twice and then maybe ditch one of the booms. And
I mean, surely he has to recognize that his win here is he needs to find some 2-1 before the clone chip hits the table.
Exactly. Now Clot's in the bin. Yeah, that's definitely his way out. I mean, there are other ways. So if he keeps his turnpike in hand and extrac isn't able to get up to a decent operating value, then he can install the breaking news, advance it, bait out the clot, and then put the turnpike over it.
Yep.
And then he's basically saying, come in, you've lost 2 money on the clot, you're going to lose like 5 money on this turnpike, and then I'll hard hitting news you.
Yeah, this is why I prefer to have the Raven instead of the turnpike, right? Because you can bluff it as a kitty.
As a kitty, yeah,
go
yeah.
for it, you know, they have to think twice about actually accessing it, which is really fantastic.
But I think at the beginning of the game, you just need something against the obvious Temujin that's going to come out from smoke.
That is true. Yes, Temujin HQ is definitely a worry. Maybe that's why he mulliganed his opening hand. But
when he had the IP block, so if he really wanted, he could put the IP block down, take a couple of credits, and then score out the 2-1s next turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
So he had ice. It's just I think he wanted to mulligan into a hand with more defenses, but that's not really the game plan. I don't think against smoke. Like smoke's got tools. Whoa!
Womp womp.
What? Why
if
is he
there's one
so
time to
low?
use Polop, it's this. And he sees an NAPD that he can barely steal. So well done. But nope, you can't clear the tag, so you might just... interesting. Does he steal the NAPD or clear the tag?
I think you do, right? I think you steal it because it's one of the most crucial ones to be able to steal to actually score out against this sync deck. And when you're on 0 credits, the worst you're going to have happen to you is your Beth gets trashed.
Yeah.
Or you get observed and destroyed. But you've just seen an observe and destroy in the discard pile. Yes, you have. So yeah, what's he fearing from the tag here? I'm not sure.
I mean, this whole thing is a train wreck. I'm not sure why he even ran HQ in the first place. I mean, ditching stuff with Jackson is cute and all, but now he's well in hard hitting news range.
Yeah.
The question for Dan is okay.
He scores it.
He
scores it.
That's fine.
Worst one to score.
Yeah, this is a super aggressive smoke. I've never seen anything like this, and I'm not sure if it's right, to be honest. So now you might think of dropping the Jackson here. You
I think
need
so.
to worry about the NAPD and the Jackson archive. So yeah, definitely drop Jackson here. Maybe overdraw a bit.
Yeah, you just want to find this 2-1. Well, that's a breaking news, right? Because all the other 2-1, only other 2-1's been scored.
Yep.
So yeah, it's got to find a breaking news.
Yep. I would drop Jackson, double draw, and maybe take a credit. It's quite clear that Chris has been showing he has no he has no clone chip to get the clock back as of
Yes, yeah, we'd see that clone chip come down really quick, I think.
Okay, here comes the Mad Dash. Then drop the Jackson.
Yeah, that's true. He is really banking on or not.
Going for money. Okay, I mean, he was playing aggressively. Now he's not playing aggressively enough, I guess.
Jackson's out now, so...
Bye-bye, NAPD.
Oh, hello, MCA. I think you play that, right?
Maybe not now. I wouldn't go down to 0 credits to do that.
Yeah, I guess not. So, okay, he's drawn his second Raven now. So does he put this over the Jackson? No? Okay.
Interesting.
Like, I think Dan sees the indexing play coming, so, you know, he definitely wants some more ice there. But like we were saying, you know, you want to get something down to make them have to check remotes when you try to score out agendas.
Okay, and Astrolabe comes out.
Does he really want to play that sweeps?
Interesting.
I hate it. I hate sweep sync for 3.
I hate it as well, but I don't think he has anything better to do.
Oh no! Here's what you do. You install a resistor in a remote.
Aha!
Then get the full 4.
I think he's waiting for him to go up to 5 cards, and then he can do that for max value.
Yeah, there we go. He's got it now. Now install the food, and then.
Oh, that's amazing. Yep, he's still searching for the 3 breaking newses. There's somewhere in there, just not here yet. That Merker comes down.
So there we go. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a totally different game now.
Well, it's not. I mean, we know the hands. It's not quite live, but the 24/7's missing. But now there's this extra pressure on extract.
But Chris doesn't know, right? He doesn't know that the 24/7's not in hand because he's not been pressuring HQ. So this could very easily be it. So I would think he's digging. Does he have plascrete? I think he must have some kind of anti-kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I might as well try and steal this NAPD.
is it even in the bin? The Jackson.
Oh no,
Oh.
he got rid of it. He
What's the
Jacksoned it
kitty doing in there? Meow.
That kitty was yes. Yeah, I mean, he just ran out of space in his hand, as we were saying, right? Like at some point, the ice became more important than the kitties.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a pity he wasn't able to find a tagging thing to put over archives before that happened.
All right, so just keep drawing.
Just gonna draw. He's just gonna draw once every turn and then play out two things. That's just gonna be Dan's turns, I think, from now on.
I mean, I would just draw even more.
You got to be careful though, right? Because at the minute you don't really have anything to protect from agenda flood. You've used a Jackson.
I suppose. I mean, my thing is, the later this gets, it could get really ugly if he does have some form of kill protection. Because his combo is kind of non-existent. The 24/7 close accounts hard-hitting use. He has none of that, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty desperate for combo pieces if I were him right now. He finds the MCA informant. Okay.
So I'm interested. If I was Chris right now, I would be using these credits on Netmerker, or the Netmerker ability to draw, rather than putting more credits on it.
Yeah, he does have a Temujin in hand, so he doesn't really have to concern himself with getting taxed out just yet.
That's Jackson's going to go and draw twice, I think.
Surely, yes, surely. Okay.
Punch it, bit late.
Yep.
Nope. So
Keep
this is where we get into the stage that me and Dan were at yesterday, which is draw, 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 draw.
Oh, pull up! Oh, that could change things.
Yeah, so I feel like you can maybe drop one of the foods in here. Doesn't seem too bad.
I think you can drop MCA even.
Yeah.
And yeah, one food, as you said. Wait, did he have two foods?
I don't know. No, I don't think he did actually. I think he only had the one, so it's probably all right.
Yeah, Actually, is there anything in archives? There might not be.
I don't think so. I don't
Yeah,
think he did the agendas.
I would have dropped the food in there, and that would have given him a point. But interesting. Okay. So here comes the mad dash. Moment of truth. Nope, no agendas.
Yeah, no, he was smart not to do it. He dropped both MCAs, so he's obviously not fearing anything like Film Critic and Natch.
Yep.
And he's got the archive memories if he really needs to pull it back.
And now Chris is gonna do the dirty work for Dan. Gonna steal all the kitties. This is going to be hilarious. And yeah, this gives Dan a lot more outs. He's looking for 24/7, but right here, a hard-hitting news will do just as well. Just avoiding the kitties. Okay.
Both players are very disappointed right now, I can tell you. Chris is like, damn it, why didn't I hit an agenda on archives or HQ? And Dad's like, damn it, why didn't he hit one of my two kitties?
Yeah, this is hilarious. Oh my gosh. This is a game of disappointment. All around disappointment. I mean, Chris doesn't know this, but Dan is so far away from getting any sort of kill going. He doesn't have a single kill tagging piece at all.
He's got the boom. He just needs to top deck a 24/7, right? That's it. That's all he needs.
But he can't find it. He blew through a Jackson, drew 4 cards. Can't find it. Close accounts. No, that's not what you need. Keep drawing. Go.
Yeah, I think draw once.
Yeah, draw. You need to find it. I mean, this would be the time to draw a hard-hitting use or 24/7.
Like at this stage, HQ sorry, archives is actually safe, so you can probably dump agendas or like one agenda into here now. Oh my god!
Oh,
Dad,
okay, I take that my words. This is just ugly. Wow.
Okay, what's he ditching? That was the NAPD, which is fine because there's no way that Chris is going to be able to steal that anytime soon.
Resistor, I think.
Yeah.
He might have to drop the food here, unfortunately.
He's not dropping the kitty. The thing is, that's risky because then he's leaving 4 points in there. So I think he's
kind of have to. You've really forced one mad dash out, so I guess
you're not. the archive memories and the boom are obvious no-nos. So, and the breaking news you can just go out of hand if you don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't ditch breaking news either. It looks like it has to be the food. Like
Yeah,
archive
probably
maps is
right.
too flexible to.
He's not running archives for the next couple of turns, and if he really gets worried about it, he can just archive memories for Jackson and install it. So
Yeah, although I mean he's pretty aware that there's going to be a run on archives coming very soon. Not next turn because there's no corroder or any barrier breaker up. So
yeah, we haven't seen the infamous Blackstone. That
oh no, you just reminded me. Blackstone, who runs that?
Chris, and he's in the final. So shut up, Seamus. You don't know anything about playing Smoke.
Inti is a better barrier breaker. We've
Against
established
Yellow, yeah, he's definitely a better barrier breaker. But you're very sad when you have to try and break an Eli with it. To be fair, you're probably very sad when you have to try and break an Eli with Blackstone. So
yes, and I mean, Inti retains its strength, so there you go. Case closed. I mean, I know Blackstone does too, but that's not the point.
I had to try and break a
One turn too late.
an Eli with Inti when I was on like 20 credits, which is nothing compared to the 90 credits that we saw earlier. And believe me, that makes you very sad when you know that you're using a third of your money to break an Eli.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's sad.
So this is the right play because this opens a few lines of play for Dan by having 2 breaking news scored. Because if he really just, if he loses the boom, for instance, he can go 24/7.
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
Shenanigans.
He can exchange for
Yes, the food that's in the.
the 15 minutes. Yeah. And shuffle it back in, which is
Yep, I
always
like
fun.
that. And yeah, that's why I think the food should be in the bin. You want to turn EOI on. I'm not sure if EOI is in the bin though. Is it? Yes, it is. So yes,
Yeah.
he has access to it via archive mems. He can 24/7 and get it. All right. So yeah, everyone's drawing cards. Everyone's scoring agendas. And
Oh.
What?
Oh, brilliant play from Dan. We completely missed that. Have you seen what he's done?
No.
He's just left the breaking news on the table. Because he's got the hard-hitting news in hand, and there's only 3 credits, right? So he's. Oh wait, what? Did he ditch them breaking news? Have we just completely missed that?
I think we did. Why would? What?
No, this is fine because well, no, okay, it wasn't fine.
I mean,
But
that was
thought-
very
thought he had-
scary because
I
he could
think he had the kill either way, right?
have. He could have mad dashed the archive.
No, he could have won. He could have won, right?
I mean, yeah, this is fine
had
because
Inti or
now
something,
he's
he's
going to
won.
drop the hard-hitting news. Yeah, and that should win him the game. But
Yeah.
ooh, that was. I didn't see that one coming.
But he can still win.
I don't know what the agendas are in archives, but there seem to be a lot in there.
Right, hang on. So he needs 4 credits to install Blackstone, and he needs 2 credits to break these subroutines. He's got he gets that
Yes,
off
Ghost
the
Runner.
smoke in the net marker, and he's got 3 credits and 1 left over to steal the NAPD. So if he decides to check archives, he's won.
I think so, unless there's no food in there. And the worst
There
thing
is breaking
is.
news. Yeah, that's right, because he did breaking news instead of the food. Okay, yeah.
Oh no, he's going for HQ instead. Oh no, wrong server, wrong server, my friend. I mean, yeah, he's going to lose either way because he has archive memories into boom. So that should close out the game.
Again, if he hits the breaking news here, then he can check archives and then he can win.
That's
And he's hit the boom. Okay, but no, it's still right. It's still archive memories. So, boom.
Yeah, he should know that he's dead, pretty much. I mean, yeah, at this point, I would say you have to check archives unless you have some way of getting to R&D.
I would check archives like on my last click.
Yeah, because you know that you are gonna lose next turn regardless.
Yeah. Has he seen the archive memories? I can't recall if he
Pretty
has.
sure he has. Pretty sure.
If only he'd kept that mad dash, he'd
Yep.
win.
Okay, now he sees it. Yeah, that mad dash would be so
Sick.
clutch right now.
I think he's got to run archive. Yeah,
He does.
Cool.
Good play. Will
He's
it
going to
be
get
enough,
6
though?
points, which
I don't know if there's 6 points in. I mean, 4 points in there. But
it's not 4, but 3.
now, Dan is.
Yeah, he can make him. But no, he's still okay,
Oh,
right?
he can get past this.
Yeah, because he's got the ghost runner.
Yep. Dan might have. I mean, Dan can't do anything really. He doesn't have enough credits to. Does he? He might, but it's just NAPD. Breaking news.
So
yep,
that's
no
6.
food. So that's 6, and that's
Yeah.
game. Yep, archive memes, boom. And there you have it, guys. The bad guys win again. Sync wins. Nasty deck. Oh.
Does that so Dan came up from the losers bracket?
Yes, he worked his butt off to win this from behind. Yeah.
So but that means there's another game, right?
Yes, there is. Okay. Yep, we are going to a game 2. Alright, so our matchup for the other side is HB Batty versus Wizard Siphon Apocalypse Wizard. I'm really liking this Siphon Apocalypse hybrid. I think Don Echo was experimenting with a max deck that ran 1 Apocalypse and 1 Siphon as well. I think that's more.
Yeah, I mean it feels pretty good against spammy decks. The Siphon less so than the Apocalypse, because Siphon's really easy to turn off with asset spam.
Yep.
But I mean, at some point you can let them, get some credits into bank more than they can turn off just by resin their assets, and then Siphon to get money. The HB, so they're not going to be doing anything with the tags, and then Apocalypse them. So there's quite a few lines of play that deck opens up.
Yeah, the main thing is the flexibility, right? Because you have 3 deja vus, 3 same old things. You can just go full on Siphon spam or Apocalypse against asset spam. So
is it using Chopbot? Because I've not
so.
seen a Chopbot today.
Nope.
So what's the plan for cards being turned face down?
You install a new Eater and Keyhole to win, I think.
But Dan said I just run into their Fairchilds and then let them trash the cards. It's actually what he was thinking.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Oh man, that's top tech right there. I mean, you still have to break the last subroutine, which is a huge pain.
Just take the
but-
brain damage. What do you care?
I mean, they just end the run, right? But yeah, I mean, letting Fairchild do the chop bot work for you, I love it. That is amazing. Alright, so not the best start by Chris here, but he gets the Jackson to fix things. Or what will we do without Jackson?
Yeah, so that's quite nice because he's got a Cobra now on the outside of HQ, so that's 2 ice on HQ to defend against Siphon.
Yes, and Betty that can come in soon.
Yeah,
Although,
he's going to go next turn.
Yeah, Betty is not that good in this matchup, especially if he has an MK Ultra in the bin. So yeah, gonna get a Batty on HQ, maybe 2. He does need to clear his hands somehow. And I have a sneaking suspicion we might see a Baltic ABT come shortly. This is... it's probably not a good play to Baltic at this point. You'll leave HQ completely vulnerable. Oh! Never mind.
And R&D, right?
Here comes the HQ run. Snack into... I mean, yeah, you don't really fire Batty here.
So this is actually quite big because if he loses his Eater and his Keyhole... Okay, so he lost the Keyhole, which is painful. But
yes, retrieval run. Things will get fixed. But...
you probably want to keep the Eater more so.
Yep. Okay, so he's probably going to fire Batty here for 2 net damage. This is going to be very painful if the side game goes Chris's way. And it does.
Nice. He is so good at these. I don't think I've seen him lose a side game today.
And he gets 1 agenda for 4 net damage. Worth it. Oh.
So yeah, he's Dan scored that, but he's lost quite a few of his useful tools right now. So
he's so aggressive.
What is
on
this?
HQ.
What is this?
Oh wow, he can't res it.
What is that?
Oh, it's an itchy, I think.
So yeah, there's no point.
Yeah, and lucky for him, he didn't hit an agenda there because he would have went again otherwise. So I think the play here is take money and then friends Cobra and Batty back on HQ.
Yeah. So this is interesting because Dan didn't see an agenda there. It might make him think that Chris doesn't have any, and the reason he didn't res it was because he wants him to have to play out like an eater before he can siphon. But Dan's going to go for it anyway.
Yeah. The thing about not playing your friends this turn, because you haven't telegraphed that your agenda flooded yet, is that now he's just going to keep poking every single turn. I mean, he's just going to poke on first click every turn because he's scared of Fairchild.
Fairchild, yeah.
Okay, so match point with Mad Dash. This is not a good place to be. And that's a Jackson. That's going in the bin as well. So 2 Jacksons.
That's 2 Jacksons, yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's fine when you have friends in your deck, but he needs to use the friends for Snake right now. New remote, new thing. Rushing an ABT. Interesting.
That was a cider, right?
Yes.
So he only could win, but he's not going to go for it.
Nope. The question is, do you fire? I mean, he only found 3 eyes so far. It's not a bad idea.
No.
Yes,
Whoa!
he does it! How many eyes? Come on.
Like, if he just goes same old thing, Mad Dash. Do it. Same old Mad Dash.
Wait, is there a Mad Dash in the bin?
Yeah.
Oh!
I want to type do it. Yes, he's doing it.
Oh,
Dan, read my mind. Yes.
Is that the game? No, it's not the game.
No.
Well, that was something. I'm happy. I'm very happy. Okay, so what's the plan here?
So it's install Estelle in the remote and then friends back.
Double Batty or Batty Jackson? Yeah, Batty Jackson, right?
Yeah, Batty and Jackson. Yeah, it's got to be Batty Jackson. I was thinking maybe Batty in the advanced assembly lines and then install the architect using it, but you need the Jackson because you need to recur the friends or you're going to Jacksons.
He goes with your suggestion. Lines and Batty on HQ. Interesting.
He should not get an extra counter here if I'm correct, because he's not installing a card in a server. He's installing a card in a room. Yeah, okay, he knows. That's good.
Okay.
Interesting. Because Batty is in the root of a server, not in a server. So you installing stuff on centrals, you could never get counters.
In that case, I would have installed the Batty on the remote actually.
Yes, I'm really surprised that he didn't do that.
Yeah.
So he's got, what is this? This is a magnet and a cider. So I guess it's not the best place for Batty to be, but you're worried about knifed, right?
Yes, spoon. You don't want to get spoon.
Yeah. So Batty's actually really good against those.
Yep. And HQ, I mean, he is worried about siphon, which is why he played like that, I guess. But he has enough ice to deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Estelle draw would be huge. I mean, the good news is the Estelle is safe, so he can get more counters later, which is pretty cool.
Like, we've not seen any actual breakers other than the paperclip, so and now that this eater's down, Dan's got to be careful of program trashing on the inside. So
I mean, if he has an MKultra, it's fine. It's not the worst, but yeah, he doesn't have a lot of conspiracy breakers. Here comes the keyhole. Fairchild, I think? No, just Magnet. Interesting. So
yeah, he's going to get a few runs out of this.
Yeah, quite a few indeed. But I'll take.
So this is interesting, because if he does hit an agenda, then next turn he can just
Deja Mad Dash. Yes, he can.
Oh, there we go.
He does.
So this is really. So I think he's got to pop this Estelle, right, to try and draw into some hard end the run.
I would think so.
But
no, he doesn't sense the deja vu coming. So that's it. That's game. Dan coming from behind. This is crazy.
We should check server 6, right, before he goes for the Mad Dash.
Yes, it could be an advanced assembly lines. So that's why he's asking here. But that server 6 is an Estelle Moon, so that doesn't change anything. He's just gonna Deja Mad Dash for the win.
I'm really surprised he didn't pop the Estelle.
Yeah,
He doesn't know, right, that he's got the Deja in hand, but you've got to suspect that he's got some kind of recursion. He's Anarch. They always do.
Yeah. So, yep, that is the game. Wow, very aggressive wizard deck, but paying off right here. Winning the game before Chris could set up his Batty servers and Estelle power counters. Turns out Mad Dash is a good card against HP. Who knew?
Like the notoriety days of old.
Yeah, I mean, except a lot more powerful, I guess. If you had to run all 3 centrals, it would be worse. So
yeah, Joshua B, you could do that Apocalypse and then notoriety.
Yeah. I mean, the weird thing is he didn't even draw an Apocalypse or Siphon this game, and he still won.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I mean, this is what good players like Dave Hoyland do, right? They just poke central servers for single accesses and get 4 agenda points very quickly. So yeah, very well played by Dan. Very deserving, and congrats on taking down this BABW. Chris still gets his qualifier slot, so not too bad showing. And what have you learned today about the meta, Sam?
I've learned that Estelle belongs in decks that don't just try and spam out horizontally, because Chris has done really well to get to this stage using a more vertical style of Estelle deck. So that is really interesting. But yeah, it was pretty much what I expected, which was that the top decks are going to be something like Sync and variations on Estelle. Obviously, Laurie brought the more horizontal version today and did very well with it. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'm very surprised by the number of Siphon decks on the runner side. Siphon Anarchs at that. Seems like it's sort of a meta call, but it seems to be working out. Not sure if it's that good, but I mean, Dan definitely won with it.
I mean, if you're expecting CI, it's fantastic. So
I don't know about that, because you only have 1 Siphon in the deck. If you don't find it...
Oh, okay, if you only got 1,
you
want to.
I assume he has only 1, because he's running Parasites and...
Yeah, but it could be 2 Siphons, 3 Parasites, that's 11 Influence, and Apocalypse, then you've got 1 left over.
Strike, yeah.
He's got 1, I've only seen the 1 strike, so...
Maybe. Yeah, in that case, then it's decent. I can see that. Okay. Yep, so that's the stream done today. We are finishing earlier than expected, but thanks again, Sam, for coming on.
No worries. Good games to watch. Thanks for having me.
Right, I'll catch you another time.
Yeah,
and
see you.
To all you viewers out there, thanks for tuning in. This stream will be available as a VOD after the fact. And thanks once... Sorry?
Quick, just point out, I think there is going to be some kind of stream or something at the BABW next week, unless I'm wrong about that.
There will be. Jono will be streaming it because it will be live from Reading. And
if you want to see more games in the UK meta that are along these lines, you definitely want to tune in for that.
Those are definitely must-watch, no matter where you're from, because arguably the 24 best players from the UK will be all in the same place.
Anyone who wants to scout for Euros, this is your chance, right?
Exactly, yes. So, yeah, looking forward to that. You can find that on Your Reading Grid. I believe that he'll be streaming it on his Twitch. Follow him on his... I don't know. Does he have Twitter? Probably. Yeah, just keep it... tune into New Reading Grid, ask around the Slack, whatever. You will find the stream, and it's going to be a blast to watch. I can guarantee you that. Yep, thanks for bringing that up, Sam. But anyway, yep, that will be next week on the Saturday, 20th of May. So till then, we'll see you next time, and happy night running. Goodbye.